Hello everyone, sorry about that. I was in the middle of doing some things. Oh, oops, give me a second. Oh, alright. But yeah, sorry about that. I was in the middle of checking something. But yeah, hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Anybody new to the stream? I am Aire, and you're near Harpy BC Vtuber. I am one half of the Vtubers you will see on this channel. Today, I'm feeling very tired. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm feeling very, very tired today, and, okay, no, I'm good. I was feeling very tired today, and I honestly wasn't feeling very up to, like, playing some Phoenix Wright, because I felt like I was going to fall asleep to it. So I thought I would just do some, like, quick, some React stuff, as well as doing some chatting as well with the birb game. How's everybody doing today? I'm sorry, I was like focused on something at the moment. Hi, Great Parrot, how are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. I was also listening to myself, like, just before stream, and I was like, I actually had to facepalm a little bit, because something came up when, like, something like popped into my head when I was listening to myself. I'm like, wait, why do I sound so high? Like, why do I sound so high? I feel like I was listening to myself and I'm like, am I on some kind of drug? And I'm like, wait, I think I'm just tired. And I was thinking, like, way back when I was younger, me and my brother, we would always stay up really late, like, playing video games and stuff. Does Afroman confirm? What do you mean? Oh my goodness. Like, I was just a bird, but then I got high. Hi, Darkeyed, how are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I was thinking, like, way back when I was in high school, me and my brother, we would, like, stay up really late at night, and then the next day I would always have, like, the teachers kind of like asking me questions, because I would always, like, have my face pressed into my arms, and I would just, like, I don't know, I guess I was, like, really grumpy every so often. And then my teachers would always speak to me, and they'd be like, are you doing any drugs? I'm like, no. What? No, why? And she's like, well, you sound like you're high. And not only that, but, like, you're, like, giving me the squinty eyes and stuff. And I'm like, it's because I don't sleep. Like, being gamer is equivalent to being, like, to being high. I had to put the first reason to quit my role, so I've been sending out applications. Other than that, I'm fine. How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm just a little tired from today and yesterday. Like, yesterday, oh my goodness, yesterday so many things just left and just fell onto my lap, like, last minute. I'm like, wait, what the frick? So my brother was working overtime yesterday, and so I had to go. So on my way home, my brother actually called me. He's like, hey, I actually need to, like, stay at work a little longer. Can you go pick up Logan from our sister's house? I'm like, wait, Logan, wait, what? So, in case nobody knows, which I'm pretty sure nobody knows. So, my older sister, she has a dog called Logan. Like, she has a dog named Logan. And he's very old and very, he's a very sweet dog, to be honest. He's very old though. And so, my brother, sorry. I'm like so confused right now because I'm actually really tired. My brother was telling me that our brother-in-law was asking if we can take care of Logan this weekend, because him and my sister are going to go out to some place. I don't know where. To some place for like a weekend or something. And nobody, and their whole family, basically my extended family on the side of my brother-in-law, which is like 100 and something odd people. I don't know who they're taking with them, but yeah, they're going along with them. Apparently it's going to be like a whole family outing or something. And they were saying they had nobody to look out for him. And they wanted us to take care of him. And I'm like, oh, I see. So I drive all the way out to where my brother lives, to my brother-in-law's place, my sister's house. It was really weird. Honestly, like going out there, I felt like a thief. Because like the door to their backyard was unlocked. And so I just walked in. I'm like kind of hurrying up. I'm like, okay. And so I'm like skipping along. Like, I don't know why I felt like skipping along. I just skipped towards the door. And then I continue walking. I'm like, this must be what it feels like to be a thief. And I'm like calling out. I'm like, Logan! And I'm like, oh wait, so one thing about my sister's dog is that he's partially deaf. Like he's like losing his hearing ability, so I actually had to scream louder in order for him to hear me. Beep Francis, I know, right? And so I walk over to his little pen. They actually kept a little pen out for him, like in the back. And I open the door and I see him like inside. He's just sitting there. He's just laying, being all cute and stuff. And he's just staring at the wall, like in the backyard. He's just staring at it. And I'm like, Logan! He was not paying attention. I'm like, oh right, he's partially deaf. Like, it was at that moment I actually remember that. And so I yelled, I'm like, Logan! And he's like, what? He finally noticed me after like 4 or 5 times I called him, and he only responded when I yelled at him. And I'm like, oh wow, he really is deaf. And so he ran right towards me, all happy and everything. And I'm like, hey, come on, let's go, boy. And so I guided him out, and I'm like, I feel like it was at that moment I felt like a thief. I really felt like a thief. I was just walking him, and he was just very gleefully just following along with me. I opened the door, and then like Logan runs right out. He's like super excited, and I'm like, I need to make sure that he doesn't run off anywhere, because if he runs too far away from me, I probably won't be able to like. It's just dangerous if he runs around and he can't hear me, and there's like a car coming, and then I'm like, no, Logan! So I had to like constantly scream at him, and I was like running after him. I'm like, no, like get over here. And I'm like, I literally stopped really speaking to him, and I started doing like hand signals more than anything. Like I was trying to get his attention. I'm like waving my hands. I'm like over here. I'm like pointing towards the car. I'm like pointing towards my car. I'm like, come on. And so I get over to my car, and I'm like, wanted to pick him up and carry him. I didn't want to because he's like very thin, and I was like a little scared. I'm like, oh my goodness, am I going to hurt him if I carry him or something? And so that was the reason why I didn't want to carry him. So I go over to my car. I open the door, and he's like trying to get in. At that point, I assisted him in getting in the car. So I like grabbed him, I threw him in there. And yeah, like the whole scene from like running after him and everything, it really made me feel like a thief. I think it would be really funny, because here's the thing. My older brother-in-law, I keep getting all my words confused. My older brother-in-law basically has like a little camera like outside his house. And every so often, whenever we go to visit him and he's not there, or at the very least, if we go to visit my sisters and he's not there, he would usually like activate the camera And he would speak to us through that. He'd be like, hey, how's it going? And we're like, what the frick? Like, he's just talking to us through the camera and everything. And yeah, like, imagine, like, him, like, me going through, like, his house. Like, the camera will basically, like, has, like, a proximity, like, thing where it will alert him of, like, anybody that shows up to the house. And it probably recorded me as well. That's the thing. It probably recorded me as well, like, going into the house. And then, like, getting the dog. So I just imagine just how funny it would be if he just sees me like going in and out of the house. So yeah, that was just a funny thing. So yeah, now we have him here with us. And honestly, you know what was really weird? My mom, like, so I come back home today and I'm playing with the dogs, like in the living room while I'm like making myself something to eat. And my mom walks in. She's like, oh, Logan's here? I did not know he was here. I'm like, yeah, how's he been? Like, I know my mom was like here for the day. And I was asking her, I'm like, how was he today? And she's like, I don't know, I didn't notice him. And she's like looking at him, kind of like walking around, prancing around. Our dog Artemis is like being very adorable. She's just running around like the island in our kitchen. And she's like, you know, I don't think I've ever seen Logan this happy before. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, I like every single time I go out to your sister's house and I see him, like every single time, hi Featherness, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the headbutts. She's like, every time I go out to their house and I see him, like the first thing that he does is immediately like try to leave, like go outside, like my brother-in-law would open the door and then like the dog, like Logan would just leave. He would just walk right out, like immediately out to the backyard. And I'm like, I wonder why. Like, is he not happy or something? She's like, I don't know, but he looks really happy right now. Like, I usually don't see him that happy. I'm like, interesting. Sister is Bellatrix Astor. Random name off the top. Okay, there you go. Like, this sister will be referred to as Bellatrix. Like, older sister Bellatrix Astor. There you go. Like, that's her canon name for streams. I'll be sure to let my brother know about. You know what? I could probably write that down somewhere so we don't forget. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Why does he have so many pens? And there's like none of these pens work. Bellatrix. There you go. Bellatrix Astor. Yeah. So this Bellatrix, I will clarify for you guys. Bellatrix is my older sister with the kids. Like she actually has she's the mother of my nephew and my niece. She's honestly the only one that actually has kids at the moment. Men have a pen collection. Aire don't work. Like none of them worked out. Like, I found one that actually works. He has like 3 around here. I'm like, what? Why are you keeping 2 that don't work? Your knees? Your knees? What do you mean? Also, hi, Depressa, how are you doing? You having a good day? Oh, yeah. My niece. Oh. No, my niece. My niece. Like, that's, my sister's daughter. But yeah, so that's Bellatrix, and she's the one currently, she's happily, I want to say happily married. If anything, she's the one that's been in a relationship the longest out of everyone. I know, I have one too, I'm just joshing, okay. Next up, great aunt Aire, oh no. But yeah, so yeah, she has the kids. She's also the sister that takes that when we were growing up, he was one of my family members that took care of all the pets along with me, my brother, my older brother. Like, we were the ones taking care of the pets. My two other sisters, they did not take care of any pets. They absolutely hated all of our pets. Like, every single pet that we've ever had, they just absolutely hated them. So it was always so jarring when they decided to get pets. It's like, why do you want a pet? You've never taken care of any animal before. Oh yeah, Bellatrix, she's had like 4 pets, I suppose. It was our oldest pet, which is Edie. She was the family pet basically, and my sister was the one that ended up taking care of her. Like after everybody kind of just went their own ways, and then her husband actually got another dog, and that was Logan. Logan right now is like the oldest pet in the family at the moment because he's been around pretty long. Evie was like the oldest, but she passed away like a couple of years ago. Artemis is our dog, and she was actually a daughter of our family pet, Evie. She was the last one that Evie ever gave birth to. And then, let me think. We also had Kiba. He was a German Shepherd that Bellatrix found on the street, and they decided to keep. They actually just found him wandering around, and so out of pity, they like brought him back home, and then they just kept him after that. And then they also got another German Shepherd. I don't actually know where they got the other German Shepherd from. I don't remember. Anyways, he was like super aggressive and like very playful, I suppose is the word. I wouldn't say he was like very violent, but he was like very aggressive in his playfulness. There you go. And he actually started to learn how to like jump. And German Shepherds, they can jump really high. And so when they made the little pen area for the dogs, he was constantly trying to jump over the fence, which was a terrible idea because like the fence had like little pins or something. I'm not gonna say pins, but it was like there was like little decorative things basically kind of like to like keep anything in there. And he got his leg caught up there, and not only that, but it was like sort of sharp as well. So he ended up cutting himself. And yeah, you can just imagine what happened if he was like hanging while bleeding out. Yeah, it was actually a terrible sight. Do you guys have a pet that was named the same name through the generations to have the Roman numeral suffix? No. I don't think so. No, we didn't. Reminds me of the 2 pit bulls one of my great aunts used to have. Nice guard dogs, especially for our family. Honestly, I feel like nowadays, since there's so much chaos and so much crime going on, I feel like getting like a very aggressive pet to like protect your home is probably one of the best home securities that anybody could possibly get. And like the meaner looking that the dog is, and the more aggressive it is towards strangers, I think that's for the best. Like as long as it's good for you, I'd imagine that's like good thinking. Where you live, at least. Like I don't know where I'm at. Like we've honestly never really had any like sort of crazy issues where I'm at. Not in an area like mine, probably. But yeah, even where I live, like our dogs don't really defend us. Like they're just super happy and they're super nice to everyone. They were sweethearts, not really aggressive. Like here's the thing, like to most other people, like if they like try to break in or try to like hurt you in some way, they would probably lose their minds. Cause I have a black bun named Lucifer Lane Leonelli 8th. The first was great-great-great-grandfather's dog. Wow. Ellie. Like, I was reading that somehow. Oh, Lionel. Hmm. Like, honestly, that's so funny. You know, when we used to have a bunch of pet parrots. We actually grew up with pet birds more than pet dogs. It wasn't until we were in high school that we actually started like adopting dogs. And the first dog that we adopted was a little small, I want to say he kind of looked like, what was it called? Sheep. It was like one of those Japanese dogs. I think it kind of looked like it. Oh my goodness! How? What was it called? Shifu. No, it wasn't that one. It was like a very small Shiba. You know, it kind of looked like that. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, it kind of looked like that, but it was like smaller and it had smaller legs. And I don't know. I want to say it was sort of like a wiener dog, but it wasn't. It was like a little more compressed, a little tubbier. I don't remember what it's called though. Corgi. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's the one. Okay, yeah. That sounds right. It was a corgi. It was a small little black corgi that I think my mom was the one that actually adopted him. And like, it was so funny. I come back home from high school. I come back home and I'm like walking in and my mom is all giddy. She's like showing me like the little corgi. She's like, look, I got a new puppy. And I'm like, oh, you got a puppy? And I'm like looking at it and it's like black with brown, I think. I don't remember. Like, listen, this was a long time ago. And the sad thing is that that corgi was not part of the family for very long. Okay, so I don't super remember how he looked like because all I remember was that he was black. So I'm like, what's his name? And she's like, I named him Lucifer. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, one of the first things that Lucifer taught us as a family is that we have a lot of holes. Like in our backyard has so much space, so much holes that the little corgi literally was able to walk right out of the backyard. Like nobody thought that the corgi could just walk out from the backyard. And so we don't know what happened to him after that. We like everybody went off like one day. Like I think it was like the next day. I think literally it was just the next day. My mom left him in the backyard and everybody went off to school or work or whatever. And when we came back, Lucifer was gone. And we're like looking around like, oh no, I think Lucifer got out. Oh my God, we have to look for Lucifer. And so we're like walking around the neighborhood, just calling him out. And we never found him. Like, we don't know what happened to him. We don't know if anything bad happened to him. Maybe, like, best case scenario, somebody found him and adopted him. But other than that, like, here's also the other thing. We literally only had him for a single day, so we didn't even have, like, a collar for him. We didn't have a collar. We didn't have a phone. There was nothing to associate him with our family at all. So yeah, like he was just gone the very next day. We're like, okay, lesson learned. Like, so when we got Evie was our very next dog. When we got Evie, first thing we did was make sure that there was no holes in the backyard. Me and my brother, we actually went out of our way in order to clog up every single loose opening that was in the backyard. And we honestly were having a lot of fun. My brother especially was having a little too much fun with it. Like, we were putting like little wooden boards underneath the fences. We were like clogging up like some of the holes with like cement blocks, all sorts of things. Whatever we could find, we would like we would also like throw in a bunch of rocks underneath the fences, just to make sure that they wouldn't like try to dig. By the way, she still dug. Well, she was still digging. She'd still like Evie. Okay, my mom had a nickname for Evie. She referred to her as her little prostitutia. Because like that's okay. So in case anybody needs to understand what Spanish is, what that meant, basically she was a little prostitute. and so what she did all the time was literally escape the backyard with whatever like roaming dog out there, like that was outside, and then she would get banged, come back pregnant. We were like, oh my god, why do you keep getting pregnant? If you guys have a wheelbarrow, you can mix cement and pour them into the holes. We actually thought of doing that. Unfortunately, we weren't, our family was not like rich enough in order to like do that. Oh, like we kept asking our parents. Funnily enough, we kept asking our mom if we can, if she can, like, we should probably put like just cement right there, like underneath, like where the fence was. That way, the dogs would absolutely have no way of leaving. And she just kept saying no. She's like, no, it's unnecessary. We were like, okay, then we'll be doing this. And at the time, they kept making our fortifications like irrelevant, because every single time my dad was constantly going in and out of the backyard. So he would just move all the stuff and then close it behind him. And we're like, gee, thanks. Now we have to put everything back. Everything had to go back. And he was also getting annoyed too, because he had to take everything off in order for him to like go in and out. So yeah, it was just a very funny situation for back there. Where was this last thought coming from? Oh yeah, so we're taking care of Logan right now. He's honestly, so one thing actually kind of disturbed me when I picked him up. So when I picked him up, I'm like, hi Logan, and then I noticed there was something on his mouth. I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, is there something wrong with your mouth? And I'm like looking at it. I'm like, what the heck? And so when I got him into the car, first thing I noticed was something smelled horrific. I'm like, what is that smell? Why do you stink so badly? He had the worst smell. I'm like, oh my goodness, I had to crack open some windows. And I'm like, looking at him, like, why do you stink so badly? Like, are they even bathed? Like, weren't you bathed like not even that long ago? And so I'm like looking at his face, and apparently there's something on his face, like close to his mouth, and it was like kind of clinging to his hair. I'm like, what is that? So as soon as I bring him home, I took him to the little dog bath that we have in the backyard, and I literally had to wash him. I had to wash him, and I'm pretty sure he had poop like just on his mouth. And I'm like, oh my god, what is going on over there? What happened? And so I told my mother this. I'm like, I told my mom about this. I'm like Logan had some shit like on his mouth when I picked him up. Like what? Are they taking care of him or something? Because like, I'm like, is he so desperate that at some point, he had to like eat poop or something in order to survive? I was genuinely kind of curious, and then something, the saddest thing actually came up. Like my mom was telling me that, you see his mouth right there? I'm like looking at his mouth, and it was already clean, by the way. I was looking at his mouth, and I noticed there was something. His mouth looked a little weird. I'm like, yeah, I noticed his mouth. His mouth looks a little weird. It looks a little open. Like, what is up with that? So like his lower lip looked a little bit more open than I was expecting from a dog, or from the last time I saw him. And I'm like, what is that? And so my mom was telling me that apparently my Bellatrix husband actually has not been giving him the most attention recently. And so one of the things that he did, like one of the things that he was doing to take care of Logan was that he was feeding him canned food, which to most people they're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just canned food, it's whatever. Like it probably won't. Like, one thing about dogs is that if you feed them like one over the other, like canned food, wet food, dry food, all that stuff, they will tend to prefer like whichever one that you feed them the most. And yeah, so anyways, not so bad, right? And then my mom was telling me that when he fed him the canned food, he would literally just open the can, and then he would just place the can like right before him, and then he would just leave. And I'm like, no, why? Why would you do that? And so she said that a little after, he came back and he noticed that Logan was bleeding. And he said that like he cut his mouth somehow. And I'm like, of course he cut his mouth. You left a freaking like a open can. Yeah, the dogs need to like lick and move their mouth in there. And of course he was gonna cut himself. Like, why would you do that? And he's like, oh, I didn't think of that. Of course, what if like, nobody really eats like that out of like cans? Like, if you open the can and it's just a sharp blade right there. So yeah, Logan actually got cut while he was eating once. And I think at that point he probably started resenting the family. He's fine with us. He looks happy right now, but like with my sister and my brother-in-law, I think he started resenting them or their kids, because like I said, my mom was telling me that every single time they would open the door, Logan would just walk right out. I think he's either frustrated with the family or with the kids. I don't know. But yeah, I think he's become a little bit apathetic towards the family. So yeah, very sad. And from what I hear, they had to take him to the vet afterwards. And they had to put him on antibiotic, rub his mouth with like antibiotics and some cream in order to kind of like heal it. When I gave the cat wet food, I pour into a saucer dish, wash out the cans, and toss them. What was this guy thinking? Not dishing brother-in-law. Honestly, I never expected him to do that, because usually he never did that. He was like very good with animals, especially his dogs. Like he absolutely loves Logan, by the way. He loves Logan. He loved the Logan ever since he adopted him. By the way, he was the one that adopted him, and he was taking good care of him. Not only that, but like he also trained Evie, which honestly, it was actually impressive, because Evie was like, when we were growing up, Evie was so hard to like train. Like we basically like tried to teach her how to sit, how to do all sorts of things. She did not want to do any of them at all. Like she was like super like she was very what's the word? I suppose you could say she was kind of like an alpha. And she just never really paid attention. She wasn't aggressive or anything, but she was very free-spirited and didn't really see any sort of like respect towards us, like that level of respect. But like when my sister took her with her when she was living with her husband, he actually trained her to the point where she was like sitting, she would like obey commands and all this sorts of stuff. And yeah, it was really impressive. And we're like, wow. So it was just baffling how he just let that happen. Like anybody would have thought that he would have known better. So yeah, it was just mind-boggling that he actually allowed that to happen. Like right now, I actually did something similar. the difference is that it wasn't a can. It was like a little plastic cup, so to speak. Like I just opened up the little plastic cup. I placed it in front of him, and like the plastic cup, it has no sharp edges or anything, so he was absolutely fine to eat that. Like eat out of that. Like honestly, sometimes I see the dog. Like I would come home, I will walk into my brother's room to check on the dogs, and then like sometimes I would find like his trash can just kicked over, and like trash all over his room, and they were just licking up all the little plastic cups where the wet food was. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's so funny. Like it's very rare when that happens. Like I'm just surprised when it does. I'm like, wow, like you must really like that food in order to do that. Like Artemis must really like that food. And so yeah, so my sister was actually asking us like, what kind of food do you feed Artemis? Because she looks really like kind of tubby. Like she looks well fed, so to speak. She's not overweight, but like she's obviously well fed. Like she eats her food. She loves to eat her food. And for whatever reason, like Logan wasn't eating food, and we were like, okay, try giving him this, and we would like give him the food, and he gobbled it up. Like he was gobbling up all the food, and he still kind of is. Plastic is fine, metal isn't. Cats are fine with plastic as well. They even try to bite through it when they try to gorge themselves. That's why food goes on the top shelf. Yeah, I think all the dogs, like at some point, like the dogs, they stop licking like the bowl, and they start sucking on the plastic, because they could probably like still taste the flavor, by doing that. Like some of the flavor residue like sticks to the plastic, and they're just able to like enjoy it just the same through that. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that was like one of the things I was doing yesterday, among other things. And then I had to go to sleep. Oh, so I was thinking of like the card game. You guys remember the card game I was talking about like a couple of weeks ago? I've been kind of like in a rut with it. I was kind of hitting a rut with it. I'm like, I kind of want to experiment with the cards, but like I can't. Like the AI generator was not like doing a very good job with like generating like the assets, like the card assets, so to speak. And I was getting a little disheartened. I'm like, oh my goodness. And at some point, like I think it was like yesterday, I actually got hit with an epiphany. I'm like, wait a minute. I could probably do the card, but so if the AI can't create the card in accordance to the specification that I laid out for it, then I need to do the next best thing. How about instead of making the full card, I create the card piece by piece? I'm like, oh my goodness, that actually sounds like actually doable. So I start talking with with OpenAI. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking that we piece everything together piece by piece. So instead of like doing the whole card frame, we'll like separate each part. We'll do like the border of the card, the little sections, each section, like the nameplate, the cost section, like the little attack values, all that stuff. We'll just do it piece by piece, and then we'll put it all together on on Photoshop. And so I started working on that. I'm still not really complete because I was just so busy. Like the idea came to me like very late last night, and so I haven't had too much time to really get into it. But I did start on some things, so I'm like, okay, like if I'm able to do like one card kind of like this, then I can probably do all the cards like this. And so I was kind of like stricken with inspiration. I'm like, ooh, I can just do it piece by piece, put it all together, and then boom. Like, there you go. Well, I just put it together, kind of like a Gundam, like a Gunpla. There you go. Like I'm doing this Gunpla style, just putting it one piece at a time. Unfortunately, when it comes to the tech boxes, it keeps trying to do its own thing. I'm like, no, stop doing your own thing. Like, do what I say in accordance to what I mean. And so yeah. So it's still a work in progress, but yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know about it. So that's what's going on with the card game at the moment. Like I haven't really gotten too far into all the other stuff. I was actually thinking of like doing some I actually did some revisions in terms of like some little things here and there. Like just for future proofing basically. And honestly, I think it'll work pretty okay if everything goes well. But yeah, I think that could be good for chatting. All right. There's actually, oh my goodness, there's actually so many things. There's so many things that were happening recently. I'm like, oh my goodness, so many videos to watch. So much news, so very little time. All right. Are you guys ready to watch some videos? Like, honestly, I'll be honest, I don't even know where to start. Like, there's just so much going on. Let me think. Which thing should we like start on? Oh, there was a, yeah, but there's this one thing, that I noticed. So, let's start off. You know what? I thought I had the saved. Give me a second. Do. I believe it was this one. There you go. Alright. Reaction stream, I guess Phoenix next week. Yeah. Like, honestly, I was like super tired, like today, so I feel like I would probably fall asleep during the reading, so I didn't want that to happen. So yeah, give me a second. Boop, 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 boop. Let me go ahead. Bump, bump, and right. Here we go. Bump. Makes sense. Yeah, like I've actually had some moments where I was like falling asleep during a stream, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't want to fall asleep. But here we go. Bump, bump, bump. This one is by Rev Says Desio. It is clueless devs destroyed after doubling down on decision to fire VTuber BA over insensitive joke. I heard about this a little while ago, and I kind of wanted to see a little bit more of it. So yeah, if I remember correctly, Crony was actually supposed to like do some voice work for like a video game, and she recently got fired from it because of something she said like 5 years ago or something. I don't remember how long ago. But yeah, here we go.
Hey, what's Pastor here? So in this video, I want to give a much needed update to a situation I covered a few days ago involving the VTuber Crony as well as the game Eternal Return. This is a textbook example of what not to do as a game development team, because this is blown up in their faces in ways I'm sure they never could have imagined. So to give these sort of context before we look into the new stuff here, we have this game Eternal Return, which is a Japanese game, but it also has a pretty prominent Korean fan.
Nani? Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, wait, what? It has sexual content? Like, is this one of those R18 games? But no, it has a little cross on it, so it's no R18. I'm like, oh, okay.
Fan base as well as an overseas fan base.
Oh, it's a free-to-play game too.
Hoping to grow with the introduction of a new character voiced by Hololive's Crony. This is a very popular VTuber with that organization, but also she has a past life as a voice actress. Now, why was there a
Oh,
controversy in the
interesting.
first place? Well, it all stems from a resurfaced clip from nearly 5 years ago that was discovered by a portion of the Korean
Like nearly 5 years ago is like close to where when she first debuted, isn't it?
fan
Hmm.
base. This is the clip that got her canceled.
Great.
You're doing amazing.
Thank you.
I'm gonna kill this boar.
Bye.
He's such a bore.
I'm gonna go.
A boring.
Yes, in case
Boring.
you're confused, that was a boar pun. She was encountering a boar and made a boring joke. It's a play on words. But apparently, that joke from this Eternal Return sponsored stream from 5 years ago warranted her position, her role being removed entirely. In fact,
Yeah,
this was announced
pretty ridiculous.
publicly on their Japanese account. This is their official account, where they made a long-winded post basically saying they're going to have more safeguards in place for the future when it comes to vetting overseas talents. And they got absolutely eviscerated for this post. As you can see right here, they got community noted as well.
The community note. It's so funny. Apparently, it was because she made a pun about a boar saying a boring 4 years ago on Serious. Like, it's funny how they added like the last part. I'm serious. It's so hard to believe they have to emphasize. I am serious. Like, this is really the reason, guys. And it's so ridiculous too. I'm like, you canceled them because of a pun? And it's not even that bad of a pun. Like, all she said was, it was just a bore. It's boring. The boar is boring. And then it's like, they got so offended by that. It's honestly really baffling.
In context, apparently it was because she made a pun about a boar, saying a boring 4 years ago. I'm serious. And I kind of like seeing the sassiness in the actual community note here. I think it's very warranted given the ridiculous nature of this situation. But Crony would respond by saying, breaking news, a tire is tiring and a boar is boring. If you found this pun to be controversial, then hopital. Showing off the ridiculous nature of this entire situation.
It really
not
is.
Only given the fact that this is all over a boar pun, but also seemingly a misunderstanding of the translation and some misinformation, and also just malicious intent to get her removed for whatever reason. It is unclear why that sect of the fan base was so mad at her in the first place. But the damage has been done, ladies and gentlemen. In wake of my previous video and that whole thing basically playing out in real time, you can see we were really about here on the Steam reviews chart.
Wow.
Things have not gotten better. Okay, in fact, you can see it got worse the second day. The third day was pretty much the same, and it just got worse and worse. And the total recent reviews is mostly negative and very deserved. And if you scroll down and you start looking at the recent reviews, you can see this person saying boring, and then boring game, pretty boring. But the ones that are,
oh my goodness, they got completely destroyed.
People who put pretty serious time into the game, like this person with around 3,000
hours? Oh my goodness.
Boring. This is beyond pathetic. I cannot speak for North America, but in the EU, we are already struggling with a low player base. This voice acting choice was an amazing opportunity for more players to discover the game, but alas, the community that won't
100%, it really was.
Got so butthurt over it.
That's actually very, very true. The fact that they fired a very popular VTuber, a very popular voice actress on top of that, like over such a ridiculous pun is basically just like public suicide, basically. Like it is so bad. It is so bad. Like they just tanked their game over this, and it's so ridiculous. It's kind of made it controversial. Like the ridiculousness of it is absolutely wild. And so yeah, a lot of people are rightfully criticizing it. Like, you actually fired someone over something like this, something so minuscule like this? Ridiculous.
Mistranslated dad joke that in English language was harmless, that the VA got fired. The worst part is that they were so afraid of the backlash that they posted an explanation only on Japanese Twitter, ignoring completely the English-speaking community. And that is a very important point. They fled
because
to their
currently we
Japanese
have
account
around 200 to 300 players on the EU.
English
Wow.
voice actor. It seems like they were ducking the situation, trying to appease a very lucrative, financially speaking, portion of.
Here's the ridiculous thing. I'm pretty sure Crony actually can speak some Japanese. So she can actually just explain things in Japanese. Like, she can actually just tell her side perfectly fine. Like, it doesn't work. This tactic does not work against most of the members of Hololive, because most of the members in Hololive, they do study a bit of Japanese in order to do collabs with the JP Holo members. So yeah, it's really funny that they're trying to do this, and to like such futile attempts.
Their fan base that started this whole part out of the Korean fan base, and it just looks really, really bad. And as pointed out here, this was a massive opportunity to expand their English-speaking players, their entire player base. There's already issues with the English-speaking side when it comes to matchmaking. This was a huge opportunity. Right here, the character Byung, which was supposed to be voiced by Crony. This would have been a huge announcement. She obviously would have streamed this.
She would have been so good for it.
And introduced tens of thousands of new people to this franchise. But instead, you get this. They finally got this preview that was uploaded yesterday, which coincided with another barrage of negative reviews.
Oh, wait. If I remember correctly, they don't have an English voice actress yet, do they? Yeah, it says the English voice for this character will be applied in-game at a later update.
And you can see the YouTube like to dislike 100 likes versus nearly 400 dislikes previewing this character that does not have an English.
Here's the sad thing. Look at how many views it got. It had 4,600 views. And like that's already really bad for a game. Like, it's not really bad, but like, if you wanted like a lot of attention, if you said that this was going to get if she was going to be voiced by Crony, this would have gotten so many more views. Hi Dwagab, how are you doing? You beat Dragoonity by dragooning, get it? Hi Dwagab, how are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just chilling today. Like, I'm feeling really tired, so I just wanted to watch some videos. How are you doing? How's your weekend going?
English voice actor. It'll be coming in a later update, which just sounds as bad as you would expect in this situation.
Go sleep then. I already slept, but I'm still really tired.
No English VA. If only you had one of the best English VAs with already
I'm good though. That's always good to hear. Yeah, we're just watching a video.
So
we're watching a video where Hololive Crony, like Oro Crony, was fired from a VA job for Eternal Return, and now the devs are facing like some serious backlash for their decision. And the reason why she got fired was because like 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, she made a pun during one of the Eternal Return streams that she did when the game first released, I believe. She made a pun where she was fighting a boar, and she's like, haha, so boring. Like, what a bore. And she was just making fun of the boar. And that was it. that was it. And if I remember correctly, I think the dev that made that choice, that made the choice to fire her, was like saying, "Oh, like we don't want her to like be part of the game if she thinks the game is boring." And apparently that's the reason why she got fired, because of a very bad just because of a pun.
Not address this boar in the room. Elephant in the room, address me. How you managed to make a bruiser even more boring than Darko and Garnet by combining the two and making it look like a knockoff Zenless Zone Zero character is astounding. Some of the most wasted potential by a Korean studio since Dark and Darker. Boring design and a boring season theme overall. Guess I won't be playing much this season. Are we for real, bro? And so on and so forth. You can even see people.
And apparently, like their game is already not doing very well, because like at least on the English side, like the Western side, I'm pretty sure the Eastern side is actually doing kind of okay, but like now I'm pretty sure it's gonna be doing pretty bad on both ends, because Crony is just a huge figure, like both in English and Japanese. She's done quite a lot of streams in Japanese, so like a lot of Japanese players would have really appreciated if she was in the game as a voice actress. I don't know if she would have done like the JP voice as well, but it would have been interesting if she did.
Getting creative with the emoji saying boring. Okay, and if you go to Twitter, it's not much better.
They had an emoji.
In fact, they're not posting on their official Japanese account. They're posting on whatever this account is that says they are the official Twitter of Eternal Return. They shared this preview of the character, and boy, it did not go well the other day.
225,000.
I don't know. Looks a little boring to me. You seriously don't think you're not forgetting anything with a boar saying, address me? This is the first time this meme has ever actually made me even begin to smile. This is such an overused joke. But then you can see people bringing up the announcement saying, please translate it
and add it to this X handle.
Then people saying you forgot to post this with the original announcement that was eventually edited. Then you have people unironically defending this, saying, absolutely phenomenal design of a character. Shame Crony/Dodo died for this, but we must protect the new VA instead of spamming boars.
Oh my goodness, nobody cares about the VA. Nobody cares about the new VA. The thing is, the old VA was the one that everybody cares so much about. Like, honestly, I feel like nobody really cares. Nobody's really talking about the new VA. I don't even know what she sounds like, but like nobody's disdain is towards her, whoever she is. It's towards the fact that they fired Crony.
Gamers and gamettes, absolutely not. The boar spam will continue until morale improves. As you can see here, no, it was not worth the cost whatsoever. This could be the best looking character ever. It was not worth the cost. And there's no new VA to protect as far as I can see. They haven't even added it yet. So I don't really know what we're protecting, but I understand why people are very upset. And you can see the boar posting continues.
Is this boring game?
People know exactly
oh, no.
what is going on here with this game. But overall, it's an absolute disaster. This whole thing is a complete disaster. This is a game that had a golden opportunity to promote itself overseas to a much-needed expansion of its English.
I didn't even know this game even existed, and now I do.
Big time. Like, there's no coming back from this, and they're just burying their
heads
in the sand.
It's also a MOBA? Huh, interesting.
Will pass over, but that is not what's happening.
I actually thought this was
and they have no one to blame but.
I actually thought this was like an MMO, like an RPG style game, kind of like I want to say Wuthering Waves or like Zenless Zone Zero. I did not know this was a MOBA game. Like, it makes sense now that I think about it. Like, I guess it's kind of like Smite or something. But yeah.
Themselves. Whether this was a mix of
Yeah, this
Poor
was a terrible
translations, poor
decision.
research, a knee-jerk reaction to an angry part of the community that is financially tied to their success. I don't know. It's probably a mix of many things, but they're just kind of ignoring everything, and that's not going to work at this point. They dropped the ball. They had an amazing opportunity, and they completely.
Like I'm betting like the majority of the people that are going to cling on to this are just trolls. But like at the same time, if the thing about the trolls is that they actually have a very good justifiable reason to troll this company. They actually have a justifiable reason, and the more they troll the game, the more they actually encourage a lot of people to not play the game. Because like if people be like, why are you like posting this? And they're like, they fired Crony over a very bad pun. Like chances are people that are going to be interested in this game will most likely know who Crony is. And they're like, wait, they fired her because of that? Like, oh my God. And then they'll probably just quit. They probably won't even try the game.
And this is a great example of what not to do as a developer when faced with a controversy like this. They bent the knee and they've lost all of their potential growth, at least with the overseas audience. But anyways, that's going to...
I wouldn't say just overseas audience. I would also argue a lot of people. Like I said, Crony is popular in both English and Japanese. Probably not so popular, but like the JP bros, they know who she is and they like her.
Do it for this update and this video. If you enjoyed it, consider giving this video a like, as well as subscribing and putting on notifications for daily uploads and multiple
Good video.
streams a week here on YouTube.
Good video. It's actually kind of nice. It's very sad, just like the state that was that happened. Very, very pathetic. All right. So yeah, that was honestly, it's so crazy. Just how that all exploded. Like I was expecting like some backlash, but I was not expecting it to be on that level. That was nuclear. Also, there's the video. Make sure to check it out. Like, subscribe to Birb. Very good person. Very good content creator. There's like a few other things. Oh, you know what? There was one thing I think my brother wanted to see. Let's see. It's not here. Interesting. All right. Pretty sure it's this right here. Oh, okay. Wait, hold up. I think this might be it. All right. This video was in regards to like data centers, and honestly, I kind of want to see a little bit more information on that. I wanted to see more because my brother was talking about it the other day, and I'm like, huh, interesting. Want to have your brother there as well to watch? He's asleep. Like my poor brother is like dead tired at the moment. Like when he came back home today, he was walking around like a zombie, and he's just been passed out since then. So I really don't want to like bother him right now. There you go. Boop, boop, boop. So yeah, he's just sleeping with the dogs at the moment. I just noticed that Artemis is just sleeping right next to him. All right. So yeah, here's this one. I think, like I said, I think this one has something to do with the data centers. Like I saw like a few seconds, and they were mentioning something about data centers. And I'm like interesting. I kind of want to hear a little bit more about this, because so many people are throwing, like, I was on like Twitter earlier, and I noticed a lot of people were like throwing around data center this, data center that, all this stuff. I'm like, what are they on about? Like, why is everybody saying this sort of things? And I also remember my brother telling me that he knows like 2 data centers that are currently being constructed, like out here where we live. And I'm like, oh, interesting. And he was saying that there was like one of the data centers that's going to be built out here is going to be like among one of the first of its kind. And I'm like, what makes it one of the first of its kind? And he's like saying that somebody told him that there was like a new like water filtration system in it that's supposed to make it like a lot more efficient or something like that. I don't remember. But yeah, it's like one of the only ones of its kind. And so yeah, it's supposedly it's supposed to like be much better than some of the other data centers. So yeah, so I kind of want to see what this here is all about. If the actual Justice Warrior is going to explain it more details or his own like view on data centers.
Sometimes the most shocking corporate misconduct is hidden in plain sight.
All right, so this one is called China weaponizes MAGA e-girls to attack America. Well, like very interesting titles so far. I see. My guess is filtering water to make it pure for thermodynamic properties. I have no idea. Like it's like all sorts of mechanical doohickamabobs. I don't really understand it.
Invisible to the naked eye.
What is happening here will swallow up our world if we don't stop it right here, right now.
Looking back, there was
Distilled water is used in hydrogen fuel cells.
Something here.
It's just like, why is Elon Musk coming to Memphis?
So as I've become older, I've become much more sensitive to foreign ops infiltrating the United States of America, how they signal boost creators within the United States of America who are just dumb idiots who don't realize they're actually serving the interests of a foreign power. And a perfect example of this phenomenon is this irrational hysteria related to data centers that is sweeping the nation in the United States of America. And a perfect example of how crazy and quickly these campaigns have spread across social media and into the real world is the fact that according to recent polling, more people are in favor of having nuclear power plants in their area than they are in favor of having data centers. Now, again, nuclear power is another thing.
Wait, what? That's actually so silly. Weren't there so many people that were like complaining about how nuclear power plants are like bad for the environment? And now everybody's saying, oh, I want that more than data centers. It's like, aren't those two like so completely different from one another? Like the two things are completely unrelated. Data centers are things that are like data centers are supposed to be like a part of every part of our life, isn't it? Because even streaming right here, like Twitch has its own data center that it has to go through. And guess what? There's like thousands and thousands of people like streaming like right now on Twitch. Same with Kick, same with YouTube, same with Rumble, all the other platforms. Everything runs through a data center. Like somebody has to like take care of this stuff. And I think it's really silly just how very little like data, like how very little like people don't really understand just how much is required in order to run all that. Like isn't like the internet mainly based out here in America? I could have sworn somebody said something like that. Like the main like internet hub is mostly centered in America. So yeah, like we kind of need that. Like imagine if somebody just turned off the internet. You know what? Wasn't there like a South Park episode about this? Like there's like a South Park episode about this where like they turned off the internet and everybody was just going like completely crazy. And then like if I remember correctly, there was like a moment where like they had to ration internet use. Like there's one computer in America that has internet and everybody can use it, but like everybody needs time in order to use it. Like you can only use it for like 5 minutes at a time or something like that. And honestly, I feel like the world would be sort of like confusing if the internet just suddenly just stopped working one day. Like imagine like all the VTubers, all the streamers that literally make a living off of the internet. Like not even that, like there's so many companies that exist because of that. Land boom would be crazy. Yeah, that would like, doesn't the land also require like internet? Like I'm not even talking about like Wi-Fi. I'm talking about if the internet just suddenly stopped working. Like I think the world would be absolutely like crazy. Like so many people would be like out of their jobs. Aire can reminisce about her childhood and use smoke signals again. You think we use smoke signals? We use like satellite phones. Like phones would probably be okay. Because like phones would probably like connect to a satellite over anything else. But like the new phones would probably be completely dysfunctional. Like think about all those apps that require internet connection. Yeah, no longer.
That
Anyways,
there was a historic propaganda op against, which is one of the reasons why we don't have clean, cheap nuclear energy proliferating across the country. But the idea that those decades of propaganda against nuclear
oh my
energy
God.
can be overwhelmed with a couple of years of more perfect union videos and all this other bits of left-wing propaganda, and by the way, right-wing slop populist propaganda, is absolutely astounding. And again, it just goes to show us how absolutely this is being prioritized by the.
Isn't it wild just how much the world is kind of like screwing us over, like the most efficient methods of like obtaining energy? Because like the first thing that really kind of destroyed us was the fact that the Tesla coil never like went into like mass production. Like I feel like if we I'm pretty sure people were stating that if we had gone through like the Tesla coils rather than DC energy, then we probably would have advanced like several hundred years like during that time. And then and now it's like nuclear power like people were so against it that now it's a good thing. Now, oh wait, we should totally do that. Like the Tesla thing? Well, yeah, we should totally do that, by the way. Nuclear power? Oh, you know what? That was actually a good idea. We should probably do that. Isn't it wild just how much we're like going out of our way to shoot ourselves in the foot? Kind of crazy.
Enemies of the United States of America, because make no mistake about it, the Chinese and all these different foreign agencies that are boosting these campaigns, promoting the hysteria, putting out all these lies related to AI data centers, they're not stopping in their own country from building them. In fact, what they're trying to do is hamstring and kneecap the United States of America so that they could lead the way in the 21st century. And the fact that so many Americans have bought into this and believe every single stupid ass thing that they see posted online is incredibly annoying and frustrating. And by the way, if you actually get what you want, and according to Polymarket, a lot of Americans are on the cusp of doing that because a data center moratorium seems to be waiting in the wings in the future, if not in this administration, definitely in the next Democratic administration. You'll essentially cripple the economy, and these same exact people.
If I heard correctly, I think my brother was talking about this like the other day. He was actually looking into some of the data centers things. I didn't super understand a whole lot of it, but basically he was saying, well, the data centers don't make a whole lot of like jobs from the data center itself. Like it will inadvertently create a lot of job opportunities because of the data center. Yeah, he was basically saying that while the data centers themselves won't make jobs, it will require other people to build like nuclear power plants. It will also probably promote like research and development on like making the data centers more efficient. It will promote construction of like new sources of power, like solar panel farms, all sorts of things. Basically, there's a lot. Not only that, but like it will increase like electricians, electricians, nuclear power workers, maintenance, for like all those new constructions. It will also like probably build more communities, like wherever like a data center is, it'll probably like require a lot of people to like near the area. Not necessarily for the data center itself, but for like all the jobs that will be built in response to the data center. Because like you'll need a ton of electricians, you'll need a lot of people to run all those sectors, people to like build the solar panels. You wouldn't want to use solar panel unless necessary generators are more effective. I know, but like I'm pretty sure that like the solar panel thing, like especially out here in Arizona, Arizona is actually a great place for solar panels. Almost every house in our area actually has solar panels. So yeah, like it's just a really good place for solar panels to kind of grow. Like, I'm pretty sure in other places it probably won't matter too much, but like in this area, at least, solar panels are actually really good. Making a solar panel farm would just be, would honestly wouldn't hurt. And it would probably like get a lot of people to like build those and maintain them. So yeah, like it doesn't hurt to have it. And even if it doesn't really amount to too much, you could probably still get like some jobs out of that. And it's still a source of energy. So what's the harm? And then like, even if they don't do that, there's still other options for like making them. Another thing that would be good for Arizona is solar thermal plant. What's a solar thermal plant? I don't think I've ever heard of that. But yeah, there's just so many opportunities that could come from building and constructing a data center. So yeah, it won't help it immediately, but like as a result, because of like the requirement of like data centers, like it would create a lot more jobs. And yeah, like it's just there are some good things that can come from the data centers. Now, and they're still finding out ways to like decrease the amount of pressure that the data centers create because, they're so necessary. And yes, they are necessary because people think that the data centers are only as a result of like AI. I'm pretty sure data centers still existed long before AI was even a thing. Like it's just like it's kind of like I want to say it like this: if you're a farmer and you have to produce X amount of crops, like, and when you first start, you're only feeding like the people around you, so your farm doesn't necessarily need to be that big. Probably like a few dozen, 100 acres for food and stuff, and you just feed the people around you. But like when the place gets bigger, then you need more. And if you need to produce more, then let's say you have a warehouse where you're keeping all your crops. Well, then you need to build another warehouse in order for you to keep all that crop. Because I'm pretty sure you'll fill like one warehouse full of your crops like very easily. So you need another one. And if you keep growing, then you need another warehouse in order to compensate. That's kind of like what's going on with the internet. Like people are just constructing more and more, are utilizing the internet more and more. And so obviously you need to compensate that with like an equal number or even like slightly more in order to like make room for all the other stuff that will be created as a result of utilizing the internet. Let's see, especially reflecting the heat of the sun into pipe that passes a local point. This heat is used for power generation. They use a molten joint as a working fluid. Oh, molten salt. Okay. Molten salt as a working fluid. Okay. Interesting. That would actually make a lot of sense. I'm pretty sure that would probably take quite a lot in order to build and maintain.
People will act like they had no idea how this possibly could have happened. And for a lot of them who are just idiots repeating things that they hear from other people that doesn't even make any sense and isn't even actually related to data centers, they actually won't know what happened, but I'm sure they'll come up with other conspiracy theories in order to explain that, and it's absolutely embarrassing. But before we get into all the fake things that you're hearing about,
I'm curious. I'm curious to see his viewpoints on all this. Like he says that there's a lot of fake things that they're saying as well. So I'm curious to see what he perceives as fake and what he perceives as like factual. Like, because like I'm very open to like all these ideas. If it makes sense, then it makes sense, you
data
know?
centers, we should probably talk about your own personal data because yes, it's being collected, and today's sponsor Incogni is actually meant to address those real issues. Have you ever heard the phrase that if something's free, you're the product? Well, I think that needs to be revised for our current situation.
I should probably get that, to be honest.
Free or not, you are always the product, and this is because there are companies called data brokers that make money by collecting, repackaging, and selling your private personal data, including your full name, your personal telephone number, your personal email address, your actual address.
Oh, I think too many people know my information.
Which is, if you don't want your information collected by these companies, all you have to do is actually request the removal of that information, and they are legally obligated to do so. But the thing is, there are so many of these companies that it's basically impossible for you to do it on your own, or at least it was impossible before today's sponsor, Incogni. You see, what Incogni does is allow you to authorize them to act on your behalf, to go look around the internet and find your private personal information and then take it down upon your request. And this will save you a ridiculous amount of hours. If we go to my own personal Incogni page, what you'll find out is that I have over 1,100 completed requests, and this would have taken me on my own nearly 860 hours in order to do so. Again,
1,200?
something that was impossible, now eminently doable, thanks to our buddies over at Incogni. But what if you want your information removed from a specific website and you don't know when Incogni is going to get to requesting it removed? Well, if you get one of their unlimited plans with their family or individual, you can actually drop the link into their custom removal tool, and guess what? It gets gone really quickly. And my personal preference, by the way, is the family unlimited plan. That's the one I have and use because it's not just about protecting me, it's about protecting the ones that I care about. But whatever plan you choose, if you go to incogni.com/HAW,
60% off. That's actually pretty good.
You can enjoy 60% off. Secure your private information and get a wonderful discount. That's incogni.com.
Be sure to get Incogni. It can save you so much headaches.
Just have to come on here and say this real quick about the data centers. If you think that the government and big tech are building these
Well, she has such full lips. Well, she has such full lips, honestly.
$1 facilities in the middle of nowhere to store your family photos or help you in any capacity, you're retarded. Okay? You're retarded.
So this is a creator called
I wasn't paying attention. What'd she say?
And personally, I got nothing against the girl. In fact,
she has something else?
Her
like
from
what?
One of the stupidest non-controversies to ever exist on the internet.com, where people said that she was wearing too tight of a gray t-shirt while posting a baking video, and supposedly that was because she was trying to lure in the simps or something of the sort. And honestly,
everybody does that. Like, everybody does that. I don't see the problem with this. Like, use what you got, okay? That's the power of simps. Like, get you your views. Like, honestly, like, I can't really fault too many people for doing that. Like, if I fault people for doing that, then I would just be a hypocrite.
It was embarrassing, and everybody who jumped on that campaign was also embarrassing, especially since after hearing Isabella Maria DeLuca talk about data centers in such an incoherent, stupid, and baseless way, I wish you would go back to baking. Unironically, woman needs to go back to the kitchen because this woman thinks she's saying something so profound and
oh my goodness, guys, she's cooking. Oh my god, she's being oppressed. All these Sims want her to cook. Absolutely terrible. She has to be canceled.
so amazing when she gets every basic fact wrong, and again,
My
is
gosh,
producing
she's
very
literally
basic
everything.
stock
Hi,
content.
Mizu.
But let's
How's
hear
it
her
going?
out.
You having a
Let's
good
hear her
day? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Very much appreciate it. How's your weekend going, by the way? Like we're learning that the internet e-girls have the most correct opinion when it comes to data centers. Like apparently they have the most correct opinion.
Dumbass argument, because maybe, just maybe, she is gonna blow us away with her intellect.
Just have to come on here and say this real quick about the data centers. If you think that the government and big tech are building these
But are casually calling her chat simps. Like, listen, I will not judge you. I will not judge anybody that's specifically here for that. I don't really mind what reason you guys have for being here, but I appreciate you guys being here regardless.
billion-dollar facilities in the middle of nowhere to store your family photos.
So one of the problems with
My weekend has been fine. I just woke up from a nap. Ooh, I also woke up from a nap, but I was like still really tired. So I'm not really, I just decided to like do some reacts because there's so many videos to react to. Like there's so many things that we wanted to react to. And it's like, I need to like work through some of them. I need to work through some of them before they become irrelevant. And honestly, I felt like this one seemed a little interesting to say the least, because there's been like all this chatter about like data centers, and I'm like, I should learn a little bit more, or at least hear other perspectives on the topic, because as far as I'm aware, everybody on Twitter are just crying, oh, data centers are destroying the world. AI is going to destroy the world or something like that. And I'm like, I don't really see that happening. But let's dive in deeper into it.
populist slop content like this is that they can never actually address the issue. They can never actually make an argument. And again, it might sound like, oh my God, she's really seeing through the matrix, when in reality, she is in fact, as she described, the people who think that data centers are related to family photos.
Retarded.
So nobody has ever made the argument that the reason they're building these massive data centers, the reason the big 7 tech companies are essentially leading the entire S&P 500 in growth, is due to the fact that they're going to store your family photos. Nobody's ever said that.
Can I say one thing about the blonde lady? I am not happy that she is not bouncing. I know, isn't it a crime that she's not bouncing more? Like, get with the times. You need to be more bouncy.
Nobody's ever made that case. That is not an argument that was ever put forward. It doesn't make any sense at all whatsoever. So again, Isabella Maria DeLuca, what the hell are you even talking about?
To store your family photos.
So look, I understand that data centers
What is she talking
may be a little
about?
bit complicated. It's tech related, and not all of us are experts in scientism.
Yes, I am not expert. I am not an expert on this. Like, educate me on this. I am saying she is not jumping. I know she's not jumping, am I right? Like, she needs to jump more. Like, bouncy bounce.
But luckily for you guys out there in the audience, I am a level 47 Scientologist, so I'm going to explain this in a way that you can understand based on my genius level understanding, which I will be presenting as a rudimentary level understanding to all of you guys. So essentially, data centers are meant to power the AI revolution. And what we ended up discovering with AI is that you could essentially get it to do more things if you have more units of computing power in order to back up this process. So you could teach AI to do more if you have more units of computing power. So 1 unit of computing power ends up leading to 1 unit of AI learning, and a million billion jillion units of computing power ends up leading to a million billion jillion units of AI learning. Okay, you got it. I know I'm making this very oversimplified, but this is so you can understand what we're actually talking about. So what these AI data centers are actually doing is building up the computing capacity in order to advance advance AI even faster. Essentially, we're trying to brute force it. And again, the United States of America and big tech in the United States of America are not only competing with one another, but we're also competing with foreign governments that are also building out these data centers. And very conveniently, all those third worldist slop accounts are posting and reposting things from More Perfect Union and content being put forward from people like Isabella Maria DeLuca that happens to be against this. So yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I get what he's trying to say. He's basically saying that the Chinese are psyoping the fact that data centers are bad. So basically, it's a Chinese psyop that they're trying to convince people that data centers are super, super bad and that we need to stop making data centers in order for them to be able to get ahead in the race, in the AI race. It's basically kind of like the race to nuclear weapons. Like the first person with a nuclear weapon is the one that rules the world. And I think it makes sense because like the person with the smartest AI will be the one that like takes, that will basically quote unquote rule the world. Because like if your AI is super good, then it's a lot more marketable towards other countries. So you'll probably be able to convince other countries to be able to use like their AI in order to make products, in order to advance research, and they can make money off of loaning that out to other countries. And so China is trying to convince our people that data centers are bad in order for them to make like all their data centers in order to advance their technology. And then they'll have like the leg up, and like every country will want to like buy like purchase, like let's say a subscription. I don't know how they'll do it, but like let's say they'll do like a subscription to their AI, and so they'll have a lot of money. A good old arms race back to the 60s. Yeah, it's just that. It's an arms race. And not only that, but like, AI can also be utilized for like weapons and stuff. So if our AI is better at like, if we have a better aimbot than our opponents, then it's just better, right? I do went full tinfoil hat. No, it makes sense if you think about it. Like, it makes a lot of sense. Like, here's the funny thing. All these people are complaining about wasting the resources in America. But here's the thing. China is doing the exact same thing. But like the difference between the United States or the West in comparison to China is that China will literally kill you if you go against stuff. Like you go around protesting in China, like no, you can't do the data centers, and you're a terrible person for doing that. Then they'll just take you out back, and then you're never heard from again. Hello, hi Azuki, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some reacts here and there. Do you react to longer videos? I don't know. I haven't really gotten into like the reacting scene all that much. What kind of video are you thinking about? I will say I do have a whole lot of like videos I do want to get into. Like this is just one of like many videos that I have like listed, and there's so much to go through. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Anybody new to the stream? I am Aire, find your heart BBC VTuber. I am one half of the VTubers you will see on this channel. And today I'm a little tired, so normally I would be playing Phoenix Wright, like today, but I'm like really tired today, and I felt like I would probably fall asleep if I played it. So I decided to just do a little bit more chill stream. Can you check this guy on YouTube? Not as it's the recent one. Like, is this okay? I've got some other videos to go through first. Aim follows. Oh wait, AI is not great for weaponry. What do you mean? Like, isn't there an aimbot like on the computer? Doesn't that automatically just kill everything? Like, I feel like that's contradictory right there. most data about weapons is behind closed doors, so it would be for it to learn. AIM follows a different control system structure that is more efficient than AI learning. I feel like it could be used in ways that we probably don't know anything about. But yeah, let's continue.
That is the purpose of data centers. It has nothing to do with family photos. Nobody has ever said it has anything to do with family photos. And I know it might sound scary and confusing because it's data centers and big tech can't name anything. They should probably name them happy centers. And then Isabella Marie DeLuca would be like, well, I like being happy, so I would support that. But instead, we get this slop content and she ends up progressing it even further, which again goes to show us how much she's projecting in her hypothesis related to this subject matter.
They're calling them data centers because calling them mass surveillance centers would probably send people into a spiral. They're literally building the infrastructure for a surveillance state, and they're doing it right in front of your face. It's going to be fully capable of monitoring your speech, your
What? What? Okay, UK is already doing that, and they're not doing it with data centers. Like, the UK is already doing that. They don't need data centers in order to do that. Not only that, but like, here's the thing. We're constantly being monitored, like, all the time. Before data centers was even a thing, like, before data centers, like, became more prominent. Like, where have you been the last 30 some odd years? Probably even longer than that, probably like 60 years. Like, everybody had like the conspiracy theory of like the government constantly watching over you, constantly seeing everything, like everything you do. They know what you look for on the internet. They know where you live. They know what you ate yesterday. They know everything. Like, that had little to do with AI, to be honest. Looking at her face, green eyes, blonde hair, and Steve Harvey lips. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Why are you so distracted, dark-eyed?
behavior, your purchases. It's going to essentially harvest your biometrics and create an entire digital profile for you.
Yeah, this is a level that we're operating.
They already do that. That has nothing to do with data centers. Like, isn't it wild? Like, they already do that. Like, the whole incognito thing, I guess that's Dark-Eye's type. I suppose so. Like, the whole incognito thing kind of just perfectly meshed with it, because guess what? All these data brokers, they're doing all of this stuff without the need for all these data centers. They're already doing this. Like, where have you been?
At right here with this sloppulous content. So needless to say, it actually does not take, in comparison,
Slander, I
this
say,
level of
joking.
computing power in order to do mass surveillance. In addition to that, while mass surveillance could be profitable for government contractors, while again, companies do profit off of your data because they can use that to actually make profiles of you in order to better target advertise to you, the idea that the S&P 500 is currently being carried by 7 giant companies right now at this moment, who are all in the business of surveilling you with no particular end game, monitoring your free speech, again, with no particular end game, makes no sense at all whatsoever, and again, is...
It only makes sense in the UK because that's literally what they're doing. Type of woman, my type. Imagine Celsor the Destroyer, but real and not anime. Interesting.
Patently absurd and ridiculous, but remember, what Isabella is doing right here is producing slop content to try to cash in on the hatred of AI data centers, so her
You know what? I feel like that's really what it is. Like, there's so many people. Like, I don't even really know too much about data centers. I know that they serve multiple different faculties, but I'm guessing in the broader sense, they are mostly like helping with the expansion of AI. So it's whatever. But like but like there's probably a lot more that goes into it, or probably a lot less. I have no idea. And quite frankly, I don't really think a lot of people like have a very clear idea of what data centers do either.
explanation doesn't need to make any sense. And by the way, the government, which already has their own data centers and their own surveillance apparatus, is already surveilling you. Yes, that's a problem. Yes, we should address that. Yes, we should go after that. But the data
Like, I feel like so many people have already gotten used to the fact that we're constantly being surveilled that, like, a lot of people probably already forgot about it. It's like for the most part, not many people are really concerned about like their own personal data. That's why like all these companies are like using and abusing their information, as well as making like alt accounts, using your information to do all sorts of things. It's kind of funny when you think about it like that. I currently work on cooling products for the data center race. The company I work for builds HVACs for them. Oh, interesting. Like, have they been like changing up the designs in some way, or have you guys been doing like some sort of research into like improving it in any way?
center that she's specifically highlighting right here is a private data center. In fact, most of them.
Oh,
are
you know what?
private
That's
data
probably like
centers, and she's
classified
gonna go on to
admiration.
talk
If you
about
don't,
power
if you
and
can't
water
say,
uses
oh
and all
yes,
these other
interesting.
things that are not connected, but she's going to try to connect them to mass surveillance, as if this makes any sense other than the fact that it's meant to get you angry and irrationally angry at data centers, and thus convince you that it's good to kill off America's advantage in the economy of the 21st century to the benefit of the Chinese, who, by the way, have a much more sophisticated and stringent mass surveillance system than we have in the United States of America, because, you know,
Yeah, all the communist countries, they already they do it a lot more than we do than anywhere else. Like Cuba's is constantly observing you. Probably not in the same degree, because I think they do a better job because they disable like the internet. Like Iran did the exact same thing. China's doing the exact same thing. North Korea, which Korea is the bad one? I forget. Like, whichever is the bad Korea, they're doing the exact same thing. Not really the classified bits that the company's open about striving for data centers, and most HVAC companies are. Ah, interesting. But yeah, like all these, there's so many places that are just doing like the whole thing. North Korea, yeah, Airhead. Like, I keep forgetting which one. Like, it's hard to remember. But yeah, North Korea has complete internet shutdown. Like, there is absolutely no internet. There is no freedom of speech. You can only watch what they want you to watch. So yeah, like, gee, like, and here's the thing. Like, if the United States have always been watching us, we've always been under surveillance. We've always been constantly observed at all times, probably. Like, even some of our vehicles, our technology, they're watching us all the time. Why do you think so many hackers can learn so much things about you? It's because they utilize the surveillance that governments have on us in order to find those things out. Like, it's just like, if there's a hacker in their mother basement that can find out everything about you, then what's to say that the government can't do the exact same thing? Like, but in a much larger scale, because guess what? Since they're the government, who's going to arrest them? So yeah, it's kind of a dumb argument. Like, oh, they're making this in order to observe you. They're already doing that.
No, they don't have civil liberties over there like we have in the United States of America.
Speech, your behavior, your purchases, it's going to essentially harvest.
So here's the other thing. Like, in all the communist locations, if you say anything they don't like, then you're gone. You just disappear one day. In like the West, or like the United States, you might be put on a watch list, but like for the most part, they're not gonna disappear you like immediately. Unless you do like actually real and terrible things, then you're not going to disappear. But like for the most part, they don't, like, they might know what we did, but like they don't actually act on any of that information. So, and they've had that capability for years, and none of what she's saying is actually going on. Well, that's probably going on, but like, it's been going on. So this is kind of like a nothing burger of like a scare tactic.
Your biometrics and create an entire digital profile for you.
Also, I will point out that even though this is presented like, oh, I'm just in my car, I'm giving you my opinion after I came back from a walk or going to the gym or whatever this is supposed to be, it actually seems like she's reading. If you actually track her eyes, again, eyes up there, people, show some respect, be a man, stop simping, that yeah, she seems to be reading a script, which is not surprising because Isabella DeLuca, like many other influencers, has been exposed for being a part of campaigns.
Hey, yo, wait,
like
what?
Influenceable.
Hold up. What did that say?
That yeah, she seems to be reading a script, which is not surprising because Isabella.
Influencers paid to astroturf politics. Influencers are paid under the table to promote or attack certain politicians. Wait, I can actually get paid to do this? Oh my goodness, I can get paid to do this? Oh my god, I will absolutely do. Like, why aren't they asking me to do this? What are you talking about, Sean? There's apology eyes below the
DeLuca, like many other influencers, has been exposed for being a part of campaigns.
Let's see, conservative OG mentions they're managing over 200 influencers for paid promotion. They also reveal that Isabella DeLuca, an ex-political celebrity with over 50,000 followers. Wait, that's it? That's all the followers she has. There are people, like, there are VTubers that have way more than that. Charges $75 per post. Oh my goodness. Like, guys, you can actually get $75 per post if you just post like all these politics stuff. Like, guys, that's like, if you can literally just post like hundreds of posts you can literally go schizophrenic. You can schizo post and you can make so much money. Imagine filing taxes. This is under the table, so they probably don't need to disclose it. They just have like an offshore bank that they can like get money from, or they can be paid like through cash on the mail. Like, there's so many ways they can actually make so much money off of this. Let's see, $75 per post. That's insane. DeLuca publishes around 14 X posts per day. She's only doing 14. Like, you need to increase your numbers. IRS always knows. Like, you just have to be very careful about it.
Run through places like Influenceable by my friend Tony at Current Revolt, the Texas paper of record, which you should definitely check out, as he's written extensively about these political influence campaigns that very often are actually undisclosed to the person who's watching it. So what you might be seeing right here is an advertisement from an organization with nefarious intent, and she's just regurgitating those talking points. Or again, she could just be not that smart.
People are trying to say that something like this would never happen. There's a 92% chance on Polymarket that something like this is prohibited. Utah just got approved for a massive
What does that mean?
Data center blueprint. This data center in Utah is going to be 63
And she showed a graph, but like, she didn't really explain what the graph even means. Wait, what does the graph mean? Like, I saw the graph, what does it mean?
square miles. Do you guys know how massive that is? I'm talking almost 3 times the size of Manhattan and 200 times the size of the NSA's data center that already exists in Utah. Why does Utah need a 63 square mile data center?
So again, this is all low IQ conspiracy nonsense put forward by people who are either unwittingly.
I have no idea what the point she was making. She just threw up a bunch of word salad. Like, big data center. That's the most I understood from that. Like, all I understood is data center, big, equals bad. That's all I understood.
or wittingly supporting the enemies of the United States of America. And you could tell by these repeated talking points, and a perfect example of this is the size of this Utah data center, because you just heard Isabella Maria DeLuca say that this data center is going to be 3 times the size of Manhattan. 3 times the size of Manhattan for servers, and why do they even need that when the NSA already has their own data center in Utah? Well, first of all, let me answer that second question first, because it's absolutely obvious, unless you're an absolute idiot. The data center that is
I am actually an absolute idiot. Thank you for letting me know, Sean.
is being built in Utah, the one that you're talking about, is not an NSA data center. So the reason why a private company would have it is completely different than why the NSA has it. So yeah, that would be a reason. That's the first one. I hope you understand that.
All right.
Secondly, the 63 square miles thing, that is the total length of the property of all the things that are included in this project, including the housing for the construction workers, and again, a lot of land that is just going to be set aside for cows to graze on. Like, it's not going to actually be developed. It's a significantly smaller blueprint on that particular property that is going to actually have the
Wait, wait. So she's just talking. She's just talking about like the property that the people purchased to build the data center on, and they're not. And she's not even disclosing like the fact that like the actual size of the data center. Oh my goodness, that's so silly. Like this is why you have to do your research. Like she doesn't, and like she never disclosed just how big that the data center in question actually is. She only mentioned the size of the property that's going to be sitting on.
physical data center, which should be obvious to everybody, but then again, we're dealing with sloppulous idiots who may or may not be being paid in order to say this dumbass shit on the internet.com in order to scare you into, again, helping a foreign power pass us economically, that would be the Chinese, based on the fact that they're promoting this level of ignorance. And again, another thing that
What if the Chinese, like the purpose the Chinese is doing is like building the like AI is to like use the AI in order to tell them how to better run their communist dictatorship. Like at some point, like China will be ruled by an AI entity like Neurus. Like they just have a little lolly like little dictator just ruling over like a little lolly dictator VTuber just ruling over China. That would be so funny.
a little bit of Googling, a basic amount of research would have cleared up for Isabella right here, would have been the issue of energy consumption.
And by the way, it's going to be using up double the electricity that Utah uses currently.
So look, there are current data centers right now that are being built that are hooked up to the regular ordinary grid, and while they do have backup generators, their primary source of power is where we get power, and this, because of supply and demand, could result in higher electricity bills for all of us.
Yeah.
Because again, we're all having demand from the same portion of the grid. But you know what is not really going to be facing this problem? This Utah data center, as it is building out its own energy infrastructure.
Instead of Winnie the Pooh, a lolly VTuber is the president of China. I'm like, no, it's not going to be the president. It's going to be the dictator. But yeah, that would actually be really funny. Let me think. I was actually gonna think. Oh, right. So, yeah. So, like this one, and like she just kind of just discredited her own argument about like the whole like I think some people were talking about like electricity in regards to like some data centers, how like the data centers are going to be like going through like so much electricity in regards to like the construction of data centers. But here they are, they're like building their own source of electricity, like on that massive property that they just talked about. So there you go. Like it'll probably still increase the electricity because it's going to be, might still be hooked up a little bit to like the main power grid, but the most part, it's going to be generating its own, electricity. So it's trying to be as self-sufficient as possible. There's two more moist videos about the AI data center since Glex saw the last one. Oh, all right. Like, it'll be interesting to see them. Data centers are required to have power gen. Most will most likely use generators due to power density. Seems like it. At least that's what Sean is saying.
It's going to tap a natural gas pipeline and fuel its own power. There's also going to be on-site battery storage to capture excess power, so that way, again, they don't have to hook this one up to the grid. And as for the water...
Hold up. Neither water nor power should be a problem for a massive project underway in central Utah. Mark McDougall, co-founder of developer Jewel Capital Partners, is converting parts of his family's 4,000-acre alfalfa farm to build multiple AI data centers. The farm has historical water rights to a groundwater aquifer. Project engineers estimate that the data centers will use 75% less water than if the land were farmed each year, partly due to efficient cooling systems. McDougall also plans to build an array of gas-fired generators along with battery storage. That means no lengthy wait times to hook up to the local utility and no impact on residents' electrical prices. So this one is going to be like supremely self-sufficient. So this data center in question is going to like not utilize a lot of the energy from any of the locals around. That's actually interesting. Another option, if not a generator, is a PT power turbine. They're also power density efficient. You see, there's solutions being solved for the data centers as people like continue to learn more. There you go. Like, this one's proving to be extremely self-sufficient.
Than the farm that they bought in order to build this, because the farm owned those water rights, and farming is very water intensive, which we'll get into a little bit later. And by the way, a lot of these data centers that end up building out their power infrastructure actually
BT's been around for decades. Yeah, but like I meant in terms of like using it to power like the data centers. Like they're finding any sort of way in order to like solve the problems that data centers present. And so they're utilizing every method like available to them.
Excess power back into the
that's what I
grid,
meant.
thus possibly lowering energy bills, which is one of the reasons why, by the way, a lot of politicians are actually supporting building these, because it's requiring these companies to build out their own energy infrastructure. And when they have that energy infrastructure, they're going to feed back the excess into the grid. So yeah, to answer her question from the beginning about whether or not this could help you in like the short term, in the most basic sense, increasing electricity generation absolutely will. And by the way, one of the things that people have been taking note of is the fact that a lot of these companies are reopening or actually proposing the creation of new nuclear plants and extending current nuclear power plants, thus actually increasing the amount of energy produced in the United States of America, which of course will lead to jobs in the construction of that energy infrastructure, jobs related to the maintenance of that energy infrastructure, and of course, innovations related to energy, as these companies are for-profit companies.
Not only that, but if we're producing more energy, then wouldn't that decrease the energy costs, like electricity and everything? Like, this is solving so many different problems all at once. And I feel like people aren't seeing the bigger picture.
And they want to produce the most amount of energy the cheapest way possible to do so. But yeah, we're going to say the power talking points for more perfect union and pretend to be right wing, as again, we talk about how, oh, we don't need this in the United States of America. We don't need this in Utah at all whatsoever. Let us just kick this over to the Chinese and see how it works out when they advance in this crucial technology going forward.
Why does Utah need a 63 square mile data center? And
Utah itself does not need it. The company purchased the land and are utilizing it in the way that they see fit. Like, that's kind of what people do when they purchase land.
by the way, it's going to be using up double the electricity that Utah uses currently. And honestly, why does the country need anything like that for that matter? So I'm asking you to just
Sean already answered the question, like, why does the country need that? Like, yes, we need it in order to stay ahead of the race.
Yourself if this is really for the betterment of society and storing family photos and for you.
Oh my goodness, like you have no idea how good like AI is for society. Like it's allowing so many people to be creative. And not only that, like my sister, my older sister was actually talking about using AI in order to make her business more efficient. Making it more efficient. She's saying like, oh, AI is helping me to like organize my staff. It's helping me like plot out my schedules and everything. Like she's using AI for like all sorts of little things instead of hiring like a receptionist in order to do the exact same thing. So she's being more efficient while at the same time like lowering the costs that she requires in order to do that. And then she was sharing it with my other sister's husband. Because my other sister's husband, he runs a plumbing company, and he's basically the owner of the company, and he could utilize that. Oh, thank you so much for the stress break. Very much appreciate it. I actually needed that. I'm like super sore today. But yeah, it's like not only that, but it's actually helping us to be like better writers. It's helping us to create like all sorts of like images and stuff. Like we're like in the middle of like creating like a card game, and using AI helps us with like the preliminary stages of like the setup for the game and everything. And yeah, it's basically, we basically have like, I basically have like a bunch of like different AI basically suggesting different things and ideas for the card game that, I simply just don't have. I only use it to review my writing at times and recommend technical books. Engineers should not be using it as a crutch for their work. Yeah, it's like, if people need to use AI smartly, if you're using it smartly, then it's actually really good. However, some people are using it like not smartly. They're using it as like a replacement of like effort. But yeah, for the most part, it's actually like super helpful.
Or is it for mass surveillance?
So a lot of these populist idiot content creators who have clearly never read a book
is it for mass surveillance? They're already surveilling us.
From the communists. She is basically on the same track as a Bernie Sanders, an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or Elizabeth Warren, who, by the way, are very consistently wrong about absolutely everything. And again, the arrogance, the hubris for you to say, well, I need to be able to decide what other people can invest in and do with their own money because I'm a dumb.
Isn't it interesting how there are a lot of like political like speakers, kind of like Sean, who are basically discussing topics? But here's the difference between them and like these other like influencers. The influencers, they will always look you straight in the eye. They will look you straight in the eye, and they'll be like, "You have to agree with me. If you come to me, you have to agree with my political views, like because they are right." So like for other content creators, they're like Sean, they present their information and they say, what do you think about it? And then they just open the table for discussion, and they allow you to think for yourself rather than somebody saying, you have to believe what I believe. And if you don't believe it, then you're a terrible person and you deserve to go off yourself. Close up eye is scary. What do you mean? You guys don't like looking into my eyes? Is that what you're saying? I love my eyes.
That is sitting
They're
in
lovely.
My car, giving this stupid ass rant that may or may not be paid by a foreign influence campaign that I'm too dumb or unprincipled to be able to detect. And by the way, she brings up the family photos. And do you really think it's about the family photos? Obviously, you understand why a 20-year-old is obsessed with photos, her own personal image over absolutely everything. everything, but I will remind you that nowhere was it ever argued
We will
at
look
any
into
moment,
the
at any
Cyclops
point,
eye.
that the
There
point of
you
these
go.
data centers were related to storing this girl's Instagram photos. Please, for the love of God, get better in your argumentation.
Like, it's solely narcissistic. Like, that's the only thing she thinks about. Like, oh, I need to, listen, you don't need that much space in order to take pictures of yourself. I should know. Like, I should know. I take 1,000,000 selfies of myself every single day, okay? Like, these data centers, they can totally store all of that in like a single hard drive. I can totally store that in a single hard drive. Therefore, we don't actually need the data centers. Like, so silly, honestly.
Because in reality, I want you guys to understand there are some issues with data centers. There are some issues with water usage. There are some issues with energy usage. But these issues are nowhere near to the scale that the hysterics are claiming that they are. And by the way, a lot of these issues are actually going to be improved by these data centers. The very ones that they claim are going to be made worse by them. And I will explain both of those to you right now. But first, here's a post that you might have seen on social media that again is being
let's see. Colorado River, and yet they keep permitting data centers. Okay, so I think this what am I looking at? Are they saying like it's being like polluted or something? Let's see. The satellite image shows the Virginia River flowing into the Lake Mead's Overton Arm, not the Colorado River. Data centers account for 0.3% of the U.S. water withdrawals, while agriculture uses about 80% of the Colorado River water. Oh my God. Yeah, it even says right there, it says the Virgin River. It says Virgin River right there. And then Overton Arm. Like, this isn't even the Colorado River. Oh my goodness. Are people actually so silly to actually, like, fall for this?
posted by a bunch of third world slop accounts that exist to undermine the United States of America. That's what their whole social media history is, making the claim that this is the drain on the Colorado River due to these data centers. So obviously the community note indicates that that's not even the Colorado River, but in addition to that, most of the water that is being drained away from the Colorado River, again, orders of magnitude higher than the issue related to data centers, is actually going to growing high water content crops like almonds in California, where you probably shouldn't be growing almonds in the first place. And in addition to that,
oh wow, so like we're using way more water. So everybody that's complaining about the water usage, apparently agriculture uses even more water than data centers. Hold on, let me actually fact check this. I'm gonna fact check this in order to be absolutely sure about it. All right, let me check. Which uses more water? Data centers or agriculture? And by what percentage? All right, let's see what Grok has to say. Well, like I'm going to fact check this right now. Let's see. Agriculture uses vastly more water than data centers by orders of magnitude, both globally and in the U.S. Agriculture accounts for 70% of global freshwater withdrawals used for irrigation, livestock, etc. This is the dominant consumer of the huge margin per UN and FAO and World Bank data. Data centers a tiny fraction, well under 1% globally. For context, the International Energy Agency estimated 560 billion liters, 148 billion gallons of water consumption for data centers worldwide in 2023, including direct cooling and indirect via electricity generation. Projections show growth, but it remains negligible compared to agriculture. Lawn care uses more water than data centers. Like we're using way more water for agriculture and for like maintenance of like grass and everything than we're using for the data centers. Not only that, but like the data centers are actually utilizing technology in order to like make the water that they're using reusable and recyclable, like within the data centers themselves. So yeah, if anything, they're becoming even more efficient than agriculture. But nobody will ever argue about agriculture because it's actually a very important facet of society. I can't find a reason to argue about agriculture. Lawn care is about 2 to 3% in US for reference. Wow. Like that's, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense because there's so many so many places that like really care about their lawns and stuff. That makes a lot of sense. Not only that, but there's also like schools. There's public faculty, like government faculties that want to like present everything nicely. So it makes a lot of sense that a lot of water going into that. Let me see. Perspective, more detail. Manny! Bloobs! Hi, Bloobs. Welcome in, Raiders! How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Anybody new to the stream? I'm Ida, Star Engineer, our PVC VTuber. I am one half of the VTubers you will see on this channel. Welcome! Like today, I was feeling a little sleepy, so I decided to just focus on React content today, as well as chatting. And yeah, we're actually doing some research in regards to like data centers, because like I saw this come up, and I also noticed that there's a lot of like information in regards to like Twitter about all these people that are just spreading all this information about data centers. And one of the things that people were talking about data centers is how much of a burden it is on the environment. And here we have Sean kind of educating us a little bit more on data centers. And quite frankly, he's actually bringing up a lot of interesting points. But yeah, like let me redo some things. Stream was good. My time on Master Duel was not. Oh no. Weren't you doing like the dice rally? Like how was that? What deck were you playing? But yeah, anybody new? I mostly play card games and RPG games, while my twin VTuber brother, Glax, also plays Master Duel. And I'm pretty sure that's what he'll be doing tomorrow if you guys want to drop by, say hi to him. Like right now, he's currently like dead asleep because he was just working so much like these last couple days. Like he came back looking like a zombie. But yeah, welcome. Like we're just educating ourselves, indeed. But yeah, I was just seeing like all this hysteria in regards to data centers. I was playing the Dragoonity Loner deck. It is not up to snuff, and that's not just because I didn't know how to pilot the deck. Like I see, don't worry, I don't know how to play the Dragoonity deck either. Like when it comes to like those kind of like combo like decks, I usually just watch my brother play it. And I'm like, yep, indeed. But yep. Like, the world would be easier with a yellow button. Like, can I do this? I can do that. Can I do that? I probably can. But yeah, anyways, I was actually doing a fact check in regards to this information that, Sean just presented. I asked Rock. So basically, Sean actually put out this information in regards to like the water usage of data centers, where data centers only use like 1% of the world's water. And the funny thing is that people are going on about how much water like data centers utilize. Here's the thing. It is massively outpaced by agriculture. Like agriculture utilizes 70% of the world's fresh water. Like the world globally. In comparison to like the 1% that data centers utilize, like 1% is actually a whole lot. Like 1% of the world's water is a lot. But like 70%, it makes it look so tiny. And then, if I remember correctly, I think it also stated that in the US, it utilizes like between 3 to 6% of the world, of the US water. So yeah, it's like, it's not even comparable. The world JoJo reference, the water, let me ask you, what do you think the wastewater in DC data centers come from? I'm not actually too sure. I would imagine, I actually don't know. I have no idea. Like, where does it come from? Is it like utilizing like wastewater? That would actually be even more efficient, wouldn't it? Like, they're like reusing water from like waste. I think that would be very interesting if they did. Let's see, agriculture, mainly irrigation, 42 to 47% of the total freshwater withdrawals. 118 billion gallons per day in older USGS data. Data centers 0.3 to 0.4 of the total US daily water withdrawals. So it's not even a solid 1% of the water. So yeah, data centers utilize way less water than agriculture. So that's actually interesting. I did not know that.
The water that is going to these farmers to grow these crops that, again, consume way more water than any of these data centers is being subsidized, so the price is artificially low. So of course these farmers are consuming way more of it than they would if they actually had to pay market prices. And remember the issue of you having to pay more because somebody is consuming way more. Well, that consumption being subsidized means that you pay more for water if you're getting your water from the Colorado River than you otherwise would have. And again, this is somehow being pinned on data centers with these slop images that are being circulated by these third worldist accounts, even though, again, the images aren't the river. There is no data center that is drawing anywhere near close to this, not even 1% of the.
Oh yeah, so for context, there was like a Twitter post of someone showing the quote unquote Colorado River, but like it wasn't even the Colorado River. It was the Virgin River and going into the something arms. And yeah, it's like, it wasn't even right on the picture reference wasn't even correct. Let me see. For cooling systems, the water does not go out the circuit and the chiller does not vaporize or freeze the water. So water consumption and cooling is minimal or zero. Wow. So wait, does that mean they just keep reusing the same amount of water over and over again? So this is how I'm imagining. Dark Eye, to correct me if I'm wrong. So in the PC that we have right here, it has a water cooler rather than like a fan cooler. It's water cooled. So like there's water in that thing, and in order to maintain the cooling, the radiator, it just keeps the water within the system and it just keeps reusing it over and over again. So it's kind of functioning like that, right? Where we've had this water cooler for like over a year and we haven't really needed to like refill the water, right? So that's kind of like the idea, right? Yes, it is similar to water cooling in your PC. You do refill it sometimes. Okay, we probably need to check on that though. But yeah, for the most part, that's like the logic behind it. Interesting. So yeah, like in the initial water that that data centers require is only for like, it's only needs to be refilled every so often. Like it could probably run for like maybe a couple of days, I want to say, to like maybe a month or so before it needs like additional water added into it. Well, if you look at agriculture, it needs water almost daily, like every single day, and for large crops. And mind you, agriculture utilizes a lot of land in order to produce their food. I'm not bashing on them because Like, if those farms don't exist, then we don't have food. My guess is you are using distilled water as well. Purification is probably done to create this, and then the water can be reused. Interesting.
Water that almonds take up, but this is being
But I
thrown
won't
out there
entirely know.
because they
I am a
don't
newt.
want us to actually save our water or anything of the sort. They're pushing a hysteria meant to undermine our economy. And again, the power issue is also something that I talked about earlier on, but I will add again, which is the fact that we have a degrading power infrastructure that is not updated. And because of this, and because of the demands of energy of these data centers, these people, these private companies, they're actually paying for new energy infrastructure.
If anything, data centers aren't the only contributor to like the need for power. Like as like society expands and more people are born, and then more land is like utilized to expand society, like civilization, I would imagine that would also require more energy to be produced. And if we're not producing more energy, then all those places just don't have energy, right?
Structure. They're building it out. They're fixing problems of degradation of our grid due to the fact that they need it, not at the taxpayer expense, not at the utility expense. And yes, that benefits us all, and it increases energy generation.
Wait. So hold up. So like, if anything, the government isn't the ones that are creating these facilities. Wouldn't it be like billionaires or millionaires that are producing like these facilities in order to produce power? Like, if you're going to build a data center, wouldn't you also invest in producing more power? And like, in turn, they will make more money and they're making more jobs. And that's outside of the taxpayer money, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Like, I'm very curious about that.
Which of course will lower prices. Supply and demand, basic economics. I know it's not as fun as this particular hysteria, but yeah, obviously this is actually going to improve in a lot of cases. And the examples of them saying, oh, it doesn't really improve, it actually hurts, are areas that have energy prices going up due to mostly left-wing energy policy, not due to data centers. Because if you look,
oh my goodness! Wait, is that really the case? It's not even the data center's fault. Oh my goodness, it really is a psyop, guys. The data center thing is actually a psyop. That is so funny. And like, if this is actually true, this is like the greatest psyop ever. Like, because look at all the places that are suffering from it. It's mostly like blue states that are suffering. Like, you have like New York, you have California, and you have all these blue states. I actually don't know exactly what numbers they are, but like, it's actually kind of funny when you look at it.
Chart on energy increases in the nation.
Damn, Jarvis, enter incognito mode.
Is that it's not the states with the most data centers that actually are seeing the highest rise in electricity bills. And in fact, adjusted for inflation, places like Texas that are building a whole mess of these things actually have stable to decreasing energy prices, because guess what? They allow you to build out energy infrastructure there without any issue. And the places that have the highest increase in energy prices, California, New York, Massachusetts, all these different places that pass these regional climate or statewide climate goals that hamstring.
Yeah, like, especially in California and New York, billionaires are leaving those areas because they are being taxed. They're being taxed like crazy. So, like, if they're taking their business somewhere else, then they're shutting down like their power grids, they're shutting down their power plants and all of that. Because if you're going to charge the billionaires in order to just exist out there, then they're just going to shut down and they're going to go somewhere else. So, and because they're shutting down, then that means that everything else is going to increase in price, because like now the supply is increased, or like the supply has decreased, but the demand has not changed. Scratcha is just filtered, treated water, not distilled water. It is not doing the full process probably, but the idea is the same. Oh, okay. But the idea, like Like, I didn't really care too much about the water itself. It's just the idea that I really cared about.
Energy production that have nothing to do with data centers. I mean,
New
right
York
now
City,
you have refineries
Mondami,
shutting down
indeed.
in the state of California because you have the environmentalists that are blocking pipeline infrastructure to prevent oil from getting to said refineries. That's causing them.
Well, yeah, there's also like in these states, there's also the problem of like construction in general. Like it takes so long for anybody to start a construction project in any of these states. Like it takes a long time. Some people say that there's like the whole thing with like the convenience stores in New York. They say that'll open in 2 years. It'll take 2 years to construct and open for those convenience stores. Why does it take so long? Like you go to Texas and those stores, like if you try to build a convenience store in Texas, it'll probably take like a year, maybe, for just building it. Like there's so, like in all these other places, there's so much red tape, so much files, so many paperwork in order to just get the permits to build. And that usually takes like over a year, maybe even longer, in order to just get started on the project. And then even when you get to the project, you also have to go through so much work in order to continue working. So yeah, it's so bad. Like it's so bad to build in any of these places. And like at least in Arizona, it does not take that long in order to build anything. Bureaucracy plus skimming money. Probably, most likely.
You have to bring in energy.
Like most likely, like all those permits that you need, like the permits, they're not just paperwork that you have to fill out. No, you have to purchase the permits in order to do all those things. So yeah, like probably all that paperwork that they're requiring you to fill out is solely so they can just continue to take money, milk you for as much money as they possibly can. That's most likely the reason as to why those systems exist.
Buy boat from other states, and obviously that is leading to dramatically high energy prices, and none of that, absolutely none of that, has anything to do with, guess what, data centers. And by the way, while there's definitely a foreign influence component to the opposition and hysteria to these data centers, make no mistake about it, some of the other support for this is to cover up and shift blame from piss poor energy policies, piss poor infrastructure policies that date back decades that they're trying to throw onto this new boogeyman, which of course is the data centers. So
that's mostly, you know what, that just makes the whole PSYOP thing even more sensible. Like it makes a lot more like logical sense in that regard. Like, oh, like we need to get them distracted by all the power stuff because like if California and New York have like data centers that are like increasing the price of electricity, then it's most likely because like they have so much stuff, like so many red tape to prevent like billionaires from like constructing more like energy resources, like to be able to produce more resource electricity, so to speak, that they simply cannot let people know that they can't let people know that it's their fault that there's an energy deficiency. Then, and in order to like deflect, they blame the data centers for the energy deficiency. Like, no, it's not our fault that we're not producing any energy, like buildings, or we're not allowing other companies, other billionaires to construct these, facilities. It's not our fault that we're doing that. The energy is up. It's the data center's fault. Like it's all those data centers. Look at them, not at me. It makes a lot of sense. Mondami has empty grocery stores already and wants to build new ones. Most likely a shady reason like paying an interest or adding communist measures to a new building. Like I have no idea. Like it all sounds really dumb. No matter how you put it, because even the citizens are looking around at all these empty buildings and they're like, why don't they just turn this into turn this into like a shopping mall. Like there are grocery stores, convenience stores that have long since been shut down, and they're like just not being used. And it's already built. It's already like set up to be convenience stores. So why don't you just use those? Everybody sees it, and they're like, why do you have to spend so much money in order to build from the ground up instead of just outfitting these ones? It makes absolutely no sense.
Again, listen, people, I don't mean for you to just support big tech blindly or whatever, but understand who's benefiting from this opposition, understand how hysterical it is, understand that we've seen these campaigns before. Again, anytime there's something new, there's some boom that is actually going to benefit huge portions of the American population, these kind of hysterics end up being deployed. And another perfect example of this is that after hydraulic fracking ended up becoming less expensive, thus making natural gas, which is very abundant in the United States of America, easier to get, we had the movie Gasland, which very iconically featured people lighting their water on fire, which they attributed to hydraulic fracking in the movie.
Wait. Wasn't the whole thing with like the gas prices going up like during Biden's era wasn't that because Kamala? Oh wait, no, that was no. I think that was something completely different. I think Kamala was saying was like trying to was going against fracking, and then she changed her mind about fracking like during her presidential run, making it kind of contradictory. It's like, wait, are you for or against fracking? I don't understand. And wasn't it somebody else that was like that? I think it was Biden that like stopped some fracking going on, and then I think Trump like restarted it. I have no idea. Like I need to look into that because I don't remember.
But in reality, what we found out is that water table actually had methane in it naturally going back decades, and this was a well-known phenomenon in the particular region.
Let's see. Gasland director presents anti-fracking hoax as evidence in new film. Court found fires spouting hose to be a hoax created for publicity. What the heck?
That we're talking about. So of course, that image that was so iconic about what could happen if we actually tapped our own energy resources was used to forward terrible policy, even though
drill baby drill Donald J. Trump
with these data centers where they'll end up building on farmland, and then people will test the water runoff from these data centers, say that there's chemicals in it like benzene, even though the data centers don't produce that, and those chemicals were actually from the farmland prior to this. They contaminated this. The data centers not using those fertilizers will actually make it better over time, and yet they're trying to pin it on them because they're trying to throw anything at these to see what sticks, because the United States of America is in a wonderful position to take advantage of the AI revolution and forward ourselves into the future as the #1 economy and the enemies of the United States of America, both from without and from within. And by the way, these stupid
Wait, if we have more energy resources, then couldn't we actually like be able to produce like an electric whisk of like electric like trains or something, kind of like what Japan has? Like, can we with the amount of energy that we can produce from like nuclear power plants and any other source of any source of like energy that are made as a result from data centers, wouldn't that allow us to be able to produce what do you call it, like Teslas even more reliable because we just have so much more energy in order to power them, as well as like probably like introduce more ideas for like no magivs are different. Interesting. Wait, what are those anyways? Wait, wouldn't it, I feel like there probably would be a little bit more like innovation as a result of all this stuff. I feel like it, but I have no idea. I'm not that kind of smart.
People who don't realize they're enemies of this nation are also getting on board with it. So again, just think about what you're being told. Think about what you're being spoon-fed, and think about how a new environmentalist movement has seemingly cropped up overnight with unlimited funding in order to oppose these things. Think about the fact that they're deploying all the same.
I thought people were just parroting things that they probably don't fully understand. Like, I feel like that's like the main idea. A lot of, like, I've seen a ton of streamers like parroting all these things, but they don't actually like delve too much into it. They just repeat things that they've heard other people talk about. Magnetically levitated trains, they reduce friction by not riding a track. Ooh. That would actually be really interesting. Like, imagine that. But yeah, that was this video. It was, China weaponizes MAGA e-girl to attack America by Sean, the actual justice warrior. So make sure to leave a like, check out his other videos. I actually wanted to see this other video, like right here. Like, I actually saw this video, like at the same time. I wanted to watch this. I don't know anything about, like, I don't know. I haven't watched this at all. I know about the information in regards to the billionaire thing. But yeah, final thoughts on this video in particular. It's very educational. It actually sheds so much more interesting, data and, information in regards to data centers that I knew nothing about. So very good video, very educational. This is the thing that a lot of people would appreciate. If you were anti like data centers, then I think a lot of people would like appreciate this sort of like presentation rather than just being screamed at like on the internet just because like I think data centers are good. Well, if you're just a terrible person who wants to destroy the environment and wants to destroy all the water and everything and like raise prices and like, how does it do that? Main issue of high-speed transcontinental trains is you need to get multiple states agree with the company, and the company must abide all their codes and standards. Ah, makes sense. Makes sense. Like, I kind of wish that was a thing because that would make traveling so much easier. It, like, imagine being able to, like, visit a lot of places for low cost. All you have to do is get on a train and then go. Not only that, but I would probably also make like shipping like stuff across the country a little bit easier. But I'm pretty sure that's what the railroad is for, isn't it? We do have train company that is in place. Amtrak, yeah. Like we already have trains, but like expanding those would probably like, you think train travel is cheap? It would probably be cheaper than flying. I would imagine, at least. We already ship stuff by train already. Yeah, like, but like expanding like the amount of like rails that we have, I think that would also like help in some regards. I don't know how, but I feel like it would. But yeah, I actually don't know how much train travel is. But if we were able to make it like electric, I would imagine it would probably be a little bit cheaper. I have no idea. It depends on how far you're trying to go. Those train tickets in England were freaking outrageous. Well, that was England. This is America. Like, this is America. Like, not England. Like, actually, hold up. I'm a little curious. Let me fact check this. Let me ask Brock. All right, what's he? Like, do we still have trends that allow like travel? Let's see. All right. So right here, at least for Arizona, It says Amtrak stops in places like Phoenix, Tucson, Flagstaff, and other via routes such as Sunset Limited, Texas Eagle, and Southwest Chief, often with bus connections for some segments. Short regional travels averages between $60 to $100 one way. So it would be like $120 to $200, like going to and coming from. Medium trips, Los Angeles to Phoenix, would be $100 and $130 one way in coach. It would be $48 to $80 if book early, up to $200. Long distance cross country, Chicago to Phoenix or East Coast routes, it would be $200 to $500 plus. Prices depend on layover, probably. It depends. Faster trains would be more expensive. Slower ones tend to be cheaper. Let's see. Scenic tourist trains popular. The Grand Canyon Railway, it's $90 to $135 per person. Others like Verde Canyon Railroad are similar pricey, $100 to $200. And then U.S. national contacts for comparison. It would be $20 to $100. Short trip, average would be $100 to $300, and then cross country would be $200 or $300 plus. And if you're getting a sleeper, then it's much higher. Okay, so how much is that in comparative? Yeah, compared train cost of flights. Wait, Grok actually knew what I was going to ask next. All right, let's see. Like, are planes cheaper than trains? Like, from the sounds of it, it's kind of hard to tell. Oh wow, Brock is thinking really hard on this one. All right, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna let him think, and we'll just start on the next video. I really wanted to see this one right here. Mondami begs billionaire he doxed to stay. All right, let's see. This one's also by the actual Justice Warrior, and so context of this. Well, basically, he's gonna show the context. Thank you so much for the heck. That's very much appreciated. Oh, here we go. It actually finished right now. Let's see. In Arizona, especially from Phoenix, trains are often cheaper than flights for the routes where they're available, but flights win on speed and convenience for most trips. Amtrak is limited, no high-speed rail, so comparisons depend heavily on the specific route booking timing and whether you factor in baggage fees, airport hassles, or door-to-door time. All right, so for short trips, trains will cost between $65 to $80 one way. Flights can cost between $55 to $400 one way. Often $100 to $300 in practice for short hops. Winner is bus. The bus is the cheapest. Let's see, depends how far you're trying to go. Those train tickets, oh yeah. Let's see. It cost me $215 one way to Orlando from Minneapolis. There's one other one you didn't think about for personal travel. Greyhound. Greyhound is cheaper but slower. Yeah, Grok actually pointed that out. Winner is bus. The winner is bus. All right, let's see. For medium trips, Amtrak train starts at $81 to $110, averages $120 to $140. While flights are $100 to $250 one way. All right. So winner is trains frequently cheaper. Flights faster, but add heading costs through $30 to $60 each per bag. I was once on a 23-hour Greyhound ride. Wow. But yeah, basically, looks like looks like trains are cheaper as in comparison between flights and trains. Anyways, so here we are. Mondami begs billionaire he docks to stay. All right. Like, guys, do you know, like, the one rule between VTubers that we all share is that, like, the number one golden rule that nobody really talks about is that you don't dox each other, like, in any regards. Like, that's the number one rule. And, like, Mondami, he broke that rule. Like, Mondami broke the rule. How dare he?
I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm
Don't look at me.
A pied-à-terre tax, the first
Don't
in
look
New York's
at me.
history.
So creepy. His eyebrows are so creepy.
$5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million.
We will add far more jobs in Miami over the
A
next
rule
decade.
breaker, twist his nuts,
As an
twist the
immediate and direct
nuts.
consequence of the
We're going to brutalize his nuts. They know about the wafer schemes, Aire. Oh no, don't. Like, you can't disclose that information, bro. Get away from the camera. I can smell your breath. You know that joke from, like, Family Guy where it's like, I think it was like the Italian people, like, you can smell, like, the cologne that they have from, like, a mile away. Like, I feel like that would be Mondami. I don't know if that's true, but, like, I feel like he would be, like, one of those people that has, like, the really thick cologne.
mayor's poor decision here.
So that ad that Zoran Mamdani, aka Zoran the Moron, if you like Michael Rappaport's nickname for him,
Zoran the Moron. I love that.
This year, may go down as one of the dumbest political maneuvers in the history of the city of New York, because Ken Griffin, the man that Zoran Mamdani decided to dox in order to make an example of him in that particular ad, is deciding to shift more of Citadel's operations, because he is the COO of Citadel, to Miami, Florida, and now Mamdani is out there in public talking about how much he appreciates the guy, asking for a meeting with him in order to smooth things over, and it appears
Nope. You doxed a millionaire. You basically pointed at all the criminals in New York. You pointed at his house. You're like, this person has a lot of money. Break into the house, steal whatever you can, because you'll probably make some money out of it. And not only that, if he or his family are in said location at the time of the break-in, then guess what? There's so many people that are just going to be, they're probably going to be, like, casualties as a result. It's disgusting. Miami, the scourge of Florida. I mean, it's going to be better with a billionaire moving his operations there. And not only that, but isn't Citadel like a huge construction firm? Like, aren't they like really big in construction? So, like, they're probably going to be like the biggest contributors of like building houses or doing any sort of like restructuring or repairs of the city. And now they're leaving, and all the people that work for his companies. They're either going to lose their jobs or they're going to move out of New York and be relocated. And not only that, but they're going to relocate with their whole families. So that's even less people that are going to be in New York. And probably even more homeless or like destitute people in New York.
that Ken Griffin is not interested in.
What about Orlando, the home of theme parks in Florida or Jacksonville?
Union construction jobs in the building of that particular building, as well as up to 15,000 high-income earning jobs in the city of New York, is on pause. And Mamdani, realizing that the city and the state of New York could lose billions of dollars in tax revenue because of it.
Yes and no. 95% of businesses in Florida is small business. We are fine with new companies coming in. Yeah, like it just, like there's no downside to it at all. But you know what there is a downside to? Leaving New York. That's the downside.
Is starting to freak out. He's starting to panic. And again, he's asking for a meeting with this guy. And guess what? Ken Griffin, absolutely not interested. So this is what we're going to talk about today. This is what we're going to discuss. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Speaking of warm greetings, I was going to do this, wanted to do this interview outside your apartment.
Oh, I saw Milk in the background. I'm like, what are they talking about?
So how did you feel about the mayor's little video?
It was creepy and weird.
Yep.
Agreed.
Like, he's honestly really creepy and weird.
Window, like, huh? Mayor of New York
knock
City.
on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, on the screen, like.
Yeah.
So when this ad first dropped,
So
I didn't
creepy.
think much of it, but as you just heard right there, Ken Griffin was absolutely weirded out and freaked out, and this wasn't just because Zohran Mamdani shoved his stupid ass face into the camera. It's because in the context of Brian Thompson being murdered, it's actually kind of crazy that the mayor of the city of New York would tell everybody that this is the bad guy, he lives right here, do with
Wasn't that person that was murdered? Wasn't he also like a billionaire, like a rich person? So, yeah, like I bet he's not happy that these people, like these psychopaths, that he's like encouraging, that he's like that he's quote unquote uplifting, are going around basically killing the cash cows. Like, they're just going around just eliminating the cash cows one by one. He was a CEO. Like, oh my goodness. Like, CEO, I guess he was, Does that make him the owner of like the company? Either way, it's not a good look. And it's honestly like anybody that's rich has every right to be frightened if these people are, chances are the person that did it is probably like out free. He's probably out roaming free again, because that's just the kind of universe that we live in. Hi, Kamikaze. How's it going? Thank you so much for the wings. Very much appreciated. How's the weekend for you? No, that's the shareholders. Okay, that's good. Well, it's not good, but it's like it's not good, but it's actually very frightening.
that information what you will.
How many times have you watched that video?
Three.
What are you going to do about it?
I couldn't help myself.
You had to what?
I had to go back and look at it again. I mean, like, you literally look at the first time and you're like, you got to be
I relax, have a golf tea time at AM tomorrow. Life is good. Hey, let's go. I hope you enjoy your golf match or your golf trip.
Because, the CEO of United Healthcare was killed just a few blocks from my house. And anything that creates like an agitation in the extremist on either side of the aisle is a frightening dynamic.
And of course, Mamdani supporters and Mangione supporters, the Venn diagram of that is essentially a circle. So obviously, this could lead to negative consequences for the COO of Citadel. And
Yep, it can only lead to bad things indeed. Yeah, we're just relaxing. We're just chatting as well as watching some videos. We actually learned quite a lot about data centers, so that was actually really enlightening, to be honest. And now we're watching Mamdani kind of like regret like his actions, because like this is the thing with like people like Mamdani, is that they're basically perpetual children that have never experienced consequences ever, and now they are like, they're making terrible decisions, and they're like suffering the consequences of those decisions. And they're like finding out that there's nothing they can do to like fix it. COO, Chief Operating Officer.
About Ken Griffin, while a lot of people will make the case that, oh, rich people don't really move due to taxation or bad policy, they have to stay in places like New York or the
They don't have to stay. They're so rich they can go wherever they want. Like, I never understood that about like people's logic. Rich people can go wherever they want. I don't understand why people think that like rich people have to stay in one location. Honestly, I'm surprised nothing happened to him sooner. Yeah, it's crazy.
the city of Chicago because it's been ordained by God.
You left Chicago several years ago because of bad policy and crime and mismanagement.
So he already has a history of literally packing up and leaving. Like, he actually has a history of doing that, and now his life has just been put in danger. So yeah, he's just going to go up and leave. Rose, lucky Luigi was already locked up. I see.
What will you do in New York?
You know, I don't actually know too much about Luigi Mandione. Like, I've heard him in, like, passing, but I actually don't know anything about him in the slightest.
We're planning a $6 billion office building at 350 Park. So where does that leave us at 350 Park?
That leaves us with the fact that we went to Miami and revised our building plan to make it a bigger office building.
You're bailing?
Ooh.
So what do we do at 350?
They're shifting HQ.
Still a point of discussion internally, but what is no longer a point of discussion is that Miami is now, you know, when we moved from Chicago, there was a debate between New York and Miami. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice. I'll leave it at that.
Well, these theories on how the rich don't actually move don't really apply in this situation because Ken Griffin has already moved Citadel from its former headquarters of the city of Chicago and split the company between Miami and New York City. And
Yeah, rich people can afford to go wherever they want.
This particular ad,
like this is the thing. This is the reason why like, especially the government, have to be really nice to the rich people, is so they stay. You have to kiss the ass of the rich people, because if you don't, then it just makes things worse. You lose business, you lose jobs, people lose money, and then the economy gets jacked up. Like, that's how capitalism works. It's good when the billionaires stay because they're providing a service and they're giving jobs to the people in order to provide that service. And if they're making money from his money, then they can contribute that into the economy of those locations. Like, it's all kind of like it all works out. It all works out. And if you don't let those millionaires be like happy and stay in that place, then they just leave. Because unlike anybody else, they can afford to do that whenever they want. They can literally leave at a whim.
He believes that the Miami choice, instead of just going to New York, was one of the best decisions he's ever made because you actually have the talented personnel there, and obviously the business climate is significantly more welcoming.
Well, today, we're taxing the rich.
Almost 1 month after Mayor Zoran Mamdani posted this video singling out Citadel CEO Ken Griffin's pricey penthouse to promote a new pied-à-terre tax.
Like for this penthouse.
The mayor has tried to open a conversation with Griffin, according to several sources.
He's trying to apologize now.
Familiar with efforts to reach Griffin through an intermediary. But the sources say Griffin was in no mood to speak to the mayor and may be holding out for a public apology. Soon after the mayor posted that video, Griffin said it had put him in harm's way, was in poor taste, and would cost the city jobs.
Now, according to multiple different reports, the Mamdani team is reaching out to an intermediary in order to get him.
If I remember correctly, they were already in the process of like starting a project, and now after that they're like, you know what, we're not gonna do it. All those people that we were hiring in order to get ready for this project, we're just gonna let them go. So he essentially just destroyed the lives of so many people with his action. So many people just lost their jobs because of him.
a meeting one-on-one with Ken Griffin. However, Ken Griffin is obviously ghosting Mamdani because, again, what Ken Griffin perceives this as is not only an attack on him, by the way, a man whose company has paid billions upon billions of dollars in the last 5 years in New York City and New York State income tax, but in addition to that, he views this as a potential threat on his life because the fact is, Zorhan the moron actually did show people where he lived. He said this guy was the enemy. We're going to go after him. He did it in a smug, smiling, and creepy way. And yeah, that is going to make the man uncomfortable. And the fact is, Mamdani's excuse of this being the most expensive home ever purchased in the history of the United States of America when it was purchased.
And now it's going to be the most expensive home to ever be vacated.
The mayor was asked a week ago if he had spoken to Griffin.
No.
He has not publicly apologized, but he has tried to explain why he pointed to Griffin.
That's it.
In
That's
that
all.
video.
That's all the quote that they showed.
Just
say
was
now.
the most expensive home in the United States of America. We wanted to make very clear that this applies to a very select group of properties.
Does not really.
What? Isn't that even more license for people to like attack him now? He's like, this is the most expensive home in America. Yeah, that's definitely not a good argument. Like he was like in the video before he said it was the most expensive home in New York. Now he's saying it's the most expensive in America. What? Why do you keep digging your grave deeper?
Hold water when your own personal safety is at risk. And a lot of people will say they're not sympathetic to the billionaires that Ken Griffin can get.
Like guys, you don't understand just how expensive this house is. It's more expensive than I made it out to be. You guys, you really need to break into this house and steal whatever you can. Like, imagine just how much money you can literally get rich after like a single break-in. like that's what it sounds like to me that he's trying to say. He's like, guys, you have to steal from him.
But the thing is, Brian Thompson was a very wealthy man. He wasn't that notable of a person in that he wasn't as front-facing and public and famous to the average American person. But the fact is, he was still shot in the back in and around this area, murdered allegedly by Luigi Mangione. By the way, it's on video, and that murder was broadly celebrated. So if you're Ken Griffin and you have two options, your company is split between two places. You can either expand in Miami, where you're welcomed, where they actually want your business and want your company, or go to New York City where Mamdani wants your money. He wants to extract from you because Mamdani
only wants your money.
And
that's
obvious
it.
Entitlement. And in addition to that, is signaling to his base that it's okay to kill you. Remember, one of their slogans is "Eat the Rich." Then yeah, a meeting with this guy one-on-one where he's gonna glaze you a little bit
is basically just pointless.
Apology, not really going to play. Not really something.
Like, honestly, it doesn't, like, if anything, this just encourages a lot more millionaires to up and leave because, like, it just makes so much more sense to, like, leave this place if their whole thing, well, they only want money, same. Like, their whole, like, business model is literally give me your money. That's literally it. And they're doing everything they can in order to convey that message to the millionaires where like the millionaires, they're being overly taxed and they're like at some point they're going to be taxed so much that it's no longer profitable to stay in that location. And businesses always function in the realm of profitability. If you profit, then you're doing good. If you don't, if you're only breaking even, that's not good. It's not good if you're only breaking even. It basically just means that you put money in and you made nothing. Like you made nothing. Like the reason businesses work is because you make a profit. If you're not doing that, then you failed. If you're, and at this point, like Mamdani, he's not even looking for these companies to break even. He's looking for them to go into the red. And if they're going into the red, like as soon as the companies start breaking even, then they realize this is not profitable. I'm going somewhere else. Because at some point, they're going to start losing money. And if they're losing money, then they're not going to be able to maintain their lifestyle, let alone be able to maintain their business. Because they're eventually just going to run out of money. And if they're going to run out of money, then what's the point?
That he's interested in. And by the way, I also talked about in a previous video that this was going to be another downstream consequence of this, because in order to get Ken Griffin to stay and do the Park Avenue development, they're basically going to have to offer him a bunch of different tax breaks in order to make sure that is in fact the case. So yeah, we're going to be significantly worse off as a city and as a state in terms of tax revenue, regardless if Ken Griffin
you have to kiss the ass if you want him to stay.
What ends up happening when you start alienating people is that you have to offer them something in order to win them over. So all Mamdani had to do was not talk about this guy. All he had to do was shut the hell up, highlight somebody different, or better yet, not highlight an individual property.
Honestly, all he had to do was not bring it up, not target anybody. If he just made a conference at a conference, if he was just at a conference call and he was just talking about this, that would have been infinitely better. These people probably wouldn't have minded so much, but since he was singled out, he's going to be like, oh, this is not safe. And not only that, but if he's willing to target one, he's willing to target them all. And so that's even more reason for other millionaires to be like, oh, he was singled out. When will I be next? And now you just sent an entire scare wave to every millionaire, because this guy, he most likely has connections to every other millionaire, in his area. Most likely, either he's spoken to them in passing, spoke to them at social events, maybe they go to the same country club. Any of those instances, he'll be like, this guy just did a thing to me, and it's not good. And then other people will be like, oh my God, what if he does the same thing to me? So word of mouth is probably going to spread, and everybody's going to be like, yeah, no, I'm out.
Owner, no matter how rich they were, in his stupid campaign. But of course, Mamdani was incapable of doing that. And even though he's trying to walk it back, saying, oh, well, the next day in Not My Big Ad that got all this attention and went viral, I mentioned an unnamed Saudi prince and how he owned a $90 million property and how the tax was for somebody like him.
This piece of legislation is not motivated by any one individual. And so the next day I spoke about a Saudi prince who bought an apartment for $90 million.
Yeah, that's not what you did in the most public forum. In the most public forum, you declared Ken Griffin your enemy, and now you're trying to walk it back without so much as an apology, because in reality, Mamdani is the parasite.
Well, you guys all understood why he did that, right? Why he's not doing an apology? Because if he apologizes to the rich people, then his supporters will be like, wait, why are you apologizing to the rich people? I thought they were the enemy. Are you going back on your word now? So now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He fostered an entire community of hating rich people, and now he can't escape.
But he's too dumb to realize who the host is and what happens if you kill that host. Now, I'll also add that I'm not saying that politicians need to worship these rich people or anything of the sort, but you have to actually acknowledge what is going on in New York City and New York State, because when you look at the numbers of out-migration
Also, thank you so much for everybody that dropped that stayed for the ad break. I very much appreciate it.
Than there was back in 2019. But in terms of income, you realize what a disaster that this state is in, because New York is #1 in incomes leaving the state. $660 billion worth of income, all of which would be subject to state, and much of it would be subject to city income tax, has left this particular state. And that's
wow.
$160 billion.
Hold up. You guys can't see. Hold up. Boop. Look at that. New York has lost $14.3 billion, and it's losing over $600 billion.
More than the next highest area, which happens to be the state of California. And guess what? The state of California has double our population. The
Oh my goodness, look at that. Like all the blue states are all the way at the bottom. You have New York, California, and Illinois. Chicago is also very terrible right now. And then you have New Jersey, which is really bad. Like from what I haven't heard anything terrible about New Jersey, but like looking at this graph is it's not good. Like we start seeing like the break even point at New Mexico. We have DC. Oh wow. Minnesota. Oh my. I'm surprised Minnesota is like all the way up here and not further down. I'm so surprised by that. Virginia is also a blue state, if I remember correctly. Then we have Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maryland. I don't know which one of these are exactly blue states, but I'm pretty sure the majority of these are.
Of California is about double our economy size. And while they lost $500 billion, and that's still absolutely devastating, the fact is New York, with their 50 out of 50 tax competitiveness, is obviously driving a certain percentage of these people away. And regardless of whether or not it's a large percentage
it's all these rules and legislations that they're forcing on people that are like really damaging us or people.
So much of the taxes, even driving away a small portion of them, has left us with immense problems. I mean, again, Mamdani just deferred $2+ billion worth of pension contributions, something that will eventually blow up in the face of the next administration in the 2030s, in order to close a short-term budget deficit. And he's actively targeting and scaring away the people who are paying more than that in taxes over the course of a few years being in the city of New York, away from the city. He's saying that
and if you chase all the millionaires out, who will be the last people left in order to pay for the costs? It will be the middle class. And once the middle class is gone, then it will be the poor. And once it's down to the poor, then you've literally hit rock bottom.
he doesn't want them there. He's targeting.
Reporting. Hi, Drink Baker. How's it going? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. How was your day today? Enjoying life? Was here for a bit, but I'm an adult. Oh, okay, that's fine. But yeah, thank you so much for dropping by. Very much appreciate it. And I hope you're enjoying your duel.
Them personally, and he's signaling to his base, or to the crazies in his base, albeit probably inadvertently, and again I'll say probably inadvertently, that this is where one of these guys lives who is the bad guy, and you may need to do something about him. You may need to go after him. And yeah, the people who are going to pay the price for this aren't the Mamdanis who have wealthy parents and have had a silver spoon his whole life. It's the regular ordinary New Yorker who are going to have to deal with increasing budget deficits due to the fact that we don't.
And remember, I think some people were demanding that billionaires not be allowed to leave. Like, you can't leave, you have to stay here. We're doing a 3v3 on ADO Pro, that one big thing Masterdo loses to. Indeed. Like, my brother complains about like the kind of formats on Masterdo all the time.
Have a sound financial policy, nor do we have sound taxation policy, nor do we have sane people at the head of our government in the city of New York, the financial capital of the world, that, by the way, has already been supplanted in our own nation now that more financial jobs are in the state of Texas than there are in the city of New York.
In recent weeks, the socialist
like New York used to be like the financial like capital of the world, but now it's shifting. Now it's shifting. They're all the billionaires, all the stockbrokers, all of the people that were bringing so much money to New York are moving to either Florida or Texas, and now those places are probably going to be like the financial capital of the world. New York, for God's sake, and it's very sad. New York are probably going to be absolutely destroyed. And more jobs in Nevada and Arizona. I don't actually know about that. I feel like Nevada and Arizona are so intertwined with California because we get a lot of our stuff imported from California. So we might be screwed along with California. unless we're able to shift, unless they're able to shift like our supply to like Texas or something. Like I think we might be a little bit screwed. However, because of data centers, we might actually like experience a little bit of a boom in terms of like jobs and like economic like resources and stuff. So yeah, it might actually be okay. Like it might not be great, but it might be okay. Like honestly, like here's the thing. Here's the thing. If anything, like a lot of the billionaires from like California, they might actually move over to Arizona or Nevada because that's actually what's happening. Like that's been happening for so many years where so many Californians are coming to Arizona and it's either they buy property here in order to just make money off of Arizona or they're moving over here because they just don't like California anymore. And so, yeah, there's like, it could be that, some companies might shift over to Arizona or into Nevada, and then they just expand their businesses in those locations. I don't know which kind of, companies might come over here. I might have to do some research into that. But if they do, then yes, absolutely. It can open a lot more jobs in our location because of that. So yeah, if anything, we might be able to just nab some of like the richest people from California. And then, it could benefit our economy like greatly, or it could damage us. Either one.
Aire has softened his public tone toward Griffin and the business community.
I would be happy to speak with Mr. Griffin.
What an embarrassment.
I will say by damage, I mean like it might like increase like some prices of like electricity, water, and probably gas. But like, I'm pretty sure that might be minuscule in the long run if things like, if more jobs, start like building up, you know?
Embarrassing scenario we have for us right here where Mamdani's like, oh, I definitely would want to meet with them. I wasn't targeting him, even though I specifically named and targeted him and doxed his home in the city of New York. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely trying to work with these people. I'm not somebody who hates the rich, even though the entirety of his career is a third worldist revenge fantasy. And that particular ad shows him taking a sick joy in getting a new tax imposed, even though, again, it's not like we don't have enough taxes in the city of New York already. And yeah, he's trying to play it off like he's a regular normal guy who again actually cares about the health of the city rather than hurting the rich. And this is one of the fatal conceits of these left-wing people, is that they don't actually care about the poor. The poor are a tool. Their favorite target is the rich. They just want to hurt them no matter the consequences of those actions. But of course, now that it might hurt Mamdani politically, he's trying to backpedal a little bit because it kind of goes beyond Ken Griffin, because when you have an unstable third worldist socialist as the mayor of a city and he's willing to target private citizens based on the fact that they're wealthy, every single other business person thinks that they could be next on Mamdani's hit list. So yeah, there's less likely a chance to be jobs expanded in the city of New York. And by the way, if you look at private sector job growth in the city of New York, it's pretty abysmal by historic standards. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As usual, if you like
Sick. Good video, good video. Like, just Mandami, like, eating his words and suffering the consequences. You gotta appreciate when terrible things happen to terrible people. Alright, so that was that video. I actually wanted to check something real fast. Let's see. Okay. No. We're good. Alright. But yeah, that was that video. Interesting video. And it's honestly really funny to watch like Mondami kind of like suffer like the consequences and all that. Like, it's well deserved. He's putting a lot of people in danger for his business model, which isn't really much of a business model. It's absolutely terrible. But yeah. Like, kind of to be expected, to be honest. Indeed. Alright, let's see. What's another video? What's You know what? I think there was one from Clownfish. Oh, you know what? This one is actually interesting. Like, it looked very interesting from Clownfish TV. Alright, let's see. Alright, so this one is called Google Chrome installs AI on your PC without your permission. I did not know this. It would be interesting. I do have Google Chrome. I don't use it for like the majority of things, but it is on the computer. So for all we know, we probably have an AI on our computer just monitoring everything that we do, which is kind of scary. Like, oh my goodness, they're going to find all the sussy stuff that we have. All right. Let's see what this is about. I'm curious to see what the magnitude of this AI is.
All right, guys, so it's not just Microsoft is stuffing everything full of AI, whether or not its users want it. It is now Google as well with Chrome. Apparently, they're stuffing AI into Google Chrome. They did not ask people. And according to Futurism, fury is erupting after Google Chrome sneakily installs a 4 gigabyte AI model on users' PC. So it's installing
4
an
gigabyte?
AI model, a complete model on your computer. It did that? Oh my God. Okay, so we're going to take a look at this.
What is this model?
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, anymore, it feels like the browser is not your gateway to the internet. It's just another marketing tool, especially when it comes to Google and Microsoft and these big corporations. They're going to push their AI wherever they can push it. They're going to shove it wherever they can shove it because they have to justify the insane
That's
amount
actually
of
quite a
money that they're
bit.
spending
4 gigabytes.
on AI.
That's
So
like
let's
a
talk about this
pretty
before we get into
decent
it. So
sized
please
video
subscribe
game.
for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, go out to more, more.clownfishtv.com. That's moreclownfishtv.com. more.clownfishtv.com rather, and we've got some paywalled content
Like
out there
.com,
you will not
.com?
find on YouTube, and you can help support the reef for less than the cost of one super chat. You get access to all of our
If I remember correctly, I think there was somebody who was trying to register like a website like some time ago. I forget exactly which one it was, but basically when they registered the website, they did like www.whateveritwas.com. And when they registered that, like their website basically read www.whatever the company was .com.
exclusive.
Oh, you know what it was? It was a Family Guy joke. That's what it was. I thought it was an actual thing. But imagine if it was actually a thing. like, be sure to visit Astor Corporations at www.astorcorporations.com.
Reefer content, so thank you so much for the support. Let's look at this. This is coming from Futurism. Fury erupts after Google Chrome sneakily installs 4 gig AI model on users' PCs. Chrome did not ask your permission before shoving its AI up your ass. As of 2026, Google
Oh my
maintains
goodness.
iron
I
grip
don't
on the web
appreciate
browser
that.
market, boasting well over 3 billion Chrome users worldwide. Now, Google was in trouble there for a while. They were going to break them up and they were going to force them to sell Chrome, but that did not happen. That means even small changes or interruptions can have a significant impact. The article says, as security researcher Alexander, the privacy guy, noted on a blog post earlier this week, Google's web browser has been silently installing an AI model on users' devices without asking for consent. Oh, this
I
is
wonder
a lawsuit
why.
waiting to happen. Hanf described the 4 gig file named weights.bin in a directory called opt guide on device model. The file contains weights, the learned numerical parameters of an AI model that teach it how to weigh the importance of various data points of Google's Gemini Nano, which is designed to live on computers' devices, not in the cloud. All right, so here's my feeling on AI. It's useful when it's useful. I think that it should always require consent. I think that especially if you're going to install shit on somebody's computer, just like Copilot, you need to ask people's consent. They don't,
Yeah.
these companies do not view your.
Which is really funny. Like AI is now literally in every computer. Either way, it's the same as like trying to download like an app onto your phone or anything. You need to at least ask for consent. You can't just force people to download things that they don't want. Which is ironic because that's what like Android does like all the time with its updates. Like every single update, it just gives you a bunch of like apps that you will never play and that you immediately like uninstall. Do we think that Copilot is the worst AI out there? I don't know. I don't know what, I've never used Copilot ever. So I actually have no idea. But Copilot, like from what I hear, Copilot is being used in like video games to basically play the video game for you. And it's like, what's the point of playing the video game? Well, like, what's the actual point of playing the video game if you're not going to be playing the video game? Like, it makes absolutely no sense. Like, it's so dumb. Like, in that regard. As for every other, like instance of, like, the AI, I don't know. I suppose it just depends on, like, what the users think. I've never used it, so I don't really have an opinion on it. I'm pretty sure some other people have used it, but, like, I don't know what their experiences are. I would have probably asked one of them. As for me, I have no idea.
Your computer as something you own. They view it as a portal.
I'm pretty sure there are worse AI out there.
That's basically what it is. It is an interface to the internet, which in their minds they own. So if they put shit on your computer, it's totally fine because it's there for your own good, so they can it's there for our investors' own good, so they can monetize you better. Chrome did not ask. Chrome does not surface it. If the user deletes it, Chrome reinstalls it.
Wait, what?
This is crazy. So it's just like
wait. So if you uninstall it, it just reinstalls it like without any input? That is actually insane. Like you know how like in the previous video from Sean, like we had like that influencer that was constantly saying, "Oh, they're building data centers in order to monitor you. Okay, they're watching you." I'm like, no, this is what they're doing in order to monitor you. They don't need a data center to do it. They've been doing it like this entire time.
Yeah. It silently installs a 4 gig AI model on your device without your consent. At a billion device scale, the climate costs are insane. Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that they're installing stuff on your computer without your consent. I mean, look, they've always done that. But in this case, 4 gig, that's crazy.
Yep.
Plenty of questions remain over the implications of the download or how it affects the performance of users' devices beyond taking up a hefty amount of storage. Yeah, 4 gigabytes. My very first Mac was it was a Power Mac. It was a tower. That was the size of my hard drive. My entire hard drive was 4 gig. And I had all my graphic design files on that hard drive. And I had a whole bunch of ROMs on that hard drive. Because that was back when emulation just started. And I had like the entire MAME ROM set on there at the time. And like every NES game ever made, Genesis game ever made. And
yeah, like the difference between then and now is that like games back then were very, very tiny. So you can actually like save hundreds of games because they didn't have that much like data in them and they had to be compressed in order to like function in like the current technology of that time. Now I'm fearing that the same AI model will install on Chrome for phones. I'm pretty sure they already are. Like it says devices. It's not saying computers. It's saying devices.
I was able to fit that on a 4 gig hard drive. This is crazy. It said considering the lack of transparency and massive growing AI backlash, it's certainly not a good look. Google has remained unusually silent on the matter. You expect them to address it?
They expect them to admit
Do
it?
they have any humans left at Google? Because my
Oh
understanding
my
is
goodness,
that
they're all
Google is
robots.
overrun with AI right now, and this is what's going on with YouTube and all these random channel demonetization.
What if this is all the idea of the AI? What if this is the AI of the Chrome, where it's like, oh, if you like they were programmed in order to figure out an algorithm, in order to like figure out what kind of things you want to see, like on Amazon ads, on like all the ads and stuff, and like they do targeting like advertisements on the internet in order to like trying to get you to buy things. And like they're like the AI eventually just believes like, you know what? We could probably do it even better if we upload an AI onto the devices in question. So we just get more information and be able to do what you ask a lot more efficiently. Like imagine that if like the AI is going rogue. They're doing their design purpose to another extreme.
Because they don't have humans actually looking at things over there anymore. It has yet to publicly address it. They're not going to address it because what are they supposed to say? Yeah, we installed a bunch of AI shit on your hard drive without your consent. That is litigation waiting to happen. That is a class action lawsuit. People are going to be.
Honestly, if they do that, we could probably get a piece of the pie. Like if they actually admit it, then we like it can be a class action lawsuit where people can literally like sue, and then everybody that like participates in it will get like a piece of the pie. Probably like maybe 10 or so bucks, but hey, that's like 10 or so bucks. That's free.
Pissed. The company didn't respond to Futurism's request for comment. Hamp
And
argued
mind
that
you,
given the browser's billion.
Mind you, almost everyone in the world has Google to some degree. Even some phones come with Google Chrome. Even if you don't use it, it comes with it. And some PCs also come with Google Chrome. So if anything, as long as you download the Google Chrome, as long as you have Google Chrome to some degree, you might be allowed to like get in on this.
Millions of users. Deploying the AI model could release between 6,000 and 60,000 tons of CO2 equivalent emissions, depending on how many devices receive the push. Netizens who have long grown weary of having AI pushed on them without their consent were appalled. Yeah, again.
A bit off topic. Have you visited H Market in Phoenix? No, I don't even think I've heard of that.
If you consent, that's fine. If you know what you're getting yourself into, that's fine. I think that people should have the option of opting out. Unfortunately, it is going to get harder and harder to opt out from AI if you're anti-AI, because it literally is being shoved into everything. But this is a whole nother level, right? You know, having it install something on your computer and God knows what else it has access to. And I'm actually reading this article on Chrome, and I'm like, oh shit. Oh, the irony. As I'm reading from the Chrome browser, and I'm gonna upload this episode to YouTube. I'm just feeding the beast, man. Feeding the beast. Mr. Beast, because he's the only one making money on YouTube these days. AI climate aside, my real issue is that Google installs anything without my consent, no matter the size, one Reddit user wrote. Yeah. Thankfully, I don't use Chrome. It's Firefox for me. Well, Firefox, there's some stuff going on with that, too.
I don't know anything about what's going on with Firefox.
Auto-installing the model to artificially inflate its own AI user stats. Yes, this is what Microsoft was doing with Copilot, too. Now they're calling it something else because people are rejecting it. They have to go to the shareholders, and they have to tell them how many users they have, because they have to.
I can believe that, okay? Like if they're trying to like promote their AI, it might be better if they like force everybody to just have the AI, despite how much they might hate it. Like in order to like make it seem like their AI is like way better than it actually is.
Justify the insane amounts of money that they're spending on AI. All these companies, doesn't matter how big they are oh yeah, we have a plan. We have billions and billions of AI users. They're all using our AI. Well, did they all opt in? No, they did not. They're all using AI and they don't even realize they are. Technically, anybody who searches anything on Google now, you're using AI. That's why you get those AI snippets, those overviews. Well, you think there's somebody at Google actually typing that shit in? No, it's coming from AI. Same with YouTube. YouTube is riddled with AI, and they're doing it to justify the existence of AI. And Satya Nadella at Microsoft said the quiet part out loud.
I'll be honest, I do like when the AI does pop up on the searches. I do appreciate it because sometimes I'm like, what? Like, I ask a question and then it gives me a quick summary instead of me going onto any sort of website and potentially getting like a bunch of bugs, potentially getting a ton of malware. I think it's safer, to be honest. Like, let's say you're trying to find an article and like, you go onto the internet and then it's like, tell me something about, I don't know, oranges. And then like the AI is like, okay, this is what I can tell you about the oranges. Instead of going to like, let's say, some sort of like Reddit tier, like forum, like that will like try to like slaps like a ton of like ads, like pop-up ads and stuff. And then like if you click on one, it could potentially be malware. And then you have to like basically destroy your PC in order to avoid it. So yeah, like I actually like the AI when it's like on the like when you're using like the search bar. I appreciate it like that. Let's see, there's AI models in Firefox. Small sizes, you can turn it off if you want to. At least you can turn it off. Like, I don't think you can turn off for a lot of these other ones.
He basically was like, we really need consumers to love the AI and find a use for it because we're spending an awful lot of money on it. And I really do think before it's all said and done that Microsoft and Google are going to harm themselves irreparably by chasing AI and trying to shove it into things when consumers don't want it. The demand's not there. Just because you can do something doesn't mean there's a market value for it. And we're also going to find out that the abilities of AI are way, way, way overstated. And again, this is coming from a guy who is pro AI as
AI is good in some faculties, but not everybody requires the use of AI. Like that, like it's very helpful, but not everybody needs it. Like that's the thing. If anything, like this is going into like the anti-AI thing, where if you're forcing everyone to utilize the AI, then it's empowering. It's like requiring more use of the data centers in that regard. And so like you're kind of like artificially like manufacturing the use or the requirements of data centers when it's not super required in that regard. Like I would say this is a really good like counterpoint if you're against AI, because like I just said, like this is a really good counterpoint. Like why are you expanding the data centers when you're artificially like manufacturing like the requirements of the data centers? Like what if like these data centers, like what if we don't actually need that much in order to satisfy the society? Like the only reason they're building more data centers is because like they're artificially boosting it, and not nearly as many people are utilizing it to like a helpful degree that justifies the mass expansions. Like that, I would say that would be a really good anti like AI like argument.
a tool, and I feel like I always have to like put a little asterisk, behind it. Like, yeah, I am pro AI as a tool, but I think it has to be consensual. I think you have to, you cannot force it on people, especially now. And this is about pumping numbers. That's what this is all about. And, also shoving AI into everything. Cars, they're going to put it in cars. They're going to put it in your refrigerator. They're going to put it in your...
mean, there already are cars, and like there's like those cars that drive themselves, like the little Vimos, I think they're called. Like those cars are actually like around our city, and yeah, they work just fine. They're not like killing anybody, as far as I'm aware. Like I'm pretty sure they've gone into accidents, but I'm pretty sure that's like it could either be because of bad programming or because we just have very terrible drivers on the road. Like for those terrible drivers, if you don't know how to drive, you should not be driving. Like if anything, it's actually a pretty good alternative if you just allow like a computer to drive for you.
Television set, and it's all about spying on you. Basically, like Google, remember, like people are like, hey, they're getting rid of the Google cookies. Oh, thank God, Google can't follow me around on the internet anymore. And then they install an AI on your computer if you download Chrome. Come on.
I'm pretty sure Google doesn't require AI in order to spy on you. And it's funny because a lot of people are already kind of like just doing it on their own. I think as long as you've used or made like a Google account, like in any regard, I'm pretty sure that Google can find everything out about you just by that. I'm pretty sure they don't need the AI in order to do that.
All of this so they can show the market that people are.
If anything, the AI will just make it a little bit more accurate. Like they'll like the AI will just give a little bit more specific information that people just don't share. So yeah, like that. Like if anything, they'll just know more about you.
Really using
That's it.
their AI crap. That is exactly what is going on. AI is so shit that companies have to force it down people's throats. You know, people would be a lot more inclined to give AI a chance, I think, if they could see some real value from it, not just a bunch of F-ups, because that's what the headlines are all like. The AI screwed up the AI.
Well, AI is helpful, and like I think I think the companies are just misusing it. Like for example, like how YouTube just like got rid of like just laid off so many people and thought they could just replace them with AI. The problem is that they hadn't developed the AI enough in order to completely and perfectly replace all those people. Like they jumped the gun probably like 2 years early. If they had waited maybe another 2, maybe up to 5 years, then AI probably would have been able to perfectly replace those people. Like they just needed to wait a little longer. But I think they just were really like, they saw money and they're like, yes, let's do it. Money. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it would have happened eventually. It just, they just jumped the gun. That's it.
People are losing their jobs because of AI, but the AI is not good enough to replace people yet, but they're doing it just so they can toss people overboard. This is all a game to make the investors feel good. Yeah, I know we're shoveling trillions of dollars into the furnace, but there's going to be a payoff. Honest, there is. Someday the AI will be able to do basic math correctly. Someday the AI will get basic facts right. There were a few things Google could do to force users off of Chrome faster than this. Yeah. As laid out in his blog post, Hamp found that the download of the file is triggered when the browser's default AI features are active. On a machine that has hardware requirements, Chrome treats the user's hardware as a delivery target and writes the model.
Huh, interesting.
To stop it from reinstalling itself after deleting it, Hamp advised to disable AI features manually by digging into the browser's settings. This is the true definition of malware, one ex-user charged. Let's see here. Wow, this is insane. So
yeah, kind of is, to be honest.
If you have it on enhanced protection, it will install on the model. If you have it on standard, it will not. Confirmed on my machine. So there you go, guys. Put it on standard protection, not enhanced. Real-time AI-powered protection.
Oh, interesting.
Sites, except for.
Okay, there you go. If anybody wants to turn off the AI, just make sure to do the setting. Like, there's a setting on here where it's enhanced protection for like, I think this is like for like ad blockers or something. So the enhanced protection will activate the AI. If you put it on standard, then it will not use the AI.
For Google, which installs malware on your computer. What the hell? Downloads and extensions that's based on your browsing data get sent to Google. So put it on standard.
So your browsing data is going to Google. That is not good.
Files with the same name and make them read only. I did something like this with Anthropic CC to remove their sketch security prompts last year. Anthony says, still using Firefox with non-crippled unblock origin, not my problem. Yeah, Firefox, I believe, has the ability now to toggle all AI off. The old geek says this is bad, but bringing up climate bullshit as part of the argument is not a productive idea. I kind of agree with that. I mean, beyond, you know, just the fact that Google is doing this is bad enough, right? But they always got tied to the climate. Like, don't you care about the trees? As soon as you start tying it to climate stuff, people who normally would be on your side are going to be like, oh, there you go, making it political.
Yeah.
You know, it's like right up there with like,
yeah, honestly, it's like whenever people bring up like the climate and everything, it's like, okay, whatever. Like now you sound like schizophrenic and it's crazy. Like it starts making you question like their information. Once you bring that up, it starts like it becomes harder to believe. And then people are like, maybe I should look into this and see just how true it is. That's basically what me and my brother actually did. Like that was the thing. And then like, and then we found out the whole thing about like how agriculture uses more water than data centers do.
Google AI installed on your desktop without your consent, possibly malware. Women and gay folks most affected. As soon as you do that, it's like you're just gonna take a bunch of people off. Like you had
women and gay folks most affected.
Like, yeah, it's installing shit without your permission. That is enough for most people, right? This person said we lost our credibility when the piece claimed climate costs are even a thing. Yeah, exactly. Like you didn't need to make it political. Just the fact that Google is installing this shit on your computer without your consent.
Yeah, that's all you had to know. That's all you had to really like do in order to make people care. Like Google is putting things onto your phone without your permission. They're doing it. They don't care if you consent. And if anything, if you delete it, they just reinstall it. Like it will happen every single time. And they do it without you knowing about it. A lot of people are already like not okay when like things do that. Like imagine if someone goes to your house and they put like a sign on your house that says I'm racist. And then you just go out there and then you take it down, throw it away. And then the same person just comes back with a new sign that just says I'm racist. Like, it's like, why are you doing this? I don't want this. Like, just stop doing that. And you like do it again. And they just come back and put it back up. Like, that's like, nobody likes that. Like nobody wants to put like some sort of like thing on their like without consent. Like I didn't ask for this. Stop doing this.
Consent. It's a 4 gigabyte file should be enough for most people, right? And as soon as you start dragging politics, climate change, DEI stuff into it, whatever, you're gonna chase people off who normally would have your back. So just stop. This person says, Google be like, who cares about permission? It's a local model. Installs 4 gig AI model on Chrome. We request permission before that, right? Right? No. On Windows, open PowerShell. Here's how you do it. I am not going to attempt to read that, so hopefully you're watching the video version, but you can get rid of it. You're just going to have to Google. You're going to have to Google how to get rid of Google. Is Google going to let you do that? Or is it going to be like, I can't do that, dude.
Google the Google.
My malware. That would be counterproductive, and the investors would be very upset.
Yep.
Logically left, pissed off bear. So much to unpack here. Says, I could have sworn there's a law that barred companies from packaging additional programs.
Not the bear.
I'm telling you first, this is a big deal in the early 2000s when you would install AOL, but they would sneak in McAfee. Yeah, they still do that. Some places, like if you go, like I remember Two Cows used to do that, I think. Like you'd download software and it's like, hey, do you want the Opera browser? I was like, no. If I wanted the Opera browser, I would go download the Opera browser, but I'm not doing that, am I? Yeah, I would say Mozilla, but then they've got problems with Mozilla now too. Now here's the thing. They were going to sell.
Well, we actually did have Opera for a little bit, and it did have some interesting functions, especially when it came to like writing and stuff. The problem was that it was eating so much data. We would use it and it was like eating so much data and we were like monitoring it and like, okay, let's decrease it. And even at a decreased rate, it was still eating up so much data. It's like, what is going on? So we had to stop using it. And so it's uninstalled. I agree. It was nice. It looked nice. It had really good functions with like, yeah. And what about Opera GX? Yeah, that was the Opera GX. Like we tried that and it was terrible. We were like, no. Like it was eating up so much data. It was crazy. I don't even understand why I was doing that.
Chrome. I think I talked about this before, and it was actually going to go to, I think it was Perplexity AI. The guy who, the CEO, which we actually promoted them like a year ago, but I don't know what the hell happened. But the CEO was talking about how you're going to be happy to lose your job to AI. But they were the
Why?
If I remember correctly, they're the ones who were kind of circling Chrome if they were going to sell Chrome, and I'm sure they would have turned it into a giant AI orgy on your computer. But so there you go. Yeah, here we go. Everybody's like climate costs. Yeah, you lose people. Here's, look.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit about the climate costs except for the people who give a shit about the climate costs. The same thing happened with NFTs too. It was all like, NFTs are bad because it hurts the environment. As people are tweeting up a storm, it's like, yeah, your Twitter usage is hurting the environment more than the NFTs are at this point, right? Just, again,
How
people are on your side.
How did they even...
It's coming from
How did he even equate that with the NFTs? I don't understand that one. I've never heard of that one. And if it's true, that's absolutely really stupid.
The Verge. Chrome's AI features may be hogging 4 gig of your computer storage. Okay, so here, you can't simply delete the file to get rid of it. If you still have AI features enabled, Chrome may re-download it again. So go to Settings, System, and toggle off the on-device AI option to remove those features and prevent the file from coming back. The fact that you have to
there you go.
Is really suspect. On-device AI. So you have to literally go in and turn it off. So there you go. System, on-device AI, turn it off. Google does specify that Gemini Nano's exact size may vary, but this information is presented in a lengthy guide for built-in AI features rather than at the point of enabling them in Chrome. Most people don't read the terms of service at all. Somebody did a graphic novel.
Who here, chat, who here actually reads the terms and conditions of anything that when it pops up? Does anybody actually read the terms and conditions of anything? I don't think I've ever read any of them. Like, it makes me think of that South Park episode with the whole terms and conditions. And it's like they're agreeing to like be taped up together for like some disgusting science project. Or it's like their mouths are connected to each other's butts and then they just like poop and eat. And it's like, what the heck? like nobody reads the terms and conditions. They're like, you see this? Like, these are the terms and conditions. Do you agree to sign? And they're like, yes. They're like, no, you're supposed to read it first. What's wrong with you?
Entire graphic novel based on Apple's terms of service for the Apple Store or for the iPhone, and it was insane, the stuff that you were agreeing to. People are like, yeah, I just want to use it. And that's what they count on. So they said, we've offered Gemini Nano since 2024 as a lightweight on-device model, a spokesperson told The Verge. So they'll talk to The Verge, you're not talking the futurism. It powers important security capabilities like scam detection and developer APIs without sending your data to the cloud. While this requires some local space on the desktop, the model will automatically uninstall if the device is low on resources. In February, we began rolling out the ability for users to easily turn it off. Well, wait, so for 2 years you couldn't turn it off? Once disabled, the model will no longer download or update. More details in our Help Center article. Nobody's gonna do that.
I guess some people like complained about it, and then they just they finally got around to doing it.
You can't turn it off, but you got to dig. What do you think? Is this the new normal, that they're all going to install a bunch of shit on your computer that you don't want?
Most likely.
More more.clownfishtv.com. Sign up for more Clownfish TV. Help support the
Good video. Interesting how they actually just do that. Oh my god. So here's the video, the link to it. Go check them out, leave a like and everything. Good, very informative as well. Very appreciate that. I honestly did not know about this. It's crazy. Let me see. What other one? I think I have time for like one more. Let's see. Was there anything else? Oh, you know what? There's this one right here. This one is on Pokemon scalping. So I think that would be fun to watch. Like, kind of like leave off on like the Pokemon scalping. Have a vote on your toys versus the Moist video, I suppose. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to find. There it is. All right. Thank you so much for the hydrate music. I very much appreciate it. All right. Here we go. Wait, I think I made it too short. Yeah, I think I made it too short. Like, there it is. I honestly was not paying attention to how long it was. Okay, so either we watch Voice Critical's video, or we watch the Pokemon scalping video. Up to you, chatters. If it was too short, then I'll like restart the poll. Yeah, because I think I made it too short. Let's see. Dun. Okay, I think I made it too short. Let me restart it. Honestly, it didn't even look like it was a minute. I think it was like 30 seconds or something. All right, let me push it up to 5 minutes. Because almost nobody voted. All right. There we go. All right, this one should be longer. There you go. Why is it that it looks like that it like burns through like 30 seconds like immediately? I always think that's kind of weird. All right. Put in your votes. Which video do you guys want to watch? We either watch a video about Pokemon scalping. Okay, the Pokemon scalping one, it's scalping Pokemon cards just got harder. I think, it'll be interesting to see that. And then the voice critical one, I actually don't know what the voice critical one is. Like, the sheet just says voice critical on data centers, I think. Yeah, make sure to vote. Make sure to vote which video you guys want to watch. All right, we currently have a tie between the voice critical videos or the Pokemon scalping videos. Like, we just need one other person to vote. Or probably a few. Whichever one you guys want to watch, it's up to you. But yeah. Let's see, what was the thing we were on? Oh, whoops, wrong. Bum 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 bum. But yeah, it's actually kind of crazy how, like, the AI, like, how companies are forcing AI onto people. Like, honestly, like, AI has its uses. You really don't need to force it on people. But I think now with, like, so many people, like, posting their, like, so many people getting in on, like, the AI, like, market, I think a lot of people are, like, trying to milk it as much as they can. Problem is that AI utilizes so much resources in order to function. If I remember correctly, OpenAI is actually in, like, a downward spiral where they're spending so much more than they're actually earning that it's almost like not even worth, like continuing the service. And I think a lot of other companies are, like, experiencing the same thing. So, like, they're trying to justify to the shareholders that AI is profitable, more profitable than useful, that it's profitable, and that they should totally spend more money on it. Like, I think that's probably more the reason than anything else. It's like, it's too expensive to keep AI running for the most part. Just to keep them alive, basically. All right, come on, chatters. I know there's some of you in here. We need a tie-breaking vote. Buenas noches, señorita. Hello, IPMs. How are you doing? You having a good day? Wait, what? We actually got 2 more votes. Oh my goodness. Hello, IPMs. Welcome to the stream. Anybody new to the stream? I am Ida, Starp Engineer, RPBT VTuber. I am one half of the VTubers you will see on this channel. Today we're just reacting to some videos. Estamos fijando a qué video a mirar ahorita. Y estamos fijando cuál video para mirar, un video de Moist Critical o un video de Pokémon. ¿Y usted te gusta uno de los dos? Puedes decir cuál te gustas. Gracias mucho. All right, let's see. It looks like the voting is just about finished. And I think we have a tie. We have a tie. Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? Because it was a tie, I suppose we'll just do both. We'll just do both, okay? Since we got a tie. All right. Well, you guys tied it. We're gonna do both. Wait, thank you for that. Visual hug. Thank you so much. All right. The Shinx, which is the moist critical video that you were talking about? In the meantime, I'm just gonna start the Pokemon scalping one. You can post the moist critical video. All right. Boop. So yeah, this one is called Pokemon Scalping Pokemon cards just got harder.
Yeah. Her air tag said she was in the parking lot. Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to move so I can access that machine. Oh, yeah, for sure. Are you here to restock the machine? No, I'm actually here to disable the machine. It's due for removal this evening. What? Why? What are you talking about? Why? Well, sir, according to the order.
The Pokemon scalpers are in shambles. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You're disabling it? This is my livelihood. This is what I live for.
It says too many grown-ass men in baseball caps and Crocs.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
And getting into physical altercations over Pokemon cards. So that's not mine. Yeah, okay, sir. I'm gonna have to have you now so we can get to work. No, wait, you can't do this to me. I have to vend at a card show this week and I need to get some sealed products. Hello, I'm looking for a Mr. Scalper. Hi, that's me. My name is Samantha. I run the local card show you applied at. I've come to tell you that your application has been denied. Denied?
No?
Why? Yes, the inventory photo you sent to us was actually just a picture of Target's store shelf. So that's not
Ooh.
You had to come here in person to tell me this? Good day, sir. Oh. How am I supposed to pay my bills? What's the interest rate like?
Oh my goodness, don't not trust the Tanuki.
Okay, yeah. Welcome back to the channel, you broke-ass Timmies. I'm still a little bit under the weather, so apologize for my voice. I hope everybody's week is off to an okay start on this very regular ass Monday. We've got some hot topics on the roster for you guys today.
I like the little collection she has in the background right there. Look at that, she has like Pokemon themed like cereal. That's so cute.
About today on here, it seems that we're finally seeing more pushback against scalper activity, but these topics have people sharing very mixed opinions. Most of the mixed bag opinions are coming from people who sell Pokemon cards or you know, are vendors. So let's get into it a little bit. So first up, we have a card show called Feel Good Gaming. It took place in Maryland, I believe. I'm pretty sure it already happened, the show. I'm pretty sure it was this past weekend. I could be wrong though. But Feel Good Gaming posted a picture of this on their Instagram story, which appears to be some
banned
modern sealed Pokemon products with a word banned.
¿Cómo haría uno buenos para perder?
Across the whole image. Hi
everyone, okay, thank you so much for that, Shinx.
And I wanted to address the comments about the sealed products at our show. I've been reading all of your feedback and I hear you loud and clear and I agree. The scalping situation has gotten out of hand, especially recently. So I'm making a change to our next event. At our next show, we're banning all sealed product that is currently for sale at retail. That means vendors will no longer be allowed to sell sealed items that are typically associated with scalping. You can still sell sealed product to vendors, but they won't be able to put it out for sale at the event. We're also tightening up our vendor approval process to make sure the people behind the tables are bringing the right kind of inventory and contributing to a better overall experience. I'll be going to a lot of shows to scout out good vibe friendly vendors who have the right inventory, slabs, singles, and binders.
Por eso yo no sé. Yo no sé. Yo fijo que todo se hace buenos por solos. Y también yo creo que es por aquellos tienen buenas ideas y mucho gustos para los videos que se hacen.
So This has sparked a lot of mixed feelings in the community, mostly from the vendors, but I just want to point out that overall they received a very positive feedback from the community for this, and a lot of praise, like for making this decision and making a statement about it, with a lot of people saying that they wish every single card show would implement these types of policies. I'm gonna give you guys my opinion on the situation.
It really should.
Get into some of the comments that were under this post. I personally think that this is a great thing. I think that this is a great idea. I haven't even been enjoying going to card shows lately. I haven't even bothered going to any lately because the last few I went to were just vendors selling all the exact same cards for usually over market value, or vendors like the one they're calling out who just show up with a bunch of scalped sealed products. The vendor scene has gotten so bad lately, and I cannot be the only person that feels this way.
Yeah, honestly, it just at some point it stops being a game for people, and it just becomes like a circle jerk between like all these other people. It's actually kind of crazy.
I know there's good vendors out there, but it's far and few between at this point. And to be honest, it's literally ruining the card show experience for a lot of collectors and regular fans, because most of the vendors there suck, you know? Most of them are not there because they love Pokemon. Most of them are there because they want to squeeze as much money out of you as humanly possible. They don't care what kind of experience you're having. They don't care about Pokemon in general. It's so easy to tell too when
Yeah, the majority of the scalpers, they're not Pokemon fans in the slightest. And it's super easy to tell. They're just like, you can literally ask them any question about Pokemon and they can't answer. All they understand is that if I buy this and sell it for more money, then I will make money. That is the logic. And it's working with like, I think it's gone to a point where it's like going to stop working. Hi, Williams. How's it going? How does Bloomberg of a future project called Vtuber you never heard of compilation video volume 1? I'm sorry. I'm doing 2 last videos. It's gonna be this one and the one that the Shinx sent. Well, like we already did the vote. It was a tie. It was a tie. I said I'm gonna do one video and then I was gonna make this my last video and then we put it up for a vote and it ended up getting a tie, 2 for 2. And there was like no other suggestions, so it like that's just how it's going to be.
somebody's like disinterested or not there for the right reasons. And at every single one of these card shows that I've been to in the last like year, there's always at least a couple of tables that are set up with just a bunch of modern sealed.
Oh, so I meant to say being a part of like clipped in a project called Vtubers you never heard of. Oh, no, you can go ahead and do that if you want. Like realistically, I don't really see like the harm of like being included in something like that. Like you should never feel obligated to ask if I should be included in like a clip. Like, if you want to include us in a clip, by all means, go ahead. Like, we absolutely welcome it. Like, our videos are in the public. Like, if you want to use any of the public videos, by all means, feel free. But yeah, thank you so much for asking, though. Like, I think a lot of people would appreciate it. But yeah, hope the video comes out great.
Product behind them, selling it for like 3 times retail price, like just ridiculous numbers. And for those vendors, that's most of, if not all, of what they're selling. Sometimes they have like a binder or 2 thrown on the table or like a couple slabs, like to make it look like they're actually a vendor. And that is not a fun experience for anybody. Like, that's not a fun time to just shop around for Pokemon cards and everything's just 3 times more expensive than it's.
Like, where's Glex? We have only like one setup for like streaming. So, and honestly, we're usually like super busy and usually we enjoy taking time away from like the streams. Like right now, Glex is like, oh, he's no longer on his bed. When did that happen? Like, I did not notice that. Like, all I really heard was just the dogs going in and out from the background. I did not notice Glex is gone. let's see, descansa bien.
Supposed to be, and most of it is shit that's just scalped, like from people who are obviously like not here because they like Pokemon. That's not a fun experience. That's not a fun Pokemon experience to take your children to, or to go to with friends. Like this, it's not a fun time. Like I said,
Well, you create
I
a
haven't really
second
gone to a card show in a
setup.
while. I'm kind of over it.
If anything, we were going to like try to do like Google streams once we have like the proper setup for it. Is he more busier than you currently? No, like he's just more tired than me. Like if anything, that's usually what it is. He's usually more tired.
So many vendors are marking their shit up like crazy. I can literally always find a better deal on eBay, so why wouldn't I just do that? I'm not gonna overpay for a Pokemon card to help you meet your bottom line or to help you cover your table fee. But I also don't go to them because a lot of these vendors are just people who are selling ultramodern sealed product for 3 times retail price.
Really relatable reason for real? Yep.
Walmart. And those vendors, they're like scalp.
And honestly, I also get a little tired. Like right now, I'm a little tired, but like it's the reason why I'm not playing Phoenix Wright today is because I'm like more tired than usual. So we're just doing reacts today, and just chatting too. Very appreciate everybody that joined me today, though. Hope everybody's having a good time. Hopefully.
Scalpers cosplaying as vendors, but regardless of the scalping thing, they also don't know anything about Pokemon, anything about the hobby, and I don't feel comfortable buying from those people. There's vendors out here selling people resealed shit, fake shit, sometimes on purpose, but also sometimes out of blatant ignorance. Because they have no idea what they're looking for, what they're buying, what they're selling. They're not passionate about Pokemon, and they're not knowledgeable about Pokemon or the items that they're selling. They're just there for the chance at a quick flip, okay? And that is not somebody I want to buy products from. So I fully agree with this card show's decision to do this because, to be honest, the people who are selling this stuff at card shows for artificial market value, because it's artificial, are contributing to the ongoing issues with scalping, whether they'd like to admit it or not. Buying or selling this stuff as a vendor for perceived market value is contributing to the scalping issue. When you buy the stuff from them for over retail, you're enabling them to continue to keep going out and loitering and stalking and fighting for this shit so that they can come to the card shows and sell it to you guys for cash. So the best thing to do here is just to remove that opportunity altogether. It would definitely weed out a lot of the cosplay vendors, and it would make the overall card show experience a lot better for actual collectors.
You know, that actually makes me think of this one thing here. Take a look at this. There we go. Oh
yeah.
So this is a Pokemon enthusiast who her whole collection is just one card. And I think that's actually really great.
Oh, what's up? Oh god, it's happening.
Like, that is her whole collection right there. She just wants Erica's invitation. And that binder that she has right there is just of that one card.
I don't think I have any more. My name's Erica. That's amazing. Have you found some today?
I got 2, and then you got me 2.
Okay. You only collect that specific one, right?
This specific one.
Yeah, okay.
Only
That,
her.
yeah. I think I had the... Myself, actually. You want them? How much are you selling them? I don't know even how much they are. Market is like 10 to 12 right now. I'll give them to you just to support the cause. Oh. Nice. Can I put this in here? Yeah, no worries. Nice.
Well, you see, I think that's the real passion that she was talking about. Like she genuinely, loves the card that she's collecting. She does not care about any other card. And it's not even the value of the card. She just likes the card. And her name is Erica, and she's like, I like this card. How cute. I know, right? So adorable. Wait, look at that. She has an entire binder full of it. So yeah, absolutely adorable. I love how passionate she is about that one card.
Families who go to these. It's just my opinion, of course. If this offends you as a vendor, I'm sorry, but this is just my opinion. This is how I feel about the issue. In my opinion, all this does is remove another avenue for scalpers to unload their shit. Policies like this would be nothing but good for the hobby. And the only thing I disagree with the show on is if we're gonna ban the vendors from selling the stuff, then people shouldn't be allowed to bring it in to try and sell it to the vendors, which they said was allowed, which, you know, that can be a little confusing. I think
that's kind of weird.
Went ahead and said it's all banned. But either way, I think it's a positive thing. I think what they're doing is, you know, good overall for the hobby. I think a lot of other card shows should follow suit. No, it doesn't remove scalpers as a whole. Obviously, this is a very small scale thing. It's one little card show in Maryland. Yes, the scalpers in that general area in Maryland will still try to flip, you know, their shit on Facebook or whatnot, or whatever other degenerate.
This makes me think of a Yu-Gi-Oh horror story where a guy went to another dude's house to see if he had binders full of either sealed oracles or invocation. Oh, wow. When you have a Kami-Oshi, I know, right? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a ton of collectors there just like this.
Platforms they use, but keeping as many degenerates out of a card show as possible isn't a bad thing. Every little thing helps against these losers. Now that you've heard my opinion, let's dive into the comments. This is a great way to weed out some of the scalpers that do these random shows to sell their products. I don't care who you are, charging market for Ascended Heroes ETBs when you purchase them at MSRP is crazy. Multiple purchases in self-checkout, get the fuck out. I agree, and I'm actually gonna go a step further and say you shouldn't be buying them for market value either. If you really want to help combat the issue, you should only be offering retail price for these items or lower. Just
that one guy on TikTok who has a ton of magic cards. Wait, there's somebody who collects all the magic cards? That's so funny.
None of us should be enabling the scalping behavior. None of us should be buying it over retail, selling it over retail, and if enough of us did that, the situation would be resolved pretty quickly. More shows should vet their vendors as well. No more target to take.
Here's the problem with that though. Like, if these people that are like buying up all the cards are buying like either the most sought after collectibles or probably the more relevant meta cards, then it's kind of it becomes kind of like a case of supply and demand, where there are people that are playing competitively that require these cards in order to like compete, and if they can't get them through like luck RNG, then they have to resort to buying them on the market for singles. And if they really need that card, if they absolutely need a card for their deck, then they will do what they have to in order to even participate. If anything, if worst case scenario, they buy a really badly damaged version of the card. The guy on TikTok is called Magic Card Guy. Oh my goodness.
Vendors that just sit there with a pile of the most current sealed product price at or above market. It's a card show for a reason, should be a fun and community focused experience. Absolutely. And it hasn't felt
and then
like
you just
focused experience.
And then you just have like incidents where like people break out fighting and everything, and it's just a terrible time for everyone. Like you could possibly just be like caught in the crossfire and just get smacked around, and it's like you had nothing to do with it to begin with.
In quite a while now, and I would say for this entire past year, it's just been overpriced and boring. Everyone is selling the same shit. Every single table looks exactly the same. Can't find a single deal anywhere, and all the vendors are expecting you to cover their table fee by upcharging all of their cards, which I think is actually insane. I am a vendor, not for Pokemon cards, obviously, but for my art, and I also have to pay vendor table prices, and I literally have never raised my prices on my products because I've had to pay a table fee. And I'm making way less money doing that than these Pokemon card vendors are, but I've literally never raised my prices on my shit. In fact, when I sell in person, the prices are slightly lower than they would be on my online.
Me fighting off a vendor whose QCRD Bellstar I'm currently stealing? Like, no, I will get my waifu. I will literally fight to the death for her. Like, I will fight you. I will bite. Like, I will do anything to keep her. You can't take her away from me. Imagine if the QCRD of Bellstar, eventually becomes like a Grandmaster rare. Like what then, Bloops? Would you go for the KCR Grandmaster Rare Diabelstar?
I'm not expecting my customers to cover the table fee for me. That shouldn't be coming out of the customer's pocket. Stop being greedy. Not from your area, but I wanted to share some perspective. Targeting smaller vendors doesn't really move the needle on scalping. These issues tend to start at the top. We're a newer vendor, and most of our sealed inventory comes from trades. About 30% of our transactions involved sealed product, so a ban like this would remove a significant portion of our cash flow and push vendors like us to other marketplaces or shows. That's fine. Go sell somewhere else. It's not really anybody else's fault or problem that you decided to become a Pokemon vendor. Like the fact that
even a
30%
question?
of your sales comes from scalped sealed products, that's no one else's problem. Say you're a newer vendor, that's a red flag to me already as it is. Any new vendors just popping in here are red flags to me, I'm sorry. And so many of them are like, oh man, it's like always been my dream to be a Pokemon card vendor. Oh really? Wow. A lot of you seem to have had this dream like all around the same time too. It was so crazy. What a coincidence. He has a dream, like obviously this is on a small scale, a very small scale.
To be honest, I think a lot of people have always wanted to like sell cards because they just really enjoyed their card games. I think that's a fair perspective. But like when all of a sudden so many people just started like pursuing this ambition all at once, it seems a little sus.
It's one card show out in
Not only that, you also have to question whether or not these people actually have a store. Like, I would say, oh, where's your store located at? And they'll, like, whip out your phone to, like, get the address. And if they can't answer you, then you know they're lying.
Maryland. But other card shows could see this and do the same thing. Could inspire other card shows to do the same thing, which would be helpful. And if you don't like it, quite frankly, go sell somewhere else. Because I can tell you with confidence that no collectors who are going to these card shows want to see tables filled with ultra modern sealed products that are selling for 3 times retail. Nobody wants to see that shit. That's not why we're going to card shows. We've got an angry comment up next from Pokebald151.
Pokebald?
Pokebald151 says, attendance at your shows will go to 0, but have fun with that plan. People aren't going to card shows looking for vintage. Otherwise it would be
Hey, what? Like, this person is underestimating, like, the Pokemon fan base. Like, my nephew is now super into Pokemon now. He's super into Pokemon. I'm pretty sure if you show him an Eevee card, if you show him anything that has Eevee on it, he will eat it up. Like, he actually loves Eevee so much. He actually has a little plushie for Eevee. And he also has one for Pikachu as well. So yeah, he absolutely loves it. Ooh, you know what? I should probably give him the Let's Go Pikachu game or the Let's Go Eevee game. I'm pretty sure he would love that. It would probably be a really good fun experience since the Pokemon catching mechanic is like not too complicated for a kid.
selling like modern product, but it isn't. Because it's not as good. Trying to fight the free market with regulations just to prevent customers from getting products locally and encourages online sales where they have zero power to negotiate. Just say you're a scalper. Scalper, guys. People definitely will or already have showed up to support this show, I guarantee it. Because this is what the real Pokemon community actually wants. Real fans of
100% is legit Pokemon Go catching mechanic. Yeah.
To put regulations
Except
on
there's
the free
just
market,
there's no microtransactions in the game. So I'm pretty sure my sister would appreciate it.
Yeah, it's not gonna stop scalpers altogether. Nobody said it would. But the more shows who do this, the better. Every little bit counts. Let me know how you guys feel about that in the comments. The next big piece of news we have against the scalpers is that the Pokemon vending machines might be going away. I found this post on Instagram and it says there's a huge
Not the vending machines!
has decided to pull the plug and remove all machines now. This is crazy. On the East Coast, most machines are now all black screen and unplugged. If you search Pokemon vending machines near me, you will see that they have removed the locations of the machines and only Kroger is shown with them now. I saw a lot of comments under this post too that were in support of this happening. Obviously, there was pissed off comments from scalpers that are trying to like cope, but most were positive and were leaning towards that this is a good thing, because the vending machines have just been a plague on the community, honestly, in this last year. They've been a place for grown men to gather and loiter for hours or days, to stalk the restock delivery people, to get into physical fights or shouting matches in the stores. We've seen people unplugging the machines.
What if they stop, like, what if they incidentally just wait for the restocker to show up and then they just knock out the restocker and just like steal the truck?
Glitching the machines.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody has actually done that.
To bypass the buy limits, which are in place for a reason. We've just seen people being super disrespectful, not abiding by the policies or the rules. We even saw one guy get stuck under the machine. These have been an absolute nuisance.
Oh my goodness, wait, that actually happened?
We're only going to tolerate these grown-ass losers acting like this on a daily basis for so long. And honestly,
oh my goodness, imagine getting stuck under a machine.
Like, there is no like person in charge of facilitating the whole thing like there is with restock drops and stuff like that. So the vending machines are honestly probably the most dangerous place in the hobby right now. Like there's nobody there supervising any of that, and they probably know that it's only a matter of time before somebody gets seriously hurt or worse at one of these machines, and people just will not stop fucking with these machines. So yeah, it was only a matter of time. I think overall it's kind of sad to see them like just going away. I've actually never seen one. There's none in my area, but I think it was a really cool idea, and I was kind of looking forward to the day where maybe there is one in my area. I think they're newer, like correct me if I'm wrong, but I had never heard of these until like the prismatic boom. So maybe they just came about at the worst possible time, because if Pokemon was in a pretty normal average place right now, I think they'd be a really cool thing for the community to have. But at the end of the day, none of these machines are being used the way that they were intended to be used, so it's for the best that these get removed. It's also a win again because it's just one less avenue for
Yeah, too many people are getting hurt because of the vending machines things, and there's like if anything, any store that has a vending machine is probably subject to like lost in some business because people are afraid of like these really creepy people, and it gives a bad reputation to like the store in question. Like, oh, that place has a Pokemon vending place. One guy got shot over there, so let's not go over there. Like, these Pokemon people are crazy.
Scalpers to be getting products from.
Honey! Oh my goodness, a second raid! Hello, Sergey! How are you doing? Welcome in, raiders! Anybody new to the stream? I'm Aire, Storp Engineer, Tar PVC Vtuber. I am one half of the Vtubers you will see on this channel. How was your stream? What were you guys playing? Let's see. Oh, you were playing Fortnite. How was the Fortnite? Did you guys have a lot of fun? And welcome. Today I was feeling a little tired, so I decided to do more. I decided to do some reactions as well as some chatting as well. And yeah, right now we were hearing about Pokemon scalping. A lot of fun. Always good to hear. I'm glad you had a lot of fun. Like, what character you play in, what character skin do you play in Fortnite? Or what's your favorite gun? Like, honestly, I don't know anything about Fortnite. I'm dying a lot too. Isn't that just par for the course for like first-person shooter games?
One less place that grown-ass men
I'm
can
glad you
loiter
had fun,
around
though.
and stalk people and get in physical altercations with other people over for the chance to hoard Pokemon cards. Like, it's probably for the best that this is happening. And everyone's like, oh, this won't affect anything.
Today I played the Diva skin. Ooh, I love Diva. Diva is cute. I love her.
Opportunity is removed. It is helpful to combating the scalping issue. On some level, in some capacity, it is helpful. The more opportunities that are taken away from people, the less people will be able to sell their products. The more difficult that places like stores, card shows, and websites make it for these losers to scalp, the better. I see this as a win for the community. And if you're mad about any of this, it's probably because
Oh, definitely. I went to some stores that have a Pokemon vending machine. That area of the machine is legit no man's land. Oh my goodness. So yeah, in this video, they were explaining how there are Pokemon scalpers, being banned from like card shows, and they're taking away the Pokemon vending machine. You have the Suicide, Kisuna Eye, and Miku skins.
you were benefiting from it. If you were once benefiting from these machines or certain card shows, and you no longer can because you're selling scalped products, no one feels bad for you. Almost the entire
I bought them because I love to, and played some time in Overwatch. I played a little bit in Overwatch. Yeah, I played a little bit in Overwatch. I was not very good at it. This was like early in Overwatch though, and then I tried playing again, like years later, and then I was just getting completely destroyed. Like it was unfortunate because Tracer was completely useless. Like, no, well, not my Tracer. I love Tracer, by the way. Like, she was my favorite character from Overwatch. One of my favorite characters. Diva was also great. I loved her.
all of this craziness in
But
the
it
comment
was
section down below. What's your take
it
on
was
the vending
terrible.
machine
Just
situation
how
or
much
the
it
card show
changed.
situation? I'm assuming most of us here are in support of these things, but let me know down below. I'd like to see more being done to combat the bots. I think that is where the biggest issue lies, but we'll take the small wins when we can too, you know? So make sure you stay broke out there, and I will see you guys in my next video.
Good video. Good video. Like, honestly, really good stuff right there. There's the video. Be sure to leave a like. Let me see. Trying to find the video that the Shinx listed. Ah, there it is.
No.
Whoops. Alright. Alright. So this is the Moist Critical video. What's this one about? It's getting scary now. Okay. Interesting. With Genji and Mercy. Ooh. But yeah. This is gonna be the last video, and then I'm gonna be heading to sleep because I am very sleepy right now. Alright. Are you guys ready? I actually don't know what this is about. Like that's the funny thing about Moist Critical is that he gives like really vague titles, and then people kind of get curious about what the video is even about. All right, let us see what this is about.
No, it can't be. I was reassured that AI data centers were good for people, good for all of us, the future of mankind.
Thank you so much for the hydrate. Very much appreciate it.
Billions of dollars selling out every piece of land in this country for AI data centers to help us. But now, I think the cracks are starting to show. I think the truth is starting to leak.
Well, we actually learned quite a lot about data centers that kind of contradicts this. Like, we even had some insight on like the workings of data centers because of one of our chatters who is actually creating infrastructure for data centers. Like some of the pipes and all the mechanicisms mechanizations that goes into data centers were okay. So if anybody doesn't understand how like the data centers work, imagine like if you have a PC and you have a water cooled like a water cooler system, like the radiator. That is basically what the data centers are using. And so like how often do you refill the water in your little radiator thing? Not very often. Like we have not refilled ours ever since we bought it. Like the radiator that we've had it for over a year and we haven't refilled it. Honestly, I don't even know when you're supposed to refill it. Like, I actually forgot about it. I forgot that there's even water in the thing, but yeah, basically, the whole like thing about wasting water, data centers only contribute to about 0.1 to 0.3% of the United States water supply. Like only that much. And the majority of the water in the United States that's being used is for agriculture, which isn't a bad thing if you think about it, because like you need to like make the food in order to feed the people. It's not a bad thing, but like it uses far more water than data centers ever could dream. They utilize about 60 to 70% of the United States water. So yeah, it is minuscule in comparison. As for the jobs, because like the whole thing about data centers like stealing jobs. First off, it's not really true. They don't steal jobs. Well, the data centers themselves don't steal jobs. AI steal jobs, but the data centers themselves don't do that. If anything, because of certain places that will be running like data centers, like those ones will actually constitute like the requirement in order to make more energy resources. By the way, thanks for the golden frogadier. I didn't know you can trade with gold more included. Yeah, me neither. Like somebody actually told me like that you can do that. And I actually thought that's what you were asking. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, like I hope you appreciate it. Have fun with it. But yeah, because of the data centers themselves, well, the data centers themselves, they don't require that much staff. They hire like 25 to like 50 people, depending on the size, in regards to the people maintaining it and the people guarding it. Like, it's not that many jobs. However, if they're not like the one that's in Utah, which is going to be very sufficient in terms of like its power supply as well as its water supply, they will probably require people to build more energy resources. So that will give jobs to anybody that works in a nuclear power plant, that works in a energy resource management, gas pipelines, solar farms, all of that. Is joined on my Greninja gallery now. Nice. Like always good to make the collection bigger. Oh yeah, like the data center itself, like while noise critical is right, the data center itself will not create jobs. It will facilitate the need to create more jobs, because first off, you need the energy supply. So like nuclear power plants, all that stuff, anything that produces power, that will be encouraged to be created. And then, people, the construction workers that are required in order to build those will be getting jobs. And that will also constitute like building more roads, building homes for the workers that want to commute a lot faster to those locations. And if anything, if there's homes, if there's a community nearby, then that will also facilitate like fast food. You need food, convenience stores, services like gas stations, like tire shops, anything that society requires, it facilitates all of that. So if anything, it does inadvertently will make so many different jobs. Indeed.
Out and, well, don't worry, BlackRock has solutions for that. Larry Fink made a really cool statement about how they're going to protect it from the domestic terrorists that might not want AI data centers, which I think is a really cool label to be slapping on normal, average working people that just...
No, well, it might be an over-exaggeration. I do believe that there will be some crazy people that will want to do that. Like, the fact that Moist Critical is completely ignoring the fact that Tesla was having bombing attempts. Like, Tesla had people trying to bomb Tesla, like dealerships. That's right, they were trying to bomb them. Like, people that have nothing to do with Elon Musk because they hated Elon Musk. They were trying to destroy dealerships. These people are just trying to make their job, trying to make a living selling the vehicles because that's what they have to do in order to make money. Same with like people, like they were also destroying, sorry, what is the topic exactly? I'm confused. I'm guessing this has something to do with data centers. So, Sergey, data centers, are the things that the places large. Okay, it's kind of like a large server, and its goal is to make AI more efficient in how it functions, and it also helps it to learn faster. It also has some other utility uses, but for right now, that's what most companies are doing. So sí, este es el proyecto de AI. Los edificios de data que es por la AI para aprender cómo, para aprender, sí. Es para los AI para aprender cómo hacerlo, adorar, algo como así. Oh, kind of train camp for AI. Algo como así, sí. Why no sé cómo explicarlo en español. But yeah, like they basically like, it helps AI to learn, and people are against it because supposedly it wastes a lot of water. It also like increases electricity, and people are saying that it only hurts the environment, which isn't really true. It also like wastes a lot of water, which also isn't really true. Like it wastes water. It like the number is big, but it's like if you contribute it to like all the water, it's not that big. Thanks for the effort. Like, I try.
Don't want to see their energy bill skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist. What, you don't like the data center, do you? Well, welcome to the gulag. It's pretty
Anyway, I think I may have misheard that. Was he justifying the attacks on the data centers? Like, I think I misheard that because I did pause like in between that. I think I misheard that. Hold up.
average working people that just don't want to see their energy bill skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist. What, you don't like the data center, do you?
Okay. Well, okay, I think he's misrepresenting like the idea because like I said, there are crazy people out there. Like, and if they're going to protect it, then good. They want to protect the people in it from all the psychos that are being lied to in regards to the data centers. And there might be some people that are crazy enough in order to do that. Like, history has shown us that yes, there are crazy people. Crazy people do exist, and it's better to that like innocent people like don't get hurt in the process.
Well, welcome.
And not only that, but like these data centers, they're not cheap. And it takes a long time in order to construct them. And if one of them gets destroyed, like what kind of cause could that happen in like in a local sense? Yeah, it's I don't know what kind of cause it could possibly have, but like I would just rather not find out, you know?
Gulag. It's pretty unhinged, but I'll get to that in a moment. I want to show you something that I just learned about that I think is extremely alarming. This is so far the biggest public goat seeing from the data center epidemic, where
Let's see. Nearly 50,000 Lake Tahoe residents have to find a new power source after the energy source looks to redirect lines to data centers. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the new power source, doesn't that mean that they will have to have someone like construct the power source and then there you go. It's like to help even it out. Catherine Gionio.
in Lake Tahoe, 50.
I want a skin. Oh, here we go. There you go. That's where you can get your skins from. It's B profile. And if, you can battle people in the chat by doing B duel. And then you can just add whoever you want and you can start a fight above my head. Like this. Now I'm at, oh, there you go. See? That's what the skins are for. You can just start fighting, whoever you want in the chat with that.
Thousand residents have just been informed that in 2027, their energy provider is abandoning them to focus solely on the energy demands of the AI data centers in the area. Now, this probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on. All companies are finding ways to butt fuck the normal person and focus entirely on suckling the bosom of
I forget
AI.
for a while.
Not just for data centers, but let's take a look back about 5 months ago, which is like ancient history.
If anything, wouldn't that just give profitability for like businesses? Like it's inadvertently like making more money if businesses open up power plants and then they just continue like charging more for like their electricity. Like I forget what the business I don't know what the business structure is, but like I'm pretty sure there's money in that if they construct more sources of energy.
With the way everything's been moving with Micron. Do you remember when Micron did one of these to all the normal consumers that relied on their RAM being one?
Not only that, but like how do these people actually benefit from a deficit in electricity? Like it actually doesn't make any sense. Like if there's a deficit in energy and if there's a deficit, like everybody needs energy. Everybody needs energy. And if the data centers are like siphoning all the energy, then that inadvertently like affects them as well. So if anything, in order to solve that problem, they have to expand. And I'm pretty sure that's pretty beneficial right there. I'm not grinding in here.
One of only 3 big players in RAM production. Well, Micron, 5, maybe 6 months ago now, announced that they will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, fuck you nerds, we've got AI now. Then the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, announced that...
Let's see. Micron Technology, a leader in innovative memory and storage solutions, today announced its decision to exit the crucial consumer business, including the sales of crucial consumer brand products at key retailers, e-tailers, and distributors worldwide. Micron will continue crucial consumer product shipments through the consumer channel until the end of fiscal Q2. The company will work closely with partners and customers through this transition and will provide continued warranty service and support for crucial products. Micron will continue to support the sale of Micron brand enterprise products to commercial channel customers globally. The AI-driven growth in the data center has led to a surge in demand for memory and storage. Micron has made the difficult decision to exit the crucial consumer business in order to improve supply and support for our larger strategic customers and faster growing segments, said Sumit Sadada, EVP and Chief Business Officer at Micron Technology. Thanks to a passionate community of consumers, the crucial brand has become synonymous with technical leadership, quality, and reliability of leading edge memory and storage products. We would like to thank our millions of customers, hundreds of partners, and all of the Micron team members who have supported the crucial. Hold up. I actually don't know anything about these people. Let me see. All right. Let's see. All right. Micron Technology is a major American multinational semiconductor company that specializes in memory and data storage solutions. DRAM, dynamic random access memory, high-speed memory used in computer servers, smartphones, nanoflash. It is one of the world's big three memory manufacturers and the only major US-based one. Key facts, oh wow, it's the only one. Interesting. Founded, blah, 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 blah. Employees, 53,000. Main markets, data centers and AI, high bandwidth memory for GPUs and AI training. This has been a huge growth driver recently. Client PC, RAM and SSDs for laptops and desktops. Mobile memory for smartphones, automotive. Let's see, why Micron matters. Modern computing, smartphones, AI, cloud services, and even cars all rely heavily on memory chips. Micron's technology is the invisible layer that makes the fast data processing possible. The company has been expanding U.S. manufacturing fabs in Idaho, New York, Virginia to strengthen domestic supply chains and national security. In short, if you use a computer, phone, or benefit from AI cloud services, Micron chips are likely powering part of that experience. The company is currently riding strong demand for AI-related memory, which has significantly boosted its stocks and revenue in recent years. Give me a second. I'm a little curious about this then. All right. Wait, what? All right, there you go. All right, let's see what this article is about. This is a real press release from Micron Technology. What's happening? Micron is exiting its consumer business under the Crucial brand. Crucial has been Micron's consumer-facing brand for nearly 30 years, selling RAM, memory, modules, SSDs, and other storage products directly to regular users through retailers like Amazon, Best Buy, and Newegg. Starting now, Micron will stop selling Crucial brand products to consumers. They will wind down shipments by the end of February 2026. Warranty and support for existing Crucial products will continue. Why are they doing this? The main reason is AI and data center demand. Memory chips, especially high bandwidth memory, are in huge shortage because of the AI boom. Micron wants to redirect its production capacity, supply, and engineering resources towards big enterprise and AI customers. Think hyperscalers like this, like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and NVIDIA, who pay higher prices and have much faster growing demand. In the words of Micron office, what does this mean for consumers? You can still buy Crucial products until February 2026 while existing stocks last. After that, no more new Crucial branded RAM or SSDs for consumers. other brands, Corsair, Kingston, Samsung, WD, will still sell consumer memory. Many of them already use Micron chips inside their products. Micron will continue selling enterprise-grade Micron-branded memory and storage to businesses. This is a classic strategic pivot. Micron is doubling down on the much more profitable and high-growth AI enterprise side of the business, while stepping away from the more competitive, lower-margin consumer retail market. The stock reaction and the industry commentary at the same. So, okay, so I'm a little curious. So they're still selling to businesses such as I understand it, he's leaving as an investor in the crucial brand. Yeah, it seems like it. According to this, he like the Micron is leaving the retail competitive market scene, and they're just going into like AI, while we still have other companies that so they're still selling to like RAM and DRAM and all that stuff to consumers, but not directly to consumers. They're instead of selling to consumers directly, they're selling them through third-party means. So we still have Corsair, Kingston, Samsung, and WD. They are buying from Micron, and then they sell to us. So realistic, like the only thing that's changing is that we don't sell, like we can't buy from Micron directly, but I'm pretty sure we can still like do like refunds and stuff through the other parties, and then through the other parties they just go through Micron if it's like has anything to do with Micron. So I don't actually know what the point of what Charlie's saying. Samsung produces their own RAM and DRAM, and so does. Yeah, so like what it says right here is that each of these products they use Micron chips. They produce their own memory, but they use Micron chips inside their products. So yeah, like Micron is not selling them DRAMs and SSDs. They're selling the chips. Is sell it only for enterprises? Yes. Like that's basically what they're doing. Like like especially with like AI exploding, they're shifting to like selling to like Google, Amazon, and all of them because they can pay higher prices. And I think it's kind of like a monopoly sort of situation where they have control of their products, and like they're selling to the highest bidders because they can afford it. Like consumers individually cannot do that. Those two I listed are the other two big ones that product produces in-house. Samsung and Essence. Okay, no, the ones that I listed, they're they sell memory. And then Samsung and all those, yeah. It looks like, it said that it was one of the only ones. Hold up, let me see. Dum. Oh yeah, it actually said right here, it's one of the world's big three memory manufacturers alongside Samsung and SK Hynix. Yeah. And the only major US-based one. Okay, they're the only ones that are in the US, like directly in the US. Samsung and SK Hynix are somewhere else. Like I imagine Samsung is probably like Japanese. Probably not. I don't actually know where Samsung is. Either way, it's one of the big three, so yeah. Anyways, there's like this doesn't really mean anything. Like people can still like get it from Samsung and everything. Both are Korean. Okay. Well, yeah, like What is the point that Charlie's making here?
They will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, fuck you nerds, we've got AI now. Then threw on their sunglasses and never looked back, which inevitably caused the big RAM crisis and the prices to skyrocket there because of now the impending RAM shortage that would be unfolding, because again, Micron was one of only 3 big RAM producers, and they just outright said, we will no longer be providing to the consumer market starting this year. So they did that because AI was more lucrative, and now you're seeing everything else go in that direction. And this is the first example, the first big example of just an energy company that 50,000 people rely on to live, just hitting that Harry Houdini vibe and vanishing on them, saying, don't really care about you plebeians, flesh and blood is cringe, AI is the future, we gotta go take care of AI. I mean, good luck out there though, maybe you'll find other power suppliers, but it won't be us. Bye-bye. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's...
Okay, so he's arguing that, that the RAM prices increased because they're leaving? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. They were already climbing before they, they made this decision. And the only reason is because the big companies are buying all the RAM. The big companies did that, not Micron. And yeah, like Micron, like that'll probably open up other enterprises in order to like take their place for the consumers if that were to happen. And it's not like we're completely like lost without them, I suppose. And like, it's like these big companies, they were already doing that to begin with. Like, how is it exactly Micron's fault that there's short supply? And it's like, we still have access to these things through other venues. Like, it is what it is. Like, I don't think I fully understand. Maybe I'm not smart enough to understand this point. Anyways, let's just continue.
For decades told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility
Nevada. Hold up, let me check something real fast. Perhaps it can compete against the other brands? I don't think so. Okay, no. They couldn't compete against the other brands. I don't think that's the case. I think they're just jumping for more money. I'm pretty sure that's, like, honestly, I think that's just the right answer, because it's the answer that makes the most sense. Like, they're just in it for the money.
Utility company that has less than a year to find another power source, which shouldn't be a problem. They maybe just need to dig a few feet underground to find the fucking Tesseract, and maybe they can install that. Surely that won't be a huge issue. I imagine that'll be without hiccups. Doesn't this paint the most beautiful picture? It's always been abundantly clear companies don't give a fuck about you or anything, but now that companies see a way of cutting you out while still driving up their own profits, they are frothing at the mouth for it and jumping on board. They are abandoning ship on people because they don't need people anymore thanks to AI. So these data centers in this area are now...
It's a weird situation. It really is. And here's the thing, like, one thing that Moist Critical is wrong about is that they still need people for AI. like they still need people. Like here's the thing: the companies might be like shifting to data centers, but ultimately it's still down to the shareholders in order to justify them, in order to keep paying them, in order to run these things. And if the shareholders don't find like a good reason for them to continue like paying for these companies, then they just cut out, and then these people basically have a product that like people aren't utilizing enough in order to justify the costs. Because like most of these data centers, they're not cheap to run. They're not cheap to run. They have to find other means of like making it lucrative. And if they can't do that, then yeah. Not only that, but like they need people in order to fund this stuff. Like that's where the tax money comes from. If the prices go up too high, then people just leave. Like it just makes sense. Like if anything, I think this is like in a broader scope. This has something to do with more of like Nevada's like inlay like policies or something. Probably like their construction and something. I don't know. There's probably something a little deeper to this than it seems. To maintenance them, yes, they still need technicians and engineers yet. Yeah. Anyways, I think he's looking a little bit too surface level than anything else. Like, if anything, some of these companies probably most likely are dumb enough to think that they don't need to care, but like they need to justify their existence. If all they're doing is wasting money, the shareholders won't be happy, and then they stop the money, and now they have an extremely expensive piece of hardware that's not being fully utilized in order, and they're just burning money. Like AI is extremely expensive. Like OpenAI, they're making so much money, but at the same time, they're also burning a lot of money. Like it's even stated that OpenAI is proving to be not profitable. Like it's proving to be not profitable. It's actually a really like crazy like instance where it's actually they're projected to probably like crash. If things don't improve, they're probably going to crash in like 2028, probably. So yeah, like if anything, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like why? Like they need to find ways to make this viable. Otherwise, it's kind of whatever. Hey, Harris, can you do your best Moist Critical impression? I don't think so. Like what? What should I like try to do? Like what? Like I honestly don't know enough about Moist Critical in order to like try to like imitate like an impression
of NV Energy.
Try saying "What's up, guys?" Critical here. What's up, guys? Critical here. I don't think I can. I don't think that was good. I don't think that was good. I think that was terrible. All right. Let's continue.
And they are just saying, these 50,000 people, they can go kick rocks, pussy, good luck. And I imagine this will not
Fucking
be an
nailed it.
incident. This is something I've yapped about a lot. It's something that is very well known about data centers in particular for the energy demands. And as these companies...
What is critical anyways? It's this person. Thank you for trying. You did great. Thank you so much. Yeah, this content creator is referred to as Moist Critical. People also refer to him as Charlie.
A lot of incentive to focus.
I couldn't notice a difference. Oh my God.
Centers, they'll start to make the same decisions that we are seeing here from NV Energy, where they don't really need to supply energy to people. Ew, stinky people, human beings. Oh, no, they can instead just focus entirely on.
Yeah, this was from a communist viewpoint. In a capitalist viewpoint, people still need the companies still need people to buy their product in order to purchase their products, because otherwise they just kind of just die. I didn't know him. Oh, that's fine. Back from a nap. Anything useful? Hi, Darkite. How are you doing? We're just reacting to a Moist Critical video right now. And a lot of the things he's saying, I don't really know too much about these sort of things. So I'm kind of just in for the ride for right now.
AI data centers and making a fucking killing in the clams department through it. So they'll abandon.
That's despite the fact that I consume content in English. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. There's a lot of big names in like all across the globe that people that aren't from those locations probably don't know anything about, even if they are like globally renowned. Like I could probably ask you this, Sergey, do you happen to know who Asmongold is? Or Mr. Beast? Like those are probably two of the biggest names like in the United States.
To see this trend happening in places that are having this big push for AI data centers. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from NV Energy's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, found that the 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. At a regional business event last fall, NV Energy's director of business development called the moment unprecedented, saying the company was eager to serve the new industrial load, but that it would not impact our existing customer base. Are you telling me he lied? He was too focused on
Okay.
load. That load was too appealing. It felt too good, tasted too yummy, that he did indeed impact the existing customer base by outright telling them to go take a hike. Get out of here, dweebs, and then giving them a wedgie on the way out in order to solely focus the energy demands on the data centers. Come on. No, there's no way they lied. Oh, man, that's crazy.
If anything, it was probably outside their scope, which honestly it happens way more frequently than people would like to admit. Like, and not only that, they have like the obvious reason why they have to like say it like this is because they'll look bad if they say that they knew about it. So yeah, it's mostly just for appearance, and it makes sense, but it doesn't justify that it's good. That was bad.
49,000 California customers may have already been bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities it owns in Nevada. The other 75% comes.
Oh, solar, Darkeye, weren't you saying that solar doesn't produce all that much energy? Like 75% comes from the Nevada energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year.
Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region.
Three occupations that will support a data center itself, workers, power generation support, and cooling support. Yes. Oh, okay. So yeah, they're like the solar panels. That's a lot of energy from solar panels.
By this time next year. It's like we don't exist, Danielle Hughes told Fortune. Hughes is a North Lake Tahoe resident, CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, and a supervisor within the California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division.
Oh, that makes too much sense. The California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division, isn't that just a name? Like, isn't this the scam right here? Like, I thought people were saying that this department right here, California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division, isn't that just a full scam?
And it's not like you don't exist. You literally don't exist to these companies. You are not even numbers on a page anymore, because now the numbers that they actually care about are whatever the AI data center numbers that they find are. This article also goes into how messy this kind of thing is and why it's an extremely tricky problem to solve, especially considering that their grid sits inside of.
Like, honestly, this whole thing makes a lot of sense. This whole thing makes a lot of sense if this person was drinking the California Kool-Aid. Yes, like as the Energy Commission representative, I know for a fact that this will be very profitable, and we have absolutely no plans in order to fix it if things go sideways. Like if that was really the case, then yeah, it would make so much sense. I have no idea if that is the case, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Of NV Energy's balancing authority, and they'd rely on their transmission lines, which they are no longer going to be having access to for these 50,000 residents that are being abandoned here. So the whole thing is extremely difficult to try and navigate. So even finding another power supplier isn't exactly easy, and would also cost tons and tons of money. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the sea.
Okay, this one is obvious because California has so much red tape in regards to construction and everything. And quite frankly, a lot of everything that's been going on in California has mostly just been what is it? It's been diverted from all sorts of things that they said. Like the homeless project, that one was a complete scam. It was most likely completely pocketed. And probably this is also probably one of those things where everything was just slipped under the table and nothing came of it. So yeah, if Nevada is being screwed over by California, it makes so much sense that this happened.
Aire, a project Liberty President Eric Schwartzrock said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts, and also would lead to higher costs to these residents that have been abandoned. It's going to be passed down to them. So no matter what happens next, them being completely, thrown to the dirt by NV Energy in favor of them supplying the power to data centers, no matter what happens next, if they do get an alternate power source player to come in to help them, it will most likely lead to a significant increase in their cost. Their bills are going to go up. So they're getting fucked no matter what happens.
It kind of seems like this is more California's fault than the data centers themselves.
I recommend you read the entire article from Fortune if you're at all interested in the...
Wait, you got it from 4chan? Okay.
The nuance and the...
Well, it is real. Grok confirmed that it is real, so it's whatever.
Inner workings of how this garbage is unfolding. There's a back and forth here where NV Energy's like, oh, they knew this was coming and it's their fault for not being able to secure a new independent power supply, that kind of thing. It's been going on for a while. We've always said it's temporary. We've just extended our agreements for a while, and they've been dragging their feet on replacing us, that kind of thing.
Power density example, solar panels can produce a lot of energy but require a lot of area. It is more efficient to use an acre of power turbine instead of 10 acres of solar panels. I think the only argument to that is clean energy, so to speak. Isn't power turbines also clean energy too? I actually don't know too much about power turbines. But yeah, if it is clean, I'm pretty sure you'll tell me.
There's really a lot to unpack here, and there is no regulatory oversight.
Basically, the only argument for the solar panels is for the hippies. Oh, they don't affect the environment in any way, and I think that's the only argument to it. I don't know how true that is, but I think that's the only argument that people can make about that.
That can come in and help fix this, even though there are arguments being made that there should be something out there, and protesting how.
No, power turbine use gas, LNG, and whatnot. Oh, okay. So it would affect emissions then. Like they can produce more power, but they can they like affect the emissions in some way, right? No, I don't think solar panels like affect emissions in any way. I think that's like the argument right there.
How this is even allowed to happen, how the power provider could just be like, actually, we're just going to focus on AI.
We've gotten good at handling emissions. But yeah, like the only, like I said, the only argument is like it's like the hippie stuff. Like it's clean energy. That's the only real argument to it. That's it. It's not a good argument. Like it's like the only argument there is to it. That's it.
And our power to live, they're, who were they? I already forgot about them. Like there's been a lot of arguments. There's a lot to it. So the article goes pretty in depth on it. As for what's next in the region, Liberty told customers that NV Energy will remain the transmission provider. The wires aren't going anywhere, so that's nice. They didn't just dig up the wires and throw them in a fucking landfill or something. So
I'm pretty sure if they did that, that would be I'm pretty sure that would be like a federal crime. Well, I'm not 100% certain on this, but I'm pretty sure that's like some sort of crime in order to just completely strip away like the livelihood of people. Like the companies might not care about them, but I'm pretty sure that if they complain hard enough to like the government, they could potentially be in for like a lawsuit or like in for like some sort of criminal case.
The question is, who's going to supply the electricity that flows over them and what that cost will be, and whether the regulators can protect customers whose upstream grid sits outside California's usual planning structure. And they are right now shopping the bid replacement contract to anyone and everyone. They are really trying to find this next energy provider. There was a tad bit of optimism when it came to a short-term solution, but long-term is a lot more unstable and unknowable. And they close with this statement saying, "We have no representation, it's resource extraction." It is 1000% resource extraction, and
that's a good enough argument. We would just ask to see the eco guys, what is the tolerance for emissions, then select generation technology and sue. Part of engineering is not perfection, but rather what makes the company money. Yep, pretty much. Like it's basically what they can do within the bounds of where they're at, so to speak. Like power turbines would make a lot of money, or probably would produce a lot of energy. But if the location does not allow them to like affect the emissions like to the degree that they need to operate at, then that won't make them money. But solar panels will, because they don't make emissions. Anywhere else that would allow them, then yeah, they would probably just go in that direction.
And representation has proven in other regions across the country to not matter at all when it comes to these data centers. Let's take a look at Utah. The Kevin O'Leary clown show, his fucking circus, who, by the way, likes to continue LARPing as an American. He's not. He is a bald Canadian bitch ass. And yet he still comes over here and tries to preach about American values and why the data center is like the most patriotic.
Yeah, like why would we ever listen to somebody who's not from America? Like I always think that's annoying. Like how people who aren't American are always coming in here, like always like preaching about American values and like telling Americans what to do. It's like, why do you care? Why do you care? Go away.
Patriotic thing you can do. Cringe, pathetic, worm demon. Anyway, in Utah, all of the people were voicing how much they didn't want it, the disdain. They would not support it. Please don't. Begging, groveling, do not let this data center project be approved. A 40,000 acre data center, the largest imagined.
Okay, so we've actually heard the counter argument to this, which Sean already perfectly like kind of like countered, where the 40,000 acres, that's not the size of the data center itself. That is the land that they purchased, and in the land it has water, it has the ownership of the water that's underneath the land that they're using, and then the rest of the land will be used to power will be used to power the data center in question. So yeah, like this thing will be largely self-efficient, like hugely self-efficient, more so than any other data center in the country. So we've already heard the argument on this one. So let's see what Moist Critical believes. Like what if Moist Critical is actually being like doing the psyop for China? That would actually be funny. And he's like, the funnier thing would be if he wasn't being paid for it. Like he genuinely like believes this. Which, all right, let's hear the full thing. All right, let's hear.
Like genuinely, I cannot even fathom something that big. A 40,000 acre data center is fucking diabolical.
Hi, Maticus. How are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some reacts on some Moist Critical video.
And the geriatric fossils that were approving this project, who are supposed to be representing the people in the community, outright said, one of them verbatim said, "For hell's sake, grow up." A crazy statement, and I do believe they are fighting for hell. They are...
Oh, I'm having a blast, then riding an emotional high all day. Hey, let's go. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you're having a good day today.
Demons on the side of Satan. So like these fucking octogenarians, in the face of all the community that went out there, and there was a huge number of people yelling, screaming, begging, stop, don't do it, don't, no data centers. In front of all of them, they insulted the people, berated them, and then went into their own private room to get away from all the riffraff, all the hustle and bustle and hoopla, so that way they could unanimously push it through to greenlight the 40,000 acre data center. That goes in the face of all of the people that they are supposed to be representing the interests of. So it's pretty clear that even having representation of like the will of the people does not matter. These data centers are being built and brute forced through because most likely all of these politicians and the people in power in these communities are getting a nice little chunk of change for it. Some real strong...
So yeah, we were already told that this data center in Utah is going to be like largely self-sufficient, and they even have plans and everything in regards to that. Like they are not going to be they're not going to be like doing a huge like they're not going to be pulling a whole lot from the nation's grid, like power grid in any way. So yeah, I think, like, I will say his best, the best thing he has is how rude, the person was. But honestly, we don't even know, like the individual people that showed up to this thing. Like, I have no idea. Charlie most likely doesn't have any idea. If they were true or not, I have no, like, if they were right to call the people that showed up, like, assume they were bussed in, I have no idea. Like, I can't that's just speculation. Unless Charlie actually went through each and every one of them and can prove that every one of them was like a citizen. I think this is kind of like a nowhere, like, kind of like situation. The one issue of solar panels and why they would not be, oh my goodness, Dark Eyed, why do you hate solar panels so much? Like, I'm not even really, like, fighting for solar panels. I'm just explaining, like some sort of thought process. Anyways, let's see. Will not be good for DC is the power gen curve. It is not constant throughout the day, and the night portions are nearly 0 watts. This is not good for cooling or data centers. You know, I always thought it was kind of weird that they don't get power from like the moonlight. Because isn't that just a reflection from like the sun? Like that would like I would assume that it's just not, it's a reflection of the light from the sun, and it's probably not strong enough in order to, like, get anything from. Convention power gen is better for this since they are constant and more reliable power curve. Makes sense.
Incentives, and they don't care about the people, and there's no consequences. There are literally no consequences anymore across the board. You can lie, you can scam, you can fraud.
So, like, if I were to take Dark Guide's, like, description in between, like, solar panels and, like, power turbines, it's kind of like in card games where, like, in like Pokemon, like, the number one thing that most people try to do is try to get into their strategies as consistently as possible. And even though one line could end in, like, a decent result, if it's not consistent, then it doesn't matter. It's a very weak strategy. But if it's consistent, then it's a lot stronger. Just explaining the engineering, and no, Moonlight is not power plus. It has a waxing waning cycle. Oh, interesting. Okay. I was more curious about the Moonlight thing.
All of this, and there is nothing that happens. Nothing at all. So they feel very emboldened to just blatantly, openly be corrupt, and that's what's happening. So these data centers, they are coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down. It's extremely concerning. It's extremely infuriating. And BlackRock is already planning for people to feel like forced into a corner and doing something drastic, like maybe trying to...
My apologies. No, it's okay.
And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it's going to be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be...
I'm going to say take care. Thank you so much for the raid, and I hope you have a good night. Like, very much appreciate you.
Investments. We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now, we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone?
These slimy husks, these zombies, are getting so comfortable calling anyone that goes against the corporations selling out of this country and their land terrorists. Oh, you don't support the companies coming in here with 31...
It kind of... I wouldn't say they're terrorists. I would say they're just misinformed. At the very least. Like, that's all I would say. If anything, that was just terribly worded, and it does not make him look good. Also, this is BlackRock we're talking about. BlackRock is already kind of like a terrorist group because they fund everything. Like, they're funding things in China. They're funding things in every country outside of the United States. I cannot take a lot of the things that BlackRock, like, says very seriously, because they're like very, very suspect people to begin with.
100 data centers springing up in your communities, driving up your energy bills, ruining your water.
Yeah, that bit about the concern over drone warfare confusing me. We're pretty secured on the home front and counter most near-peer threats, even drones. Yeah, but it's like how Sean from the actual Justice Warrior explained it. It's kind of like an arms race between us and China. And basically, I think the United States are just trying to get a leg up on China in order to kind of like have better AI than China does. And it's actually been shown that China is paying influencers in order to demonize data centers. Because while here in the United States, we might suffer some losses, kind of like the Nevada situation. The government is kind of obligated in order to assist in that regard. Like, I'm pretty sure if they complain hard enough, like, Like the government will have to do something in order to ensure the safety of Nevada. Meanwhile, in China, if they build X amount of data centers, and people are complaining about their situation of living, they don't care. And BlackRock is recently, unfortunately, the top investor of Nintendo. Wait, I thought BlackRock was banned from buying Nintendo stocks. Did that change? Nowadays, and concerning for Nihon Falcom, because BlackRock got some investment shares, but in the minority of the investment pool. Oh no, that is terrible. Hopefully, oh my goodness, that's terrible. But on the bright side of that, I will say that at least with AI rising, a lot more indie devs will be able to compete with a lot of like the AAA companies, because they will be able to produce like content, like actually produce content more cheaply than AAA. Right now, I get that, but the thing when it is come to the fence, we prepare to fight another US. A lot of advances in tech and defense are coming from how would we kill this? Man, my typos are strong right now. It is better for the US not to fall behind. It is evident that other nations have more emissions, so they are already trying everything they can to try to close the gap. Honestly, that makes, I agree with that a lot. Because like right now, it's so scary just how many people are actually like cheering Iran on. Like the whole thing with Iran, it would have been a lot more easier on the United States. Like if people actually unified in disavowing and just getting rid of Iran, like the Iranian regime, like things probably wouldn't have been so bad in the United States. Like the gas prices wouldn't have gone so high, or like it just would have been so much better. Like the whole thing would have been over so much faster if people joined, but they didn't. And all of them were all like, kind of like, oh no, how could you do this to Iran? Poor Iran. And it's like, okay, anybody that cheered for that most likely are banking on the downfall of the United States. And for what? I have no idea. Like almost every country outside of the United States that are like in NATO are like basically feeding off of the United States money. Like all their services that they have is kind of funded by the United States in some regards. And then they don't need an army. They don't need a strong army because the United States are their army. That and the quality of metals in other nations, as an example, not being the same as U.S. can lead to premature failure due to cost-cutting methods. China's primary example. Oh, interesting. Like I would not have seen that. So yeah, like it's really crazy. So yeah, like it's so strange how so many people are like cheering on China. Like China does not care about its people. Like it really would not care. Like if the data centers that they build gets them a leg up on the United States, then they will literally do it at any cost. Yeah, pro-Iran. It's not like the regime pressed the off button on thousands of protesters or anything. It's not like they're constantly propping up insurgent forces that are poking us and our allies. Yeah, no, we're man. Yep, pretty much. Poor Iran. And then they're still like they basically. Here's the thing that I always thought was really crazy. So my brother is in the military. He's a Navy. My older brother is in the Navy, and he sometimes is on boats. And here's the thing: if they were to ever go through like the Straits of Hormuz, they could have their lives lost. They could have their lives lost. And quite frankly, I am not interested in knowing that my brother could be at risk, like traveling like the ocean, and especially through like rivers and stuff that are completely laced. with mines that are designed to destroy any ships that pass by them. And that's kind of the situation that's going on in the Straits of Hormuz. They're basically just pirating and destroying any ships, killing whoever passes by, and nobody seems to like care about it. Like, how many people have like perished going through the Straits of Hormuz? Like, how many? Like, too many. Like, one is already too many. Like, and quite frankly, I don't really appreciate that. And it's amazing that there's so many people that do not care. Like, it's like they're like those, like they are so disassociated with people that they don't understand that the people that are on those boats, they're not just random NPCs. They are somebody's children, somebody's father, somebody's mother, somebody's something. It's Operation Praying Mantis all over again. What's Operation Praying Mantis? Like, I genuinely don't know. Can you explain that to me?
Looting your community? Oh, that must make you a domestic terrorist, Buster. Or at the very least, you might have some ideas that are adjacent to domestic terrorism. A little bit of thought crime, perhaps? You don't like the data centers, Well, let's go ahead and check the surveillance data we've gathered on you through these data centers and see what we've got. This is Larry Fink of BlackRock.
Same protest mob that said free Palestine protesting Iran conflict. They are too evident in their own motive is to protest the administration. Yeah, pretty much. It's an operation our Navy conducted in the 80s against the Iranian Navy for attacking civilian oil tankers. There you go. Like, that actually sounds like a really good cause. I don't understand why people are like so against it. Like, if it can save lives, I don't see the problem with it. And quite frankly, if my brother doesn't have to like deal with that, I don't see the problem with it. Like, I don't want my brother to get injured while he's out while he's in service. Like, I want him to come back home. Like, I want him to come back home safe and sound so he can just continue with his life. I don't want to hear like something happen to him. So yeah.
BlackRock is a huge player in the data center boom. And now he's openly talking about, well, how do we protect these multi-billion-dollar investments and the trillions of dollars that might need to be spent?
Iran Navy in Praying Mantis was sunk in one day, by the way. Yep. Like, it's because U.S. has really good fighting power. I also thought it was really silly how, like, so many people that were, like, against the whole thing with Iran, they were, like, posting videos of, like, showing the ships. And they're like, oh, you see that shot? It cost this much. And then they're like tracking how much money was like spent per like, that the ships were like wasting. And I'm like, it was so silly. So like, they don't realize that the majority of the equipment that they used was in stock. Like do you think that the majority of the things that we used during that fight, was just bought on the spot? Like, no, like those, like we've had the reserves this entire time. We don't magically manifest them. Like there's a budget in the government set aside for the military. They use that money and then they stockpile all that equipment. Like there were planes that we were using against Iran that has not been used in like 50 years. Like the last time that they were used was during World War II, or at the very least they were built during World War II, and they never saw any action. So now we're like, oh hey, look, we have a good reason to use these now. And yeah, like a lot of the equipment that we just had, it was just in storage. And now we use them. Like, it wasn't a complete loss. Like, if anything, we were utilizing what we had. So yeah, it was just kind of silly how people were complaining about that. It's like, oh wow, these are the people that like go to like the store the moment they run out of toilet paper and buy like a single roll of toilet paper. And then once that roll is done, they just go back and buy another roll. Like just a single roll. Well, same with everything else. They don't think ahead. They just do it on the spot. I can say for sure your bro is in good hands. Example, during the escort operations in the 80s for OP praying mantas, one of our frigates hit a mine. The ship got hit pretty good, but no lives were lost, and the crew got the ship to port safely. That was 40 years ago. Nowadays, our ships and crews are far better quality thanks to those lessons. Ah, okay, that does make me feel better. But either way, there are people that are not so lucky. They're just in regular boats that aren't equipped for combat or military instances, and those people were not lucky enough. And like I imagine people they had loved ones that were kind of like in the same spot as me. I don't want to imagine like something happening to my brother. Even if he's in the safest conditions, things can still happen. And I just want him to be safe. And I imagine everybody else is in the same boat as well, so to speak. Pun intended, I guess. It is better to use equipment at times to either get rid of it or scrap it if needed. Held equipment does not stop costing money after production. They cost money to store as well as transport. A stockpile is needed as a rainy day too. Yep. Like even then, like I'm pretty sure it doesn't cost that much. And like in the long run, I'm pretty sure it doesn't cost that much to store those kind of things. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I'm wrong. I would imagine not, but maybe I'm wrong. For sure, I get it. I got some buddies downrange myself. Yeah, you see? Either way, like, that's just, like, I just don't understand how people just can't feel that way as well. Or can't understand that.
In order to secure them, because what if a domestic terrorist starts using drone warfare on them? So it seems like there's a recognition from people like Larry Fink, these fucking zombies at the top of the food chain, that people are feeling backed into a corner. Everything in their life is getting more expensive, and data centers are only continuing to accelerate that issue. And the normal lies are no longer landing because the information's already out there. There are operational data centers that have been running for a while, so we know the bills go up in the communities that they infect.
Well, here's the problem with that stuff. All the data centers that are that have been around for years, aren't they mostly like outdated? I forgot we were talking about data centers. I know, isn't that the fun part? Like, wait, hold up, Dark Eyed, you know more about this kind of stuff. The older data centers, they're mostly using like outdated equipment. How easy is it to like update the equipment and their infrastructure? Like, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but like, I would imagine if anybody like knows about it, you probably like have the best hypothesis on it. But yeah, like if like the old data centers, they're most likely have like extremely outdated equipment. So they're not being built with like the same sort of mindset that some data centers are being built with. Kind of like the one out in Utah. Utah is being outfitted with everything they could possibly need in order to like decrease like the supplies required in order to make them function. Like, and I imagine like if it's probably difficult for old data centers to upgrade, I would imagine. I have no actual idea, but like I would imagine it's quite difficult to update like pre-existing data centers. Depends. I am not a site engineer for those sites. If the infrastructure is there or new equipment is designed for those sites, years, if not easy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like I would imagine it's extremely difficult to like update those kind of things. Maybe if maybe it's not even possible. Like that's like a thing. Like is it reasonable to like like shut down an entire like data center in order to update it? I have no idea. For an example, for large HVAC units, it takes a year to build a prototype. And so imagine like trying to put that into a pre-existing like structure already. I have no idea like what kind of links they would have to go to in order to reinstall those kind of things. So yeah, like Charlie's comparing old data centers with new data centers that have like updated equipment and all this sort of stuff. So it's probably vastly different. Like I would imagine, like I'm not gonna play around and say that there's like what do you call it? Like it still doesn't cause, like I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't cause a strain on the community, but like compared to the older data centers that probably already exist, I would imagine they don't cause that much of a burden in comparison, but it still does. That's why our power grid has a lot of outdated equipment. We would have to we would have updated at that first if it was simple. Yep.
And we know they only provide temp jobs during construction. They don't actually supply any kind of economic boon to the normal working people of those communities through employment. The biggest data center in this country only has roughly 150 full-time employees. The smaller data centers or the normal-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees full-time. So this is not providing jobs or anything to Americans in any capacity. So the lies don't work. People are getting face-fucked by this. These corporations are fully selling out everyone and everything in this country. And they're realizing that they don't actually even need people to make money.
Here's the thing that I don't think Charlie really thought of. Like, if the data centers are really draining, like, the power supply, wouldn't that mean that the power supply would eventually run out? Like, if it's draining so much energy and they do nothing about it, won't that eventually just kill it? Like, it's kind of like, am I right about this? Maybe I'm thinking wrong. But if a location cannot provide enough power where it's causing like maybe blackouts, wouldn't that also affect the data center in question? Like, wouldn't that be counterproductive if they do nothing in order to improve the energy supply to like the data centers? Like, I feel like if let's say eventually like it starts causing blackouts, wouldn't that affect the data center? Like having the data center shut down for like a while, wouldn't that cause like huge problems? If only the younger generation want to be implementers instead of tech engineers or other roles that grease the gears, it would be easier to transition to next gen for these sites. Probably. Wait, Darkgate, is that like, is my thinking in any way like logical? Well, like I'm kind of like questioning it. I'm like, is that like a thing? Am I thinking kind of correctly in that regards? Like, is it possible for like the energy grid to like eventually just run out and just burn out, and then everybody gets screwed? So if we don't, could you repeat your thought? Okay, so Charlie is saying that they're just causing a huge strain on the power supply, and they have absolutely no means, no incentives to like build more ways to generate energy. So like basically they make no jobs, and if they don't like try to like increase the amount of energy generated in that location, wouldn't that eventually mean that like the energy would run out? Because don't we need to store energy that we make? If it's such a huge burden, wouldn't we like burn through like the energy storage like too fast, and then like wouldn't that cause like blackouts and like having the data center shut down and as a result due to lack of power? Like is that actually a possibility? Like that's basically my line of thought. Like that's yeah. So like that's what basically Charlie was saying is like, oh, it's just gonna drain everything, and then everybody's gonna get screwed. Because like if it drains so much energy, and at the same time people are using energy, and we don't have, if they make no effort to generate more energy, then won't that eventually just zero out and then everybody gets screwed, even the data center in question? And if the data center is turned off, then dang it, like when the like damage it. I don't think it's a pull of energy. From my limited understanding, energy is generated at a certain output needed to sustain a town. That output then determines how much a community should be built to sustain the output. If something that requires more energy is built near the town, it would require an increased output, thus increasing how much the community would need to pay to keep a stable energy output. Yes and no. If there was too great of a strain, we would either tell the data center to stop operating temporarily and update the storage, or force them to have on-site power gen. Okay. I was wondering, you guys gave really good points. I'm actually a little curious about like the energy output. Like if it's so great, like how Charlie is saying, wouldn't it eventually like kind of zero out? And so if it does get close to that, like I would imagine like what Dark Eyed says would be like they would have to shut down. And if the data center is shut down even for like a day or so, wouldn't that cost the company like a ton of money? Because now they're not, now that data center isn't operating and nothing's happening, and so their revenue is getting like cut in some degree. I would imagine like if a building shut down, that could cost like thousands of dollars, like maybe millions of dollars in revenue. I don't know. I think this is, I don't know how this logic will logic. I think research needs to be done on this.
Anymore. So they're even getting rid of people like NV Energy abandoning 50,000 of the residents that rely on their power to live. And Larry Fink is now talking about what they're going to do to defend these data centers from someone who might be very desperate and trying to like destroy a data center on their own in order to like survive in the community or help people in the community live. So he's already like, okay, we've got measures in place, maybe like underground, or maybe who knows. But we're thinking about it. We've got countermeasures. Don't worry, we're protecting these billion and trillion dollar investments.
I mean, is that really unreasonable? Like it might be really dumb, but like, is that really unreasonable? Yes, every minute of non-operation is highly expensive. That is common in manufacturing and power gen. Site not operating is what is commonly prevented. Exactly. Like it would be in their best interest to increase power input, because like at the same time, if it becomes too expensive for people in the location, won't they like just move away? And then that's just taxes lost. I don't know.
It's fucking terrifying. And he's also being very upfront about like, they're going to control all the data centers. Like, great. If you're like on the side of BlackRock, you're on the bad guys' side, by the way. To the people that for some reason,
I don't really like the whole thing about like bad guys and good guys. Like I would just, especially the way that Moist Critical, like we literally had this discussion a little while ago. I don't like it when people just look at me and say I'm a bad person because of this. Like, I'm a bad person. It's like he's telling the viewers how to think. Like, instead of like discussing it and saying, what are your thoughts? Kind of like how Sean did it. Like, he's now just like painting everybody that's watching this video as like, oh, if you don't agree with me, you're a bad person. I don't like it when people do that.
Still mindlessly try and support data centers because they love to swallow that corporate cock and believe all their lies. Like, this is the lowest of the low if you're now just like pumping your fist for BlackRock of all things.
So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficit.
Maybe some people are too poor to move forward, not dissing them. They are great. Thank you so much for the hydrate music. Very much appreciate it. Also, thanks for the head pats. It's a trickle-down effect. If the power bill goes up, then location rental prices for businesses and services increases. Then the businesses have to increase their prices to pay their rent. Then if the prices get too high, people and businesses would start to leave. At least that's the theory. Yeah. I would imagine that's the theory. If they can't leave, then I would imagine they become homeless. And either way, either one of those situations, it's not good for the location. And if the location are too poor or the businesses are leaving, then the data center eventually becomes kind of pointless, right? Like, isn't that the situation? Where if let's say the power generators aren't able to afford the costs to keep operations up, then wouldn't they also move as well? And if the power generators are taken down, then wouldn't that mean the data centers become shut down? What's this? Hi, Illusion. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just watching some videos today. And at the moment, we're kind of like spitballing some theories at the very least. And I would imagine that the majority of these companies kind of like I would like to assume that some of these companies like to think of like possible outcomes. I don't know how many actually do, but I would like to think that some of them would actually think this far ahead. In theory, yeah, that seems the way things would go. Yeah, typically people live near their work, so the workers would generally be that community since it has stable jobs. Exactly. Oh yeah. God, I hate seeing that 610 increased by my state. The 610? Ooh. Oh my goodness, wait. Announce the rest of the US? Wait. US data center hubs of the future top 10? Wow, wait. There's 610 announced for Texas, 140 under construction, and 212 operational in Texas. And then in Virginia, there's 320 in Virginia. Oh, hey, look! Oh, wow, look at that. We're also in the top 10. Like, this is where I live, by the way. I'm in Arizona. We have 136 announced, 35 under construction, and then 83 operational. Wow, I was not expecting us to be in the top 10.
Are started mounting, and we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is going to all be the role of private sector.
Oh, thank goodness. I feel much more comfortable now.
I would hope that they are not flying out H-1Bs for these jobs since they don't have full allegiance to the U.S. yet. These sites are data critical for now. Interesting.
Knowing that the future's in the hands.
Ad time. Oh no, the ads. Don't worry, the video's almost over.
BlackRock. Isn't that good news? Yeah, so anyway, had to yap about this shit. It is so fucking out of control. It is so blatantly corrupt. It is genuinely terrifying. Anyway, just wanted to put that all on your radar there. That's
All right. So he put down a lot of interesting information. I will say I do not trust BlackRock in the slightest. Like, BlackRock is like the arbiter of destruction. Like, they've been known for destroying a lot of things, and quite frankly, the data centers, like, if BlackRock is the one like dealing with the data centers, it's enough to be suspicious. Like, I just don't like the idea that BlackRock is funding a lot of this stuff. If they are funding a lot of this stuff, I don't like that. Free from Agile. Welcome back from the Agile. Very much appreciate everybody that sat through the ads. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, that was basically it for this video. Oh yeah. Bum. Oh yeah, I'm not really too sure how to process a lot of that information, mainly because I didn't fully understand a whole lot of what he was presenting, but he did give me a lot to kind of like look through. Indeed, like there's a lot of information to like shuffle through, and I do not know enough in order to make really accurate opinions. If anything, I'm kind of just firing from the hip in terms of like what makes logical sense and all that. I can tell you can't, and you don't, I can tell you don't trust BlackRock. Your antenna is going off when BlackRock is mentioned. Yes. So the main reason why I do not trust BlackRock is because they've been associated with too many sussy things. For example, they are the ones that were pushing DEI on every company, and they were funding the DEI projects. The red feather between the holy ears. Oh my god! But yeah, they were basically funding all of that. Like, I don't like that. Like, they were ruining video games. Okay, they're censoring video games. They're censoring manga, anime, and all that stuff. They are not to be trusted. Like, at least for me. Like, I do not appreciate it at all. Like, I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. And you ruined so many games for us. Like, imagine all the great games that could have been made if BlackRock wasn't like investing in like the DEI stuff. Like, they caused a lot of companies to be shut down because of the whole DEI thing. Too many wrong people were in positions of power that they absolutely did not deserve to be. We have a completely infested, like society with people that are just crazy. Seeing all those announced sites worries me a bit because I don't know here they're going to be. Because here in Texas, we have a lot of land, sure, but that land is being used for ranching, farming, infrastructure expansion. Just makes me really concerned. I think that's safe. I think that's safe because you don't actually know like how those data centers are actually going to impact like the area in question. They called it an experiment. Yep. Like we saw that video. They called it an experiment. It was a failed experiment. So yeah, terrible. I hate it. You destroyed so many companies. I don't even know if it was an experiment. Maybe it was sabotage. They just went out of their way to sabotage all these companies. I have no idea, but it's still grounds to not trust them at all. Like, never trust them, ever. Give me a second. Boop, 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 boop. Boom. But yeah, I think it's safe to be a little bit worried. The only thing I can say is that the whole thing about data centers, like, wasting, like, burning through a lot of water, while they do burn through a lot of water, it's not nearly as bad as people believe it to be. Because, it's, like, data centers only burn through, like, not even 1% of the water in the United States. And the one thing that is going through a lot of our water in the US is agriculture. Like, agriculture like currently, like here's the comparison. Currently, data centers only burn about 0.3 to 0.4% of the water available in the United States, while agriculture uses up about 70% of the US's water. So yeah, it's actually not it's not nearly as bad as people make it out to be. So the water thing isn't like that big of an issue, especially when the new data centers are being built with like the water filtration, like the reusable water thing. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah. So yeah, like data centers are actually being built in the mind of like the radiator in a PC, like a computer PC, where it has water in it, but it's constantly being reused over and over again. So that's kind of like the situation that the data centers are in. So that's why their water usage is not nearly as bad as people make it out to be. At least not yet. Like it'll be a while, but like I would imagine once all those data centers are built, it will probably get up to like 1 or 2%. Maybe. And then for the electricity, like as long as the country or the state like builds energy supply in order to compensate for the data centers, I think it would even out. And like if anything, it needs to be done like that. And if they do start building like a lot of like energy infrastructure to generate more energy, then there you go. Like it'll create jobs. People will move to the location in order to commute better. And if people are in this area, then that'll just build an entire community. That's water cooled design. There are also air cooled and others working fluid cooled designs. Do you think they're building all different kinds in order to experiment which ones are the most effective? Well, yeah, I would probably believe that would be the case. They're just experimenting on which one is the best one, or which one is like they're probably doing all sorts of different designs for like experimentation. For like experimenting which design will utilize like the least amount of electricity, which will save the most amount of water, which will use up the most electricity, use up the most water, all that stuff. Like I would imagine that if anything, if they use air cooled, that would probably use more electricity than water, right? Not really. They are integrating most effective for their needs. It is like building a building. You select the cooling ahead of time. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, built and selecting everything ahead of time. It would probably make basically depending on where you're building at, like depending on state by state. I think like you're basically saying which one will work the best and which location. I would think so, but even then, I don't think it would just one variant. You're gonna give your best design to the more important structure, then give the least effective to the least important. That way you can write them off if something happens. Probably. Like there could be many reasons. Like the only way we could possibly know is if we're actually in the minds of the people that own them. Oh my goodness, it's 11 p.m. already, Divas. All right. I should have been off like 2 hours ago. But yeah, honestly, I just got way too into like the yapping and everything. And like, and everything. It was just really good. Thank you so much for the follow. Maticus, I very much appreciate it. Welcome to the Bird Gang. Okay. Well, yeah. Anybody new to the stream? I am Aire, Starbuck, nerd, happy PC VTuber. I am one half of the VTubers you will see on this channel. I mostly play Pokemon, TCG, and RPGs. And today I was just feeling a little too tired to like play through Phoenix Wright today. So I was just doing react videos today. I hope a lot of people had fun though. Like it was very interesting seeing some of these videos. But yeah, also, if you're new, be sure to check out the Discord. We're currently watching Beyblade Metal Fusion on Wednesdays. So if you're a fan of Beyblades, like that's what we'll be doing. And oh yeah. Also, make sure to check out the manga. Yeah, we have a manga as well. It's called Users Connect. Already in there. That's nice. But yeah, check out the manga. We have a manga called Users Connect. It's a rom-com between two introverted college students. Created by our lovely artist, Grey Rose. Well, not created. It was drawn. We wrote the story. But yeah, I think that's about it. I'm gonna go ahead. Have a good evening. Rest well. Sorry for getting hated whenever, and no, that's fine. I need to understand that you're like very passionate about your engineering. Like, I think it's great that you're passionate about your line of work. But yeah, let's see. Also, it was actually really good because you gave a lot of insight on the topics that in question. It was really nice to have somebody so in the know about these topics. All right, let's see. Let's find someone to raid. Who to raid? Oh, let's go right into Dark Links. Got to scratch the other side of my brain, so this was fun. Yeah. Next stream, I will be back on Thursday, unless somebody does the Switch Burbs redeem, and which for whatever reason people really enjoy doing during my brother's streams. Like always trying to make me play like decks that I don't know anything about. But yeah, tomorrow my brother is going to be on stream. He's going to probably be playing Master Rule. I don't know. Like whatever he does, that's what he'll be doing. And yeah, I'll be back Thursday. All right. Hope you all have a great night. Stay safe. Also, be sure to say hi to Darklings. Lovely participant in the chat. There you go. And yeah, have a great night. Stay safe. And I'll see you guys next time. All right? Have a good night. Bye.
Can be.